Thank you for joining us. You are watching the 1001 donations in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society, sponsored by Liberty Tax, and this is Marty, and this is what it's all about. This is where your donations go today. We've got 6 hours of telethon today, behind the scenes stories in operating rooms, at foster homes, and the behavior centers. You'll meet so many dogs and cats and rabbits and a rat as well. And it's all brought to you by the students at Red River College. Savannah right now is on camera. James is executive producer. I'm just doing the opening one because it's an annual tradition for me to make Catherine cry. Oh. I want to see how long it'll take to make Catherine cry. Catherine's a head behaviorist here, and she does wonders with the animals here. And Marty here, oh my goodness, he needs some kisses. Marty is one of those lucky, I don't know if that's the right word, but a dog that came in who didn't need a lot of medical treatment, didn't have any broken bones that had healed poorly, didn't have any bullets lodged in him, didn't have a heartworm or kidney worms or infections anywhere, which is so many of the dogs. But even as a healthy dog coming in, Marty still needs donations, time, and love.
Oh, for sure. All of our dogs and cats over 6 months of age, they have a behavior assessment. That in itself is time and resources. His time at the shelter, each animal that comes into the shelter every day that they spend here is $25. And so we have some dogs that have been here 6 months, and that's a lot of money. I'm not very great at math.
I know, I was to say math, but it's a lot.
But all your donations go to helping dogs like Marty.
And all your donations today are doubled. Every donation. If you donate $5, it becomes $10, and $10 is one vaccination. So every little, and you get kisses if you come and visit us too. Marty's an older dog, 9, not quite a senior, but getting there. And Catherine, you have been here so long. You helped me get both my dogs through here. They'll be coming in later today. What does it mean to you to see these dogs so full of love?
Well, I've been working here 10 years this year, and I have to say that there's a reason why I've been working here 10 years. Oh, see, I've said already. There's a reason why I didn't work.
That's a record, 3 minutes, I think. Catherine's crying.
I have a couple stories I would really like to share with you today. One that was aired yesterday about Mr. McBride and his cat Bailey and one of our staff here at the shelter. Mr. McBride, shall I hold that? Sure. Yeah, okay, there we go. So Mr. McBride came, called our intake department because unfortunately he had to go into an assisted living. And he had a lovely cat named Bailey. And Mr. McBride was very sad that he had to say goodbye to his cat and asked if he could surrender the cat to us and made a special request. Now, that special request was that whomever adopts Bailey, that if the cat was to pass on before him, that he asked if the ashes could be returned to him so he could scatter the ashes and have them in his possession. And unfortunately, because we can't ask adopters to do that. Now, when Mr. McBride called, he managed to get one of our staff named Josh on the phone. And Josh at the time happened to be looking for a cat. And there and then, something in Josh's heart said, you know what, I need to take this cat. So without meeting Mr. McBride and without meeting the cat, he'd already committed to adopting this cat, Bailey. And yesterday, Mr. McBride and Josh met for the first time. And Josh has committed that, again, if the situation so happens that Bailey passes on before Mr. McBride, he's made a commitment to Mr. McBride that he will give him the ashes.
And Catherine, that to me speaks to the heart and the love of the staff here. It is a huge, huge team that keeps these animals safe and healthy and happy. And the idea that a staff member would just sight unseen say, yep, I'll adopt your cat because it breaks my heart that you have to give this cat up. And so many people have to do that. Give up animals because they go into care homes, go and give up animals because they move into an apartment that doesn't take animals, and they end up here at the Humane Society. And your donations make sure they're okay. And Catherine, I know there's so many people that make this work and that you want to be able to thank today.
Oh, for sure. And I have another story that I just feel I really need to share. Your donations go to a community. It's not just the animals, it's the people that work here, it's the people we help. There was a story, oh my goodness. Recently, I happened to be walking down the cat hallway, and we had this cat that came in as a stray, and it was old, and we thought, this cat has to be owned by somebody at some point in time. And this cat was estimated about 15 years of age, and became quite, again, as usual, a favorite amongst our staff. And we did blood work, and again, this is all money for this cat, and it was determined this cat, unfortunately, was suffering with cancer. And, our vet techs, the decision was made that we needed to euthanize this cat because, of course, she was suffering. She had lost a lot of weight. She was frail. She wasn't eating. And so that the cat wouldn't suffer and wouldn't be afraid as it was euthanized, the cow was held by the vet tech at the window so it could watch the birds. And so to me, your donations go to help continue on that work.
Okay, now I'm crying too. But that is beautiful, and that's the most animals end up getting saved and moved on to happier lives, and it doesn't always happen, but the love here is incredible, and it's all because of your donations. And today we're going to take you behind the scenes. We're going to see we're going to take you into surgeries where dogs have amputations, and you think, oh, this poor dog getting his leg amputated. No, having that painful broken bone removed is going to make that dog's life better. All your donations will be matched today, and I cannot emphasize enough, Humane Society does not get funding from the government. It runs entirely on your donations. That's what today's about. The creative communication students have put together some incredible behind-the-scenes stories. You're going to see live interviews as well. In just a few moments, Marilee Caruso is here with her dog, Jack, that she adopted from the Humane Society. Changed her life. So, but first, we want to introduce you to two animals that both had amputations here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. A puppy named Barnabas, who I think has been renamed Fleece, and then a cat named Wanda. Stay with us.
Kiddo, are you ready? Are you ready, sweetie? Okay. This little kitty came into us as a stray, and you can obviously see that there's something that has gone horribly wrong with her front leg. As awful as this looks, lucky for her, she actually isn't feeling too much pain or discomfort because of it. So we don't know whether something happened to injure the foot and damage the nerves at the same time, or if something happened to damage the nerves and then because she was dragging the foot, she got this really horrible injury. But in any regard, you can see that she's been, getting around with a horrible injury that has resulted in the bones being exposed in her foot, and the whole tip of her foot here being really quite mangled. So the only option for her to cure her of this is to do a full front leg amputation, and so we will take this leg off. She can't use it and she can't feel it anyways, so it's of no consequence to her to keep it, and then she'll just be able to get around quite comfortably on 3 legs. So she's going to be having her surgery right away today. She just came in yesterday, but certainly we need to deal with this promptly because of the risk of infection. So she's on pain meds and antibiotics, and she's already been sedated, so she's ready now for the girls to get her ready for surgery.
Hi, I'm Bonnie and this is Megan, and we work in the Winnipeg Humane Society Clinic. Thank you for watching our 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax. Your donations help animals like Gizmo get the medical care they need to be healthy for his future family. Please call 204-927-1001 and donate today.
All right, so this is Barnabas. Barnabas is a little 3-month-old puppy that got himself into some trouble up in northern Manitoba. He wandered off into the bush and got himself caught in a leg trap. You do see it. This isn't the first case that we've ever had of a dog being trapped in a snare. So certainly, when people are laying traps, it is possible for people's pets or for dogs that are strays that are living in these areas to go and take the meat and get themselves caught up. So, traps don't discriminate, unfortunately. You can't just be hoping that you're going to catch what you intended to catch. So it certainly is very important for good trap management and people to be checking them regularly so that if other animals get into trouble, they can get help. But unfortunately, there are lots of places in Manitoba that don't have a vet that's in that area. And so there isn't anybody to help these guys, but we're here. And so animals can come down and they can get the help that they need here, and then find, good loving homes and get a good happy ending. But we certainly need to have the resources to be able to continue to do that. So doing these surgeries, providing the emergency care, the nursing care afterwards, definitely takes a lot of time and a lot of money. And so the only way that we can continue to help these animals is with the very generous support of our donors.
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hi, thanks for joining us at the Winnipeg Humane Society Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. I'm Hannah Clark, I'm one of the executive producers of the telethon, and I'm here with Marilee Caruso, one of the CTV News anchors. Thanks for joining us, Marilee.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, and so Marilee is joining us with Ryder, her son, as well as Jack, their dog that they have adopted from the Humane Society just 5 months ago. So how's the transition been for you guys adjusting with Jack?
I can't imagine life before Jack. It's only been 5 months. I have to remind myself of that all the time, but it seems like he's always been part of our family, eh?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think the same, really.
What's the best part?
The best part is probably how it's fun to teach tricks, and it's much more funner than just sitting around the house and playing outside.
I guess you have someone to play outside with now, hey?
Yeah.
So Ryder, I hear from your mom that you actually wanted to be a canine police officer, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Because I found it that it would be a good thing to help stop crime more, and it would be fun working with a dog also, so I thought it was a win-win.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a win-win too.
Ryder's actually a master trainer with Jack. Like I said, we've only had Jack for 5 months, but and he's had some, he's got a little bit of anxiety issues, but Ryder's taught him. How many tricks have you taught him?
I'm pretty sure 3 or 4.
Sit.
Shake a paw,
Yeah.
down, roll over, and play dead almost.
And we're working on high five.
Oh, so I know that it's a little bit of a high-stress environment right now. We've got cameras everywhere. We've got tons of dogs in the building right now. But do you think that Jack would be open to doing a couple tricks for us today?
He might. You want to try, Ryder?
Sure, I guess so.
We'll put you on the spot. You think you can do it, buddy? Okay, you want to show him? Jack, can you sit? Sit. Can you sit? Good boy.
Good boy.
Down.
Can you go down? Sit. Where's your treat? Jack, over here. Down. Down.
Oh,
Down.
I think he might be a little bit stressed
He might
out.
be.
I can totally see why he would feel that way. So Jack came at a very significant time in your life, hey? There was a bit of a story behind that.
Yeah, we, Ryder had been asking to get a dog for probably over a year, but we were in the process of moving to a new house, and the new house had no carpet, and I said, okay, I think I could do it then, because this is actually the first dog I've ever had, so I wanted to make sure I was prepared for anything. But life gets busy, things happen, we never got around to it. I told the kids that I wanted to get an adult dog because I never had a dog, so I didn't know how to train a puppy. And I thought that would be a good way to start, and we wanted to get a rescue dog, so we had been watching to see the dogs that came in. We had come every once in a while to meet them and see if it was a fit, and nothing had worked. And then my mother got sick. She had cancer, and she actually passed away this summer after we had spent the summer with her. It was, although she had cancer for a little while, it was sudden, her passing, and we had a little bit of a hard time with it. So we had said maybe this is a good time now to go and get a dog. So my other older son actually had seen Jack and really wanted to come and meet him, so we did, and it all worked out. We took him home, and then after we had a chance to think about it, it was actually 2 months exactly to the day my mom passed away, and I'm gonna cry. I actually think he really helped us through the whole transition. He has been so wonderful, such a great distraction, and now that we're maybe not as emotional about it anymore, it's been so wonderful. I can't tell you how much comfort a dog can give you. An adult dog, even if there's a little extra time and effort you have to go into the training with them. He's always happy to see you when you come in the door. It's like he knows if one of us aren't feeling good. I've been sick for the past couple of days. He hasn't left my side. It's been so good. And I also think I have a 13-year-old son as well, who 13-year-olds don't always want to sit and talk to their mom and tell them about their day. But he's so in love with the dog that he'll come on a walk with the dog and we talk more. It's really brought the whole family together. I feel like we all spend a little bit more time together because everyone wants to be with Jack.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Who would not want to be around Jack? Look at that face. So thank you guys so much for coming and sharing your story and talking about Jack. So I just want the viewers at home to know that all of the donations that we receive today on this day are going to be matched by our wonderful sponsors, and that goes directly to helping dogs like Jack who are changing lives all the time. We're going to be joining Nolan in the telephone room actually right away, and he's actually going to be with Thumper, a dog that you should meet. Oh, sorry. Change of plans. Sorry, you know how it goes. We're actually going to be going to John. He's going to be standing in the lobby, and we're going to be throwing to him right away. Just keep watching.
John in lobby. Thanks, Shay. Thanks, Hannah. I'm here with Catherine, one of the behavior and intake managers here at the Humane Society, and we're also here with Thumper. Now, Thumper, there he goes. He's checking out our camera girl, Savannah. Now, Thumper's been here for about 6 months, and he actually came in from outside the city. Now, Catherine, you've worked with him quite closely the last few months. What kind of dog is he? He seems pretty energetic.
Oh, Thumper is a superstar. This guy, if you're looking for an energetic dog, he is the guy for you. He loves to go running. We've done dog sledding with him. We've done all kinds of fun things. Now, one thing, as you can see, he's full of beans. I mean, he's a young guy. So here in the behavior department and our volunteers have been helping him learn his manners. We do recommend, though, that he goes to a home with children over 12 because he can be quite excitable at times. Now, with his adoption fee is $80 today. With his adoption, there will be free obedience classes so that we can help the new family and Thumper set off on the right foot.
Now, one of the things on his file was that he can be mouthy. What does that mean?
Well, when dogs interact with each other, they can be a little bit exuberant, and they use their mouth a lot. They don't have hands, and so they use their teeth. Now, it's not malicious. It's just that he gets excited, and so we need to teach him that. Good young man, good boy. We need to teach him that using his teeth on people's hands is not great, and that a more appropriate behavior would be offering a sit or something like that.
Now, you mentioned dog sledding. Is that quite common to have a dog here at the shelter who's involved in dog sledding? He's obviously very active with that as well.
Well, that's something we actually started this year. Somebody kindly loaned us one of their dog's kick sleds, and we noticed that this guy, of course, has this excess energy. So we paired him up with another buddy that Sandy, you'll see her segment a little later, but Sandy, she has some experience with dog sledding, so we paired the two of them up together, and they made quite the team.
Now, obviously, the day is all about donations. You can come down to the Humane Society and donate in person, or you can text RESCUE in all caps to 41010. Thanks to Earl, by the way, who just donated $500. That will equal $1,000 because every donation is doubled. Catherine, what do donations mean to your job?
Well,
why are they so important?
Donations help us to help animals like Thumper. Thumper needed that extra special attention. Our behavior resources go to helping dogs like Thumper so that he doesn't keep bouncing back to the shelter. Obedience classes, like I mentioned previously, our behavior assessments, the care that he needs in our shelter. All our animals are sprayed and neutered before they go into adoption, so all of that is money.
Great. Catherine, thanks so much for coming on. Thanks to Thumper as well. We're going to throw to John now in the lobby. John?
Mike. Oh, okay. I'm up. Right now? Hi, we're with Michelle and Bruno. Bruno's a 5-year-old Shepherd Cross. Michelle is one of the longer-serving foster parents here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. How are you doing today, Michelle?
I'm well, thank you.
And Michelle's been fostering for almost 17 years, right? How many animals come through in that time?
We've fostered 70 dogs to date. 70.
Wow! And so Bruno is one of the fosters that you decided to adopt, actually, right? Can you talk about that a little bit? They call it foster fail, I think.
That's when you're fostering a dog and then they never leave. They just fit in really well. They just bond with you. They just you just decide they're going to be a really good addition to our household, and they just never leave.
And so you've had Bruno now for 6 months, I think, right?
Yeah, we started fostering him in October. He had a lot of injuries that needed to be cared for, and after about a month, we decided that we were going to adopt him.
And you have a few other adoptions at home too, right?
Yeah. We have 3 failed fosters as well, and then again, they just fit in really well, and they never left. They're all from the Humane Society. They all had their little issues, mostly health problems, but they're great. They all get along really, really well. They're all different ages, different breeds, but they're a great bunch. Just a great bunch.
And how has Bruno impacted your life these last 6 months?
Bruno is just such a happy guy. You know, he went through so many challenges. He's just so happy. He likes to have fun. He's affectionate. He's just really puts you in a good mood. When you have a bad day, he just, comes up to you and just kind of licks your face and does this type of stuff. But he's great.
And how do our donations that come in affect the fostering program here and dogs like Bruno coming into your life?
Well, they basically go into a lot of medical care. I mean, without any of these donations, Bruno would never have gotten the care that he had. He had extensive injuries, and just every day he needed all his dressings changed. And we had a lot of support when you're fostering. You get all your food, you get all your supplies, and that goes a long way to getting these guys into good homes.
And so it is important to donate. You guys can send your donations to 41010. Text 41010, the word rescue. And your donations today will be matched by our gift donors, the Paul Albrechtsen Foundation. They are matching your donations. So if you send in a $10 donation, it's actually going to be $20 because they'll be matching it for us today. And did you know that $30 is 1 day of care for one dog here at the Winnipeg Humane Society? So by you donating $10, $15, $20, that could actually lead to 1 full day of care for a dog like Bruno here today. So right now we are going to throw to Earl. Big thank you. Thank you to Earl and Diane and Richard for their big donations. $500 each. It's incredible. That's such an incredible donation. That donation is matched. That's $500 is actually $1,000. Thank you so much to Earl, Diane, and Richard for their totally great donation. We're going to actually check how the donations are doing this morning. We're going to go over to Courtney, who's standing with the CEO of the Winnipeg Humane Society, Javier. How are we doing on donations, Courtney?
Hi, thanks, John. So we're talking about donations today, and this is Javier, the CEO of the Winnipeg Humane Society. So today, with everyone's donations, 7 donors are actually going to be matching all of the donations. So currently, right now, we're at about $15,000, and our goal is $40,000 for today. The donations have already been coming in. It's amazing. So, Javier, why is it so important that we get donations from people and sponsors?
Well, first of all, thank you to all who already donated. I just checked, we're at 15,800, and we, of course, still have a way to go. And you can all donate via text message. You can call us. You can go to winnipeghumanesociety.ca and donate online securely. And a big thank you to Liberty Tax Service, our main sponsor, and A&S Home that is sponsoring this beautiful thermometer here. And we have a clear mission. We are here to save as many animals as we can, and the number is growing. We don't receive any government money to save these animals, so we need you. And your support is critical. And having 7 phenomenal donors matching dollar for dollar, for every dollar that you give, we get an additional dollar. So it's fantastic, and we hope that the generosity of everyone out there will be shown again today.
So you said that the Winnipeg Humane Society doesn't get funding for the government. So the donors and the people coming in to donate, that counts. So what does that money go towards?
Well, and again, there's a website called Charity Intelligence, and they grade charities. And we have a pretty good grade because of every dollar that you donate, 90 cents go directly to the animals, 10 cents to administration.
Okay.
Oh, and there's...
So we have some people to thank now who have been donating. So we have Shelly, who donated $100. Dallas donated $10 on the web. Christy donated $100. Blaine, $50. Arthur, $25. Doris, $400. Thank you, Doris. Alicia, $10 over text. So the money's coming in, people are donating, it's being matched, and it's all going to a really good cause. So now we're going to throw it to Alicia in the lobby with a dog named B2.
You can go up straighter. Oh, there.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and we are here at the Humane Society, and we are surrounded by a lot of dogs here today, which is awesome. So feel free to bring yours down, come visit us, make a donation. I'm here with little B2 and Mary Lou, who B2, you were saying you thought she was a Yorkshire Terrier, but you weren't totally sure when you got her?
She was completely shaved, so she didn't look like anything really. But they said that she was a Yorkshire Terrier. I've subsequently found out she has some Yorkie in her, but not all. But she's ours.
Yeah. Well, regardless, she's very cute. Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about the treatment she received from the Humane Society?
Well, they called me and said, Mary Lou, we need you to come down. We have a little dog. Absolutely not. I do not need another dog. No, we travel so much. I don't need another dog. And my husband doesn't either. So anyway, she said, well, there's a few more things we'd like to discuss. Could you perhaps come down? Well, I came with a kennel. And they brought her out, and she was just awful looking. She was shaved. She was badly malnourished. Well, she had been. She was much better when I got her. And that was it. She just put her paws up on my knee and said, can you take me home? So I did. And she's been wonderful ever since.
And you were saying before this she had been living in a cage for 3 years?
At least 3 years.
Because of breeders?
Yeah.
Well, she looks like she's very comfortable and landed in the lap of luxury now.
Oh yeah. She has homes everywhere. And especially in my husband's heart.
And we just would like to thank our corporate compassion sponsor, Regears Printing. Thank you so much, B2 and Mary Lou, for coming down today.
You're welcome.
We're going to go to Steph with Musaya the cat and Marina in the phone room.
Great. Already? Okay, guys, we need to get the cat in here.
So this is old Henny.
Still on air. They're like trying to flip it. Okay. And I'd just like to remind everyone that they should make a donation today. They can very easily do that by texting 41010 or texting the word rescue to 41010, and you can make a $10, $15, $20 donation. It's very easy. I did it myself just now. And now we are going to Steph in the phone room with Musaya and Marina. Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. We're here with Marianne and Arnold. This is Hemi, formerly Hemi, actually. She came into the Humane Society with frostbite. She was renamed in adoptions to Cupcake, and now she's Musa. Can you guys tell me a bit more about Musa now?
Yeah. We saw her picture on Facebook, and we decided that it's our cat. And when we came here, her back was shaved and her ears were removed, as you can see, and her tail was removed also. And she got frozen hips, and you can see the difference between her hair. She was a tiny cat, and she loved to sit on her lap, but now on our lap. But now she is so energetic, and she loves to run, as you can see.
And I know you guys have more animals at home. How has she been fitting in?
Oh, yes, we have also 2 dogs. We have a chocolate lab and bulldog, and we are surprised to see that Musa is now very friendly with our chocolate lab, who is a very huge dog, and they're really friendly. They love to spend time with each other. She comes to our dog, and they kiss each other, lick each other. So we were very surprised.
And she's very squirmy. She seems energetic. What does she bring to your lives at home?
A lot of energy, and I'm working in daycare, so when I'm coming home I don't have any energy, but she bring my energy back, because when I'm going to the basement, she run to me and she bring all toys that she could find. She have like probably 100 toys, and she could bring all of them together, throw to my legs and ask me to play with her. And if I wouldn't, she would scream and she would like call me back. And she loves to play with our huge cat. We have a huge cat, and he is not energetic at all, but she brings his energy back too. So they playing, and I hope he will lose a little bit weight of that.
So Musa spent 2 months here at the a few months here at the Humane Society. They gave her a lot of care in that time. Why do you think it's important for people to donate today?
We adopt few pets from Humane Society, and all of them have their different stories and the different rescues. And I believe like people going to Kijiji and buying pets from them, but their life not a rescue situation. And for these pets, I believe like when you come in here, you donate and they save their life. It's awesome because they bring for your house like a new life, and they bring for your family a new life, a new energy, and you can give them love. And it's no difference between a rescue cat and not rescue cat. And as you can see, her ears is cut and her tail is cut, but she's awesome. She's beautiful cat, and it's no reason that not donate.
Yeah. She's a part of our family, so it doesn't matter if she has ears or she doesn't, she has tail or no. She's our family.
So without the vets here at the Humane Society, without the volunteers, without the donations, you guys would never have Musa, who's now trying to get away. She is quite squirmy and energetic. We just want to take a second to thank Liberty Tax Service, the presenting sponsor. And I just wanted to ask you guys to tell me about that moment, because you described it to me a bit before backstage. That moment when you first saw her, what was that like?
We felt that she is our cat. It was the first moment.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe not because she had no tail, she had no ears, but the way she looked at us, the way she behaved at us, so it was the first impression, and we understood that she is our cat. And especially when we learned her story, we understood, yes.
Wonderful. That is such an amazing story. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Stay tuned and stay with us. We're going to see more about Octavian, or we're going to go to Lexi with Brody Jackson from QX104. She's in the lobby waiting for us.
Oh, okay, thanks, Steph. I would just like to say that John, a teacher, has donated $100 and is calling out all the teachers to do the same. And it's actually $200 because every donation is matched. And I'm here with Brody and Nala, who's a little crazy.
She saw another dog. It's time to go play. That's what she's at right now.
Yeah, I'm getting like a hairdo here
Yeah.
from her tail.
Her tail is like a windshield wiper. It's pretty hefty. I'm not gonna lie.
So you
Come here.
So you got Nala last year at the 1001 donations telethon, right?
Yeah. It was last year we were here with QX104. We come here every year. We've been here for like the last 5 years. And last year was the first time I failed. We call it like, I know in the Winnipeg Humane Society, they call it puppy failure when you're a foster fail and you end up adopting an animal and you're like, oops, how did that happen? Well, that's what happened with Nala. We met Nala last year. She's still young. She's just over a year old, and she loves other dogs. She loves people. She's basically the friendliest dog in the entire world, and it's been the greatest addition I could have ever asked for, adopting her right here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And the other thing about her too is that she was found up north in a dumpster as a puppy. She had mange, and so did her sister and her mom. So all three of them were in a dumpster together, rescued by the Winnipeg Humane Society, brought down here, treated for mange. And for her, she was adopted by us, and then her sister was adopted the same day. Okay. But they all had to recover from mange. So you think about how much money went into the cost of that, the vaccines for everything afterwards as well. And then her mom, it takes adults longer. So it's about 3 months, 4 months to recover from something like mange. And then she ended up getting adopted as well. So everyone found homes, which was great. But how much money did that cost to get them to that point, right? That's what today is all about. So hoping that you're able to make a donation. Nala really hopes you could too. And this is the worst view I've ever had in my life right now.
Yeah, you just have butt right in the chest.
Yeah, just right here, right? But it's been great. Like, you talk about adopting and how important adopting is all the time, but it's about sustaining a place like this, like the Winnipeg Humane Society that has 4,000 adoptions per year. You think about 4,000 animals being rescued. Well, it takes time for them to get to that point. They have to be saved. They have to be brought in. Then they have to be fixed if there's an issue with them, and then that includes behavioral training. That includes food. Everything adds up so much that we met this guy yesterday, this dog yesterday. His name was Rob. and Rob is this huge bull mastiff, 120 pounds. He's adorable. He's got his big bowling ball of a head, and he had to have surgery on his ears to open them up because he is allergic to a lot of things. Then gets fed hypoallergenic food. 9 cups of it a day. How much does that cost when you think about adding all of that up together? That's why our donations today are really important.
Definitely. Yeah, and even $10 can fix like 1 rabies vaccine, and it would actually be 2 because all of the donations are being matched. And so you guys are here with QX104, and you come like every year?
Every single year, yeah. We spend a lot of time here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, as does our sister station from 94.3 The Drive. So we're here for today, hanging out. Now we'll probably hang out for a little bit, and then she's going to go puppy playtime because, as you can see, she has a ton of energy. So if I don't get her out walking through the day, she's like Spazmobile. But the most adorable Spazmobile you'll ever see. She's great. I love her.
Perfect. So we'll do a shout out to the sponsors. We have A&S Homes, and then we'll throw to Colin with a beautiful cat in the phone room. Oh, keep going.
Keep going. We can talk about lots more. If you're thinking about adopting, or you're not sure about adopting, whether it's going to be a dog or a cat, there's so many people here that you can talk to too about behavioral training as well. So like things like, you're not sure about how big your house is, what it can hold for a cat or a dog. Well, they'll talk to you about that stuff. Maybe you have a cat at home and you're not sure about adopting a dog. They can definitely help you out with that as well. I have a cat who hates everything. Like everybody.
Even Nala?
Even Nala. Yeah, not even a fan. But she actually goes... Nala actually rips out and leaves the cat alone. So they've adjusted to one another, right? And a lot of animals can do that. So she's good that way. She still is super interested in everything, including the cat. Yeah, watch out.
Yeah, they do that a lot here, right? They like are meticulous with who takes home what animal and just making sure that it's going to go to a good home.
Yeah, well, you think about how many, like we said, 4,000 adoptions in a year. You don't want those 4,000, any of those 4,000 animals having to come back and get adopted again, right? Yeah. So you're hoping that when they get that home, it is their forever home. My co-host, actually, Jess, she adopted a dog as well, and a senior dog. So you can adopt everything from puppies all the way up to older dogs, all the way up from cats. They have rodents, they have bunnies, they have everything here that they rescue so many of these animals. And I can't imagine what it would be like right now. I've never had a dog before, until I had Nala. And now that I have Nala, I can't imagine what would have happened if the Winnipeg Humane Society wouldn't have been here to save her. So I'm thankful for that, because now I got her and now she's got a life.
And a good one at that.
Yay!
Okay, so now we'll go to Colin in the phone room with a beautiful cat.
Yay!
Welcome back to the 1001 donations. I'd just like to quickly thank James, who made 2 separate donations of $100 in memory of Randy and Debbie. And then also Karen, who just donated $100. Thank you very much. I'm here with Anne and Adele and 2 cats. Can you tell me a little bit about the story behind these cats?
This one, her name is Anatomy, and she's 12 years old. And she came in with her sibling here, which Adele will tell you about. They're both beautiful cats. She's nice, long fur, very gentle, very sweet. And even though she's 12, she's got a lot of love to give somebody out there.
For sure. Why is it important to donate to adopt adult cats?
Well, adult cats, a lot of people like kittens. They want to come and adopt kittens. And we do get a lot of older cats, and they end up being here a little bit longer. So we want to let you know that our older cats are just as wonderful and sweet as the kittens, and they just want to be adopted too. So, and this is Moogie.
Moogie, and this is?
Anatomy.
And we're hoping to adopt them out to this same home.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, we'd like if they could both be adopted together, because they are litter mates, and so they've been together a long time. And they were surrendered to the Humane Society as together, and so they have spent a lot of time together. And so it would be just lovely if they could go to a home together.
Absolutely.
And they're free today because they're over 6 months of age, but for a minimum $5 donation, you get a cat, a lovely cat, and a swag bag too. So these 2 are, I like to call them pre-loved, but they definitely have a lot of love to give, don't they, Adele?
They're
Look at
darlings.
Their snuggles.
And I have to say an aside, hello to Catherine's mom and dad in Wales. They're watching this live from Wales. So hi, Catherine's mom and dad.
That's right, they're watching from Facebook Live. You can watch it anywhere in the world. We are matching the Paul Albrechtstein Foundation is matching all donations for this hour. So your donations are very much appreciated. So we're going to be going back to the lobby now. We're going to a story now where there will be a story on a nice foster story for you. So enjoy.
We started fostering in 2000. That was when we just became addicted to it. We usually take in puppies, a lot of little baby puppies, 4 and 5 weeks old. But once in a while we take in an adult. They kind of never leave. The adults are tougher to give up. Bruno had like a lot of injuries that he had to recover from. Sonny had allergies, and Achilles had a broken leg. So he came in with his own fractures, and he had to take it easy as well. But for the most part, if they're not puppies, they're usually dogs that require some kind of medical care. He chases his tail when he's excited. We thought he was going to be a little smaller. Relax. And when they brought him out of the clinic, he had a big cone on his head, and he's like, oh my God, he's huge. I don't think we would take him. But we took him anyways. My husband convinced us, give him a try. And he just turned out to be this big baby that was really fairly low maintenance. He's got a big head and a skinny body. But he's a good boy. He's a good boy. But you know what? We've never really had any problems. It's hard to see a lot of them leave, but they're going to a good place. And when you foster, they get adopted quicker. It's been quite the ride, and we actually have like a spreadsheet of all the dogs and their names, just because you forget. It's been a really long journey, but it's been a lot of fun, and when you tend to remember a lot of them, because some of them just had so many weird things going on, and so many weird traits. But there's not really nothing like it, if you love dogs. I mean, when I think 70 dogs, it's like, oh, it doesn't seem like it, unless I actually go through all of the photos that I have online and you go, yeah, we had like 70 dogs, and you wonder, whatever happened to him? It's fun that way, but you're ready for the next ones. It's a wonderful experience, If you love dogs, you will never get tired of fostering.
Donate in person today. Come down and say hello to our telethon crew, volunteers, and special guests between 11 and 5 p.m. We're at 45 Hearst Way, behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
Hi, my name's Ashley, and I'm an animal care attendant at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching our 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. Your donations help animals like Tintin here get the love and care they deserve to find their forever homes. Please donate by calling 204-927-1001 and help us reach our goal.
So when you think of a pet, a dog, you think a lovable companion, a best friend, somebody who shares the bed at night, but they also have a job to do. I am with Patrol Sergeant Sean Lowry, and we have Griffin here, who's part of the K9 unit. So can you tell me a little bit about your experience with Griffin and the early days? How does a dog become a K9 dog?
Well, the first thing we do is we look for a lot of traits in the dog. First thing is courage. We want them to be confident in their abilities. Second thing is trainability. And third thing is drive. As you can see, he's chewing on his ball right now. He has a high ball drive. Okay. And we use that tool to help us train in their training. So it's pretty cool.
That's great. So can you tell me a little bit about Griffin? What makes him so special? And he's your companion, right? He goes home with you at the end of your shift?
He does, yeah. He comes home with my family. He's integrated quite well. And he actually has a cat for a best friend as well, which is pretty neat. But 9 years ago when we first picked him, 8 years ago when we first picked him up, he was green. We didn't know anything about his background, so we just started working him. His obedience came along real nicely. We started training him in the 16-week K9 Handler program, which is about 4 months long. and he did really good. We just started him off with some tracking, and we progressed from there, and it was really good for us.
He is a great dog. As you can see, there's a slobbery little chew toy ball in his mouth right now. He's been playing with it the whole time we've been here. He shoots it out to Savannah, who's on camera over here, and then we roll it back like this. So can you tell me a little bit about the transition between working and then being at home with you and the home life for him?
The transition's been actually real smooth. He was great from the start. There's no, he's almost got an on-off switch, which is unusual for some police dogs. They're always on. But for him as an individual, he's changed. Like, he's just mellows out at home, plays really good with the kids, and comes to the cabin with us on the weekends, and it's been really good for us.
Is he ever scared of anything? Any fears?
He doesn't have anything that I'm aware of. We've done really good on the street. We've had 185 tracking arrests so far under his belt. So we've transitioned from work to play quite nicely on a day-to-day basis, and it's transitioned well in terms of his overall character. He works well. He gets along really good with the other officers that are on the street, and he's really good for us.
Have you ever had a dog before?
I have had a few dogs before, and he is by far my favorite.
Tell me about your relationship with him.
Well, he's almost like my best friend. He's in with me in the car for 10 hours a day. We spend a lot of time in the car. When we come home, he just lays on the couch and kind of chills out and relaxes, and it's been really good for us.
Oh, that's great. So you got to remember, guys, not all dogs, well, they all have, they all sit in the couch, they're your best friend, but they also have work to do, just like Griffin here. Hey. Oh, can I have the ball? Thank you so much. So we're going to talk about our phone sponsor right now. It is Pet Plan in Pet Insurance. And our next story is with Noelle, and she's talking about Sheba. Sheba is a black dog, and it's often uncommon for dogs to be adopted really quickly, black dogs to be adopted really quickly. Sometimes they have aggression. There's fear of aggression, a fear of, oh, hello there, a fear of, they're too big, many things like that. So we're going to throw to Noelle right now about the Black Dog Club the Humane Society runs.
Hi guys, we're here in the lobby. We're here in the lobby here with Margaret, and we are here with Sheba. Hi, Sheba. Hi. So how are you guys doing? Thanks for coming down to 1001 Donations today. So I guess you had Sheba for about 6 years now, right?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, okay. And so what does a typical day look like for you guys? You were just talking about this, but you say you have breakfast. He has breakfast with the cats, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody has to have their own little treat for breakfast.
Yeah.
Her favorite cat is the male cat, and he shares breakfast with Sheba. He'll take a kibble or two out of Sheba's dish. And then Mom gets to eat, and then after we rest for a while, then we go out for our morning walk, and that takes us about half an hour.
Yeah. And Sheba's quite active. She's a lab Rottweiler mix, right?
Right. She's very active.
As you can see here, yeah.
Very active.
You said you go on about like 3 walks a day, you said?
Oh, yeah. Our morning walk is usually the longest one. We live in Sage Creek, and there's lots of nice trails out there to walk and that, so we can go, and there's areas where I can not so much let her off leash, but just let the leash go, and I can supervise her.
Yeah, and kind of let her play around.
Yeah.
So you come back home and maybe have lunch, and then you go for another walk.
Well, it's like depends if you're working that day or not. Depends on what time. I like to keep her walking later in the day because I like to walk her in the morning, and then in the afternoon about 4 o'clock, and then in the evening about 8:30. Okay. So then she'll settle in for bed.
Yeah, time to go to bed and everything. And so Sheba, you've had her for about 6 years, you said. And you've had dogs for a while, right?
Yes. I had another dog before her, but she got sick. So
yeah. Now you have Sheba to replace.
I have Sheba as a replacement. It took me a few years to give in and get another dog, but I'm so glad we've got Sheba.
Has Sheba brought a lot to your life?
Oh, yes. Well, the routine, yes. When you have a dog and you have to walk her, whether you like it or not, she has to go out.
I mean, how often do you have to take her to the vet and everything?
Well, we were just there at the end of January. She was really, really sick. She had pancreatitis, but they got her. She had to stay overnight in the hospital. But they did their work, and they did a great job with her. We go to South Glen Veterinary Hospital in St. Anne's, so
Yeah, and today all of our donations are actually being matched. So $25, that's being matched to help. So that's helps pay for animal food for, I guess, a big dog like Shiva here.
Yeah.
And I guess this is pretty obvious, but Shiva is a black dog. And like black dogs, there's a superstition, kind of like black cats. Like they don't get donated as often as, or I guess not donated, adopted as often as like say like a white dog or like a dog with like mixed coat. But there's a program here at the Humane Society that there's a black dog club that you guys participate in every month.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we enjoy going on those black dog walks. It's nice to go with other people, not just to go by yourself.
And how many people are in the black dog club?
It just depends, I think, on the weather. You know, different times you go, there's different amounts. But I'd say, you know, about a dozen people come out to a walk, you know. So it's
I guess it just kind of depends on the weather. Awesome. And we would also like to thank our phone sponsor, Pet Plan Pet Insurance. So right now we're going to throw to Sam in the phone room who is with Buster.
Hi, thanks for watching, everyone. The 1001 donations. I'm here with Catherine, Cindy, and Buster, who I would love to pet right now, but I can't because he's pretty excited. That's actually why we have these white sheets set up. We've got a big telethon going on, so gotta keep him as calm as possible. Buster is up for adoption today at a special rate for only $80. He's 3 years old, and I'm going to get Catherine to tell us a little bit.
Sure, sorry, Buster found my treats there. So Buster here, he is a wonderful dog. He's very boisterous Buster. He has been in our care for quite some time. He is 3 years old, and he is actually $80 to adopt. Now, he has been one of our behavior care dogs in the shelter, and he does get quite overwhelmed in the shelter environment. His hyperactivity is a cause of stress, is a sign of stress for him, and so when he's out of the shelter, he goes to Cindy's house quite often and is quite relaxed. It's just the shelter environment is just too much for this guy. So a couple of things about this guy. He does suffer with chronic ear problems, so anybody that adopts this guy should be prepared to do ear medication for him once a week for the rest of his life. I don't know if you guys can see on the camera there, but he has the most adorable little ears. I don't know if you guys can see, but yeah, he's quite the favorite amongst the staff here.
And what are some of Buster's favorite things?
Oh, he just loves to go. This guy has just got lots of energy. He loves to go for car rides, and he loves to chew on bones. He loves to go to Cindy's house. That's for sure.
And you mentioned before he likes belly rubs, snow, and stuffed animal.
Stuffies. I think, you know what, if you filled a room full of stuffies for this guy, he will be in heaven. That's for sure. Yeah, he's a sweet guy. Very nice.
And Cindy, how often do you get to see Buster?
Oh, I see him every day, but I take him out for outings maybe twice a week. Yeah.
And do you just go for walks together?
At Assiniboine Park, and he comes over to our house and plays in the backyard, and I take him in the house.
We have a lot of very dedicated fosters, and some of our dogs, as I mentioned before, they struggle in the shelter environment. So we have these fosters, wonderful people that come in every day to ensure the mental well-being of these dogs and cats, just to ensure that they are getting what they need. Because you know what? Sometimes we need a break. And these guys, as you can see, Buster really likes Cindy. Buster has been going home with Cindy to various places, to Assiniboine Park, so that he receives the care, love, and attention that he deserves.
And how long has Buster been at the shelter for?
You know what? That's a good question. I think close to 6 months, quite some time, long enough to be a staff favorite, of course. And the longer they're here, the more difficult it is for them. You know, because it's not as much as we provide the love, the care, the food, the water, the entertainment. It is not like home. It's no creature comforts. There's no couches to lay on. So this guy, if you're looking for a fun, energetic guy who loves stuffed toys, this guy really, really, really needs a home.
And do you think it might be a possibility for Buster to find a home today? Maybe he'll get adopted through the telethon?
Oh, I hope so. But the other thing we're looking at is, you know, Buster really loves his toys. And your donations will go to things like stuffed toys for Buster. Buster's dream, if he cannot get a home today, would be a adoption room full of toys. So your donations, they're matched dollar for dollar here today at the Humane Society. And you'll be able to provide stuffed toys for our cutie here.
And I just wanted to thank our corporate compassion sponsor, Rieger's Printing. And now we're going to go to Hannah, who's in the lobby with Becky, who works here at the Humane Society.
Story of my life.
All
right. Thanks, Sam. We are back, and I am here with Patty Douglas. He's one of our amazing foster parents for the Winnipeg Humane Society. But before we get started talking to Patty here, we've just got to shout out some awesome donations that we're getting. You guys have been just amazing at supporting our initiative right now. We have Denise, who just donated $54. That was in memory of her friend who has recently passed away. So thank you, Denise, for that amazing contribution. Glenn has donated $250. That's incredibly generous. Thank you so much, Glenn. And Marjorie has donated $75 in memory of her 7 cats, which I'm sure also came from the Humane Society. So that's just amazing donations. Please keep them coming. We are waiting here. We're going to be here all day. But Patty, please tell us a little bit about how you got involved with fostering at the Humane Society here.
Well, I went to Afghanistan in 2011, and my wife and daughters decided that that would be something to fill the time while I was gone, is foster cats and 1 dog. It didn't work out so well.
No. So do you have any foster fails? Like, you have any pets?
No, we've never had a foster fail. There's a few that shed a tear or two when I brought them back, but by and large, the grown cats they're hard to give back. The kittens, by the time they're ready for adoption, I'm ready to let them go because they're crazy.
Certainly. So tell us a little bit more about just the process of becoming a foster. Like, what does that look like if somebody wants to get involved and is maybe can't afford to donate today, but is interested in getting involved in the Humane Society a different way?
Well, it's really just a donation of time. So we come here. They actually send out a list every Friday of fosters they have available, and if we haven't had one for a while, we'll look through the list, and you got to call quick though, because they go quick.
No doubt. So that means it's not really much of a commitment. Like, how long do you usually have a foster for?
Depends. It's usually to allow the cat time to be adoptable. So kittens, it's until they're big enough to be spayed. Full-grown cats, it's whatever their affliction is. It's until that's done with. The one we have now, she's got a skin condition, so we've had her for about 4 weeks, and we got her for another week and a half. So. Until she's able to take off the collar, because they don't look too good, I guess, when adoptions with the big.
Yeah. So a little bit like Queen Elizabeth. So that's fantastic. So would you recommend? Like, has it been a positive experience overall?
Oh my gosh, yes. We've had so much fun. My wife and I were trying to figure out last night how many animals we'd had over the last 6-7 years. And we figure we've fostered probably around 60, 70 cats in that time. And there's ones that come and go, but there's ones that stick out and you remember forever. They're just so much fun.
Could you do you have like a specific animal that really sticks out in your mind? That was like a really rewarding foster experience?
Yeah, we had 4 kittens that the people here at the Humane Society had named after the characters from Grey's Anatomy.
Oh, really?
So. The one little kitten, George started staggering, and he was walking into stuff. So it was a Saturday, so we panicked and we went to the emergency vet on Pembina Highway, and they said, "Oh, George isn't going to make it. And so they told us that they had to put him down. So I said, "Oh, okay." So I came back, told my kids, George's not going to be around, and then they phoned from here and said, "We got George. Are you coming to pick him up?"
All right, well, and animals like George, I don't know if you know this, but just to care for a cat for just one day, it costs about $20 to keep an animal like George here and in care. And I just want to throw a great shout out to our media sponsor. We have QX 104 here, just keeping it real. Over in the corner of the lobby, we've got 94.3 The Drive here, and the great hosts that have come out to support. And thank you so much to Shaw TV for helping us out with airing this. We're going to be rolling right away to Musia, which is a frostbitten kitty. We're going to want to hear, and after that, we're also going to see a little bit about Rosie, who is a cat who's been in the Humane Society for some time. We're going to be looking at them right away.
So this is Hemi. Hemi is just one of several cats that have come into us this winter with frostbite damage. Frostbite damage is a really common problem that we see here in Winnipeg and all across Manitoba. So it's a recurring problem for the Humane Society every single winter. What we see in our pets is it's usually just confined to the extremities. So the ears, the tail, we can see that she's already lost one of her ear tips here. Her entire tail was affected, So all of her tail ended up dying because of the cold damage. So she did have to have a big surgery to have that entire tail removed. So now she's got a really cute little stump. In this really cold weather, when we can't be outside without all of our winter gear on, and even then we can only be out for a short period of time, these guys can't be out in that weather either. So it's a very common thing that we see this time of year. This is a good example of, you know, how at different times of year we have different needs and, you know, different requirements for our care. And so certainly any amount that anybody can donate, you know, even the smallest amount can provide pain medication for one of these cats. She's going to be a really cute little cat for somebody when she's all ready to go.
Watch the telethon live on your phone or computer. We're streaming on the Winnipeg Humane Society's Facebook page and on winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
This is Rosie. She's actually a lab mix. She's about 3 years, 3 months old. She's been with us since the end of November of 2016. And she was actually surrendered by her former owners when they moved to a different location that wasn't pet friendly. So Rosie had a very difficult time sort of initially adjusting when she came in. She was pretty reactive to almost everything. Like, we put her in a holding kennel in the back, and anytime somebody would come close, she would start, you know, barking and displaying quite frantic behavior. And I mean, it seems that she probably wasn't very well socialized even when she was in a home, so she wasn't used to meeting new people, and everybody knew that came up to the kennel got the, you know, ruff, 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 ruff. So we started out by actually just tossing treats into the kennel as we'd go by, you know, just to get her used to the notion that, you know, people can be bearers of good things, and it can mean good things if somebody approaches the kennel. So it's sort of a progression of small, slow steps, and that really works with her. She's going to probably always need a slow introduction to new people being in her life. But, you know, once a potential owner understands that, that's something that they can work on and build on. But yes, you know, it takes her a while to get used to people. I mean, once she knows somebody, she's very good. I can take her outside and she'll be very playful, and I mean, she's good with allowing me to pet her. But, you know, as you can see, even in this situation, it's a new person holding a camera, and I'm sure you don't know what a camera is, no. So she is displaying some signs of being a little bit anxious and stressed right now. So, you know, that's something that we've been working on with her here at the shelter during the time that she's been here. And again, we've certainly seen progress in her case. But, you know, she again is going to need an owner who's sort of patient, understanding of her issues. Good girl. Good girl. Come here, Rosie. Sit. Good girl. Yeah, you're such a good girl. Hey, watch me. Good girl. Hey. Yes. Come on. There you go. Find it. Rosie, come on. Come. Okay. Can you do a sit, Rosie? Come on. Oh, who's that? Sit. Good girl. Hey, can you do a shake ball? Oh, yes, you can. What a good girl. You're such a smart girl.
It's easy to donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society's 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax. Call right now, 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001. All donations matched.
Hi, I'm back with Patrol Sergeant Sean Lowry and Griffin over here, and we're going to do a little bit of demonstration. Can you tell me more about that?
Yes, Griffin's secondary discipline is narcotics. So what we did back 8 years ago is we introduced an odor to him. In our case, it was marijuana. His favorite toy is this. It's a bite bar. What we did is we just split it open, put the marijuana inside, closed it up, and we played some tug of war for a little while with it. He began to associate odor with his favorite toy. Then what we did is we hid this in some of the drug boxes back here. And when he located that odor, we told him to sit, and once he sat, he'd get his reward. So I'd like to demonstrate how we did that today.
Let's watch. Let's give it a whirl. Oh, look at that. Well, good job to Griffin. Oh, he's pretty excited about that, hey?
Yes.
Aw. So that's usually when they find a scent, Griffin will sit like that?
Yep. So we can transition that to any narcotic that we want. We can also do that with our explosive dogs. There's transitioning now into the civilian world. There's bed bug finding dogs, and you can use them to almost anything that you want. I even heard that there's using them for cancer research and locating cancer on human beings. So it's pretty cool how we can use our dog senses to find that kind of stuff.
Griffin, the talented dog. And also, I want to tell our viewers that Hemi the cat with the frostbitten ears that you saw earlier live in the program has been adopted today, and the owners have changed the name. So your donations are helping today. And now we even see Griffin over here, who is a work dog, but even the cats and dogs here at the Humane Society need your donations. We're going to throw it to Will for the next story.
All right, thanks, Catherine. I'm here with Becky and Martin, and we're here talking about the gift shop at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Now, Becky, why is the gift shop here so important?
It's very important because all the proceeds that come in from the purchases at the gift shop, they go back into the care for the animals. So all the food, all the care, all the treatments, vet bills, everything, that money all goes back into the animals.
That's fantastic. And it's great to have the gift store here for people that are adopting an animal and maybe their first time adopters, so they may not know all the ins and outs. So how do your staff help people out when they come here and they got a pet and they're looking for supplies for a pet?
Right. So the adoption counselors as well as the gift shop staff, they know what you need when you go home with an animal. So whether it's a cat or a dog, puppy, whatever the case may be. We have all kinds of products. The staff are very knowledgeable about those products. They can give you some good advice. They can help you size the right leashes and harnesses for the dogs. They can get you right the kennel for the cat, et cetera, et cetera. So they're very, very knowledgeable on the products.
So for a dog like Martin here, what would be something that people would need that maybe they wouldn't think of that the gift shop staff could help them?
Well, we have harnesses. They're easy walk harnesses. They're perfect for dogs. Martin, he's a little easier to walk, so he wouldn't necessarily need one. But if you've got a dog that maybe pulls quite a bit or jumps a lot, they're really good to help with walking. So we have all various sizes on that as well. So the staff can help them out, get them the right size for the dog.
Awesome. Yeah. And just to remind everyone out there, the great thing about getting something from the Winnipeg Humane Society gift shop is that all the proceeds go right back to the Humane Society. So when you get something for your animal here, it's helping care for the animals that are here. So your $45, when you spend it here, it can go to a dental scale and polish for another animal. We'd just like to thank the food providers right now, Domino's Pizza, Superstore Kennison, and Tim Hortons Waverly for keeping us all fed and keeping the behind-the-scenes staff ready to go. And right now we're going to throw to a story about Octavian and how dental work helped save him. Thanks, Becky.
Thank you.
All right, so Octavian's going to have some of his teeth removed today that are bugging him. So first we're going to do a nerve block, just very similar to what human dentists do. Octavian originally had all of his incisors taken out because he had really severe stomatitis, so inflammation of the gums. So it's a lot. It's a lot of work for us. It's a lot of surgical time. Fun thing about using the nerve blocks is that he's not feeling anything. So it's hard for me to know exactly where his anesthetic depth is. And so I've been turning him down and he's just swallowing right now, but not reacting to anything that's happening in his mouth because he can't feel it. So what he needs is not to be in pain anymore. And this will accomplish that. You need to be healthy and happy and pain-free. And so that is what we always try to make sure that we address those issues. And that's it. He did it.
Watch the telethon live on your phone or computer. We're streaming on the Winnipeg Humane Society's Facebook page and on winnipeghumane.ca.
Hi, my name is Alessandra and I work at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching the 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. Your donations help animals like Charlie get the love and care to find their forever homes. Please donate now by calling 204-927-1001 and donate now.
Who's throwing to me? Hey, we're out here in the Humane Society's lobby. I'm joined here by Michelle, her 2 daughters, and their dog, Molly. Michelle, you adopted and fostered Molly here from the Humane Society, but she was in pretty rough shape when she got here. Can you just tell us a little bit about her condition when you first met her?
Yeah, she was brought into the Humane Society at approximately 3 weeks of age, and she had a skull fracture. She was having seizures, and she was doing quite poorly, actually. They weren't even sure if she was going to make it at all.
And so for others out there watching who are thinking about maybe fostering an animal from the Humane Society, but maybe they're a little bit hesitant, what advice would you give them?
I would suggest that you take a chance and just foster. I mean, we fostered Molly at 6 weeks old. We brought her home, and she was just 2 handfuls small, and we worked with her with the other dogs we have, and we taught her how to, be a dog and play, and we cuddled her, and actually we fell in love with her so much that we ended up being foster fails and we adopted her, and it's been awesome ever since.
And how has she been at home with your family? Is she more of an energetic dog, or is she more of an introverted type?
No, she's super energetic. We also foster for another organization, and we have a paralyzed dog, and that's her buddy, and they play all the time, and I think he's trying to teach her a little bit more how to puppy. We have 2 other dogs and the cats, and she's learning how to... They thought she would be blind at first, but as it turns out, she can see, and so she gets herself into some trouble. But when my husband will come home from work or things like that, like she goes running to the door with all the other dogs, she's learned how a few commands. We suspect, even though she can't see, she may have some intellectual difficulties. So we're working with that. But overall, she's a very happy dog.
Well, you know what? Why don't we bring your husband in here just briefly. Sir, what has Molly been like for you?
Oh, a handful, but...
Yeah, that's
a lot of work?
Yeah. But all puppies are a lot of work, but they're worthwhile.
Yeah.
Well, obviously the day is all about donations here at the Humane Society. You can text 41010, or you can come down and donate in person. Text RESCUE, that's all caps, RESCUE. Why are donations so important, Michelle?
Well, if it wasn't for donations and we didn't have the facilities here, Molly would have been euthanized as 3 weeks, and our family would really be missing out on an important part of somebody that we have, and now she's part of our family, and she was given a chance because they gave away, because of the people who donate, and she now was rescued, and she has a wonderful life, and without it she probably would have been euthanized at 3 weeks.
Well, we encourage you all to donate. We want to thank a couple of donors, Jean Britton and Ransom Slack, for their matching gift donors. We're going to throw right now to John, who's standing by with Jackson. He came down today and is donating money from his piggy bank. Let's go to John now.
Donations presented by Liberty Tax Service. I'm joined right now by a few of our donors, Jean Britton and Ransom Slack, and their grandson Jackson, who last year donated his birthday money to the Winnipeg Humane Society. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Good, excellent. And so last year, Jackson, you decided to donate your birthday money. What was behind that decision? Why did you choose to do that?
Well, I like the Humane Society because I like dogs and they kind of help dogs, so I guess that's why.
Yeah, I like dogs too. Dogs are pretty awesome. And do you think that you're like wanting to do any kind of work with animals when you grow up?
No, not really. I guess.
And that donation that you made last year, when you think about helping dogs and presenting your money to help dogs, like what does that mean to you?
Well, I like the dogs because they're an ancestor of the wolf, and that's my favorite animal. But I guess I'm not really sure why. I mean.
And how old are you again, Jackson?
10.
10 10 years old. And he made a donation of his birthday money that year. And so, like I said, we're here with Gene and Ransom, his grandparents, and you guys are longtime donors of the Winnipeg Humane Society, right?
Many, many years, yes.
Great. And how did you guys first get involved with the Winnipeg Humane Society?
Actually, don't remember. We've been giving like small donations for years, decades even. And then about 4 or 5 years ago, we started to give more substantial donations because we support the work of the Humane Society.
Great. And those donations today, for this hour, Gene and Ransom are matching your donations at home. So when you text RESCUE to 410-410, your donation is going to be matched by Gene and Ransom today. So make sure you guys are sending in those donations and find it, to help out the animals here, because they do need your donations as well. And you were telling me a story earlier about a cat you came across, Ransom. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Well, yes, the cat we currently have living with us ran up to us in the park in the middle of January when we were just out for a walk and jumped into Jean's arms and said, "Take me home." So we did. We checked with the Humane Society. We notified the Humane Society just in case she had run away from home and somebody was looking for her. But it turned out clearly she was abandoned. So many of all animals we've gotten have been rescue cases. Just so happens they got to us before they got to the Humane Society. But, the Humane Society does just the kind of work we'd like to see done.
And what did you guys think when Jackson told you he wanted to donate his birthday money last year?
Really pleased. Yeah.
Fantastic.
All right, so thanks again for watching 1001 Donations Telethon. We need those donations to support these animals. And thanks again to Gene and Ransom, who will be matching your donations today. So make sure you're sending those in, because $10 is actually $20 and so on. So make sure you guys are sending in those donations. And thanks again to Liberty Tax Service. And we are going to now go to a story about Critter Corner, actually. So you guys might think that Humane Society is all about cats and dogs, but they actually do have a number of critters on site too. So we're going to check out the critters at Critter Corner.
Hopefully Nigel will come over and show his face, but he's being a little camera shy right now. And usually Critter Corner is fairly full. Normally it's just rabbits and birds. Mice as well, or rodents as we call them, hamsters. Those are your popular ones. We have dagoos right now and chinchillas. I don't think a lot of people know how many critters we actually have here available at the shelter. Some are strays. Rabbits typically are strays. They're found on the street and we bring them in. Typically it's people surrendering them, unable to care for, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. People move to new addresses and they can no longer have pets in that house. That's good. We just bring them to us and we'll find them good homes.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society, produced and hosted by the Creative Communication students from Red River College.
Hey, buddy. Come here. Want to lay down?
Yes. He basically never stops trying to play and headbutt, and he's just so full of love. He's just such a wonderful, wonderful cat. All we know about Octavian is that he was a stray when he came in, so anything could have happened at some time in the past with him. But what we did notice right off the bat is that he was walking funny on a back leg. And you could see visibly that it was abnormal. So knew that he had had an old fracture that had happened at some point while he was out on the streets. And as well, that had involved his tail. So it was really, really high up, just behind the pelvis where the tail was broken. So he actually couldn't use his tail at all. It was just hanging limp. And so the amount of pain that he would have been in, but yet he still had to get around and get food and survive and live, which he managed to do, even though he would have been in that horrible pain. And then for him to still have such an affectionate and lively demeanor and be such a cool cat. Like anybody who meets him, he just strikes them right away by how friendly he is, how much he just needs and wants to be with people. So, it really doesn't slow them down that much when they have a leg amputation. And the good thing now is that he doesn't have the remnants of those broken bones causing him pain. He doesn't feel it. It's just cutting the stitches, but he wants to be busy. He doesn't want to lay still, so. His hind end is going to look a little bit more unique compared to even cats that have had a leg amputation, because he also lost his tail and he's lost it up really high, so he doesn't even have a stump. So I think he's going to look quite cute when the hair grows back. It's kind of hard to picture what he might look like because his bum is still shaved after having the surgery. But certainly, you know, he's going to have a nice round little back end there. So I think a lot of people are going to find that pretty cute, kind of like a little bobcat. There you go.
All done. All done. You mad? You mad?
Go to winnipeghumane.ca to donate to the 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax. And check out behind-the-scenes stories and videos while you're there.
Hi, so we're here with Scott, Mary Beth, and Daniel, and Sophie. So you guys just got Sophie last June, right? And she's 6 years old. So can you guys tell me a little bit about what Sophie brings to your life?
Just pure joy. Like we are exercising more as a family. Daniel's learning a lot about responsibility and helping us care for an animal. And yeah, we love her. She's amazing.
So Daniel, you said that you and Sophie are pretty close, right? Why do you like Sophie so much?
Because I love her so much.
You love her so much? Do you guys play together a lot?
Not every time.
Not every time. So you guys are monthly donors to the Winnipeg Humane Society. So why is that so important to you to keep the donations flowing?
Yeah, we made that decision as a family. We like to talk about where we're going to give our donations together, and this is a place that has just benefited us personally, and we know the impact it has in our community, and it was just the logical choice. It's been in our community for almost 125 years and keeps care of so many animals, and we're just, we're thrilled that they're here, and we are thrilled to do our part.
And Daniel, you were telling me that the Winnipeg Humane Society, they actually came to your kindergarten class, didn't they?
Yeah.
So what did they do there? What did they bring?
They bring guinea pigs.
Guinea pigs. And was that fun for you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell me a little bit more about Sophie?
Well, Sophie likes to dig.
She likes to dig?
Yeah.
In the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she likes to play.
To play?
And we love so much that she loves us so much. So we like her.
You like her a lot? So what was the adoption process like for you guys? How was it taking her home that first day?
Well, to be honest, my plan was to get a dog when Daniel was 10. So when we came to Humane Society, I was a bit of a skeptic, but they've got the adoption process down to a science, so they really match up families with the appropriate dog. So we looked at a couple of other dogs, and they weren't necessarily the right match with our family. So we sat down with the Humane Society people, and they've got their database, and they matched us up with Sophie. So it was really perfect, and we have a little 5-year-old who likes to climb on top of her and hug her and then give her the python, which is one of the things he likes to do, and she's just so gentle and kind. So they did a really great job. There's a behavior science behind what they do here.
In the backyard, we play a game called Catch the Leash.
And how does that go?
I'm the leash, and I just pull it around on my play structure. I'm on it, and she can't get it and I go down, and she chases around.
That's awesome. Well, it seems like she's such a good fit for your family. You guys are getting along so well. And we just want to thank all the donors here. A $10 donation goes to 1 rabies vaccine, and that'll actually be doubled because all the 7 donors today are matching the donation. So $10 for 1 vaccine. Today, that'll actually be 2 vaccines. And we want to thank our matching gift donors. We got a little bit of a excited puppy here. Our matching gift donors are Jean Britton and Ransom Slack, and thank you so much, you guys. So we're going to throw it to Alicia in the phone room right now. She's going to talk to some of the volunteers who are manning the phones. So pick up the phone and donate. All the donations are matched. Thanks.
Hi there, I'm Alicia, and we are in the phone room where
These wonderful volunteers are taking phone calls, so hopefully by the end of this, they will all be talking on the phone, getting donations to try and reach our goal of $40,000. Just a reminder that today all donations are matched. The number that you should call is 204-927-1001. And this is Allison. And how long have you been volunteering with the Humane Society?
About 6 years.
And any really memorable calls?
No, not really. Sorry.
No, that's okay. And all of the volunteers here have been volunteering for a number of years, actually. We have Karen over here. How long have you been volunteering for?
For just 2 years, just about.
Okay, that's great. All volunteers, the better. I'd also really like to thank Diana, who donated $10 via text, Angela, who donated $100 or $200 online, Terrence donated $25 online, Lisa donated $500 online, Lori donated $25 online, Eva donated $25 from PayPal. So it's really easy to donate. And just a reminder again, all of these donations are being matched. And Krista, you said you've been volunteering here for a number of years. How long?
I'm at 4 years now.
Okay. And you're just saying you have a few like interesting phone calls once in a while?
Yes, I've had a couple of phone calls where it's in memory of a pet that's been recently lost, and they started crying, I started crying, it's wonderful.
Crying in a good way. And over here. Oh, good, phones are ringing. Okay, let's get more phones ringing. How long have you been volunteering?
I've been volunteering for 5 years now.
Okay, and do you have any really memorable phone calls?
Not necessarily phone calls, I guess experiences though. Certainly being here with the animals, people that it helps the animals that are in need of help, that are lost, that need new homes. And when they come in, they're so full of love and so full of wanting to be with someone that when you're here, you have an opportunity to share that with them. And those are sort of the memories that stay with me.
That's awesome. And thank you so much for volunteering. And over here.
Hi,
You've been volunteering.
Hi, I'm Dennis, and I've been volunteering with 1001 Donations. I think this is my 5th year, and I think I'm into my 9th year as a WHS volunteer in general.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm just going to go on this side so we can see you. That makes a little more sense. So 9 years. And do you have any pets from the Humane Society?
We do. We have 2 cats currently, and I think we have had a total of 6 cats.
Oh my God.
WHS there.
That's awesome. All right, well, thanks again, volunteers. Please remember to call, and I would really like to thank our lunch sponsors. I am full from the pizza from Domino's. We also have Superstore Kenniston and Tim Hortons on Waverly that have donated lunch for all of the volunteers here today. Oh, great, we have an updated number for our donations. Reminder, our goal is $40,000, and that's going to be matched. But right now,
$25,000. $25,000.
Oh, sorry. That's awesome. So actually $50,000 today. And right now we're going to go to see Buddy, who is a dog that needs to be donated. He's here at the shelter today. We would have loved to have him on, but he gets a little bit stressed out with so many people around. It's a really exciting day here today. So here's Buddy and a cat cuddler story.
Good boy. She's just going to film you. Yeah. Okay. You're a good boy. He's actually a dog that needs a really special owner. Good boy, Buddy. Good boy. Yeah. Hey, you're doing really good. I mean, you could take him on a walk and you'd be walking for half an hour and you wouldn't really see him settling very much. As you can see now, I mean, I basically brought him in here. I asked him to lie on his mat and he's been happily chewing his bone the whole time. So this is relaxing for him. He's also, we found out he's super, super affectionate. But of course, before, because of some of the potential mouthing behavior, he wasn't getting handled a lot. Now we work with him on handling issues, so I mean, he loves being petted, and it's so rewarding. I mean, 6 months ago, I don't think we could be doing this, you know, like your camera would already be in his mouth and he'd be jumping, and he's just he's a changed dog. And I guess the great thing is, when we're doing this, we really, I guess some of the, the positive things that come out of this is to sort of realize that so many of these dogs have potential that hasn't been accessed because their previous owners haven't done the work with them, or they were strays, or they were abused. So it's just so nice to see that the dogs that we work with, they have this potential that's just waiting to be released.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society, produced and hosted by the Creative Communication students from Red River College.
Basically, I interact with the cats, I spend time with them. That basically involves just interacting with them, petting them, talking to them. I talk to them all the time. I sing to them, just basically holding them. And many times you can't do that, so it even just involves giving them many hugs and kisses. And they certainly respond back by putting their paws around me. That's their hugs, and I definitely get sandpaper kisses. It's awesome. I had one person say, "Is she okay?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, she's just with the cats," because I was on the floor, sprawled out with them. Like I said, I can't take all the credit because there's a lot of other volunteers, and we're all here. Our goal is to be here for the animals. But really, we're all doing the same thing. And, sometimes you have good luck. Yeah, you're either in my arms. Are you going to stay in my arms? Most of the time, it's more good than bad. But I do have times where it's like, leave me alone. I don't want to be petted. They're just kind of in a mood. But most of the time, they're really, really good. And what that means is that when I'm interacting, like for example, I'll just open this one where Socks is, okay? Again, they're wonderful cats. But the thing is, the cats in the cages, they can be very freaked out by just even another cat. But it doesn't mean that they're not a great pet. So many times I have to open the cage and just interact with them and pet them like this. When we were younger, my mom let us have a cat, but then my mom got upset, I guess, because there were too many plants knocked over, so we were forced to give it to the Humane Society. And let's just say I still have horrid memories of that. They want to help the volunteers be happy. They want things to work out for everyone, so they really try their best to put you where you want to be. But I know for me, I had to actually write down 3 choices. And so what I had was cat cuddling, a cat cuddler, and cat care assistant, where basically I guess I would have helped more with the cleaning. And then I also put rabbit wrangler, which means you're with the rabbits. I don't have children of my own, and so to me they're like my kids. They're my babies. I love them very much, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I have here. And they just provide so much unconditional love, and we can learn so much from them. And I just feel that we really need to be their voice, and we need to protect and love them.
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Welcome back to the Winnipeg Humane Society Telethon. Welcome back to the Winnipeg Humane Society Telethon. I'm here with Lisa Whitehouse. She's a local artist who paints animals, so people's pets, with watercolors. Lisa, why do you focus on people's pets in your art?
I've always had a passion for animals, and pet owners are extremely passionate about their pets, so they provide a good opportunity for me.
And when you're painting these dogs and these cats, why do you like it as opposed to painting some other subjects?
You know what, I do love all subjects, but I have to say there's a special place in my heart for dogs just because they have so much personality, and I find the colors I use really bring out that personality in people's animals.
So talk a bit about the colors that you just mentioned and this dog in particular. How did you use these colors to bring out this dog's personality?
So I don't really believe in using any colors that actually show up in a dog, anything natural. I believe in bright colors. So this is a golden retriever I painted here. He has a bright, fun, energetic personality. So I tried to use colors that were bright and fun like him. And I love when the dogs are smiling in the photo like this guy here. I feel like the photo has a lot of energy. It's different than just hanging a photo on your wall. It's a little bit more, I guess, artistic and interesting.
and you interact with a lot of rescue parents through your work. Can you just describe to me the profile or the characteristics that these rescue parents have?
I do. Rescue parents often have more than one dog. I find it's a very addictive thing, rescuing a pet. Once you fall in love with one, it's hard not to have more than one. So they provide a lot of business for me, which is I'm very grateful for. And they love to pass the word on to their other friends because I find the rescue community is very tight-knit. They really know each other and connect a lot at dog parks and that sort of thing.
Wonderful. And then can you just tell me a bit about how you got started in this business, in the pet painting business in the first place?
Well, I think it led out, I've had a career with animals beforehand. I used to be a dog groomer, as well as a career in marketing. And when I decided to stay home and raise my kids, painting just felt like a natural thing for me.
Awesome. Well, this is beautiful, and thank you so much for joining us today. I just want to take a second to acknowledge A&S Homes. They're our donations tracker sponsor. We're going to throw it back to the phone room with Lexi. She's with Jasper the dog and his owner, Terry. Terry just donated $200, and remember, all the donations are doubled. So that $200 is actually $400. So if you want to donate, you can text RESCUE in all caps to 41010, and your donation will be doubled. So it's actually really, really helpful for the Winnipeg Humane Society. It costs $50 for one cat spay or neuter, and they do so many of those here. So if you can even donate $25, that will be doubled to $50 and help one cat be spayed or neutered.
Thanks, Steph. So I'm here with Terry and Jasper. Terry came in today to donate around $200, and just a reminder that every donation is matched, so he actually donated around $400. So you say you come here every year?
Yeah, come here every year.
And so you didn't get Jasper from here, but you said that you rescued him yourself. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Basically, he was just he was up for adoption, and I guess the person who was going to go purchase him kind of canceled at the last minute. So.
Okay. And so Jasper is about 10.
Yeah.
And you first got him when he was about 8 weeks. Yep. And could you just tell us what that brought to your life and everything?
The previous dog I got was from the Humane Society, so that's why I come down here every year. But bringing him into the house as a puppy, it was just kind of, it made the house a home.
Yeah.
And just getting to watch him, grow up from something about this big to this has been a pretty rewarding experience.
So what's the difference between having like a 8-week-old puppy to a 10-year-old almost senior dog?
It's actually a lot different. I mean, the previous dog we rescued was 2.5, so he was, a fully developed dog. You knew what you were getting. You get a puppy, and you never know what you're going to get. He's typically a little more relaxed than this. Stop it. So as you can see, it's challenging. Always high energy. Needed a lot more energy when he was a puppy. He's starting to, believe it or not, calm down now that he's older. Just like that.
So you say you come here every year. Just how important is the Winnipeg Humane Society to you?
It's very important, and especially because he was a kind of a private adoption, I find it even more important to support the Humane Society.
Okay, so it costs about $30 a day to take care of a dog in the Humane Society, so it's very important to donate. And we'll shout out to Corporate Compassion sponsor who's sponsoring today. Could you just tell us a little bit about more about what Jasper has brought to your life?
Sure. I mean, again, it's nice to have him there when I get home from work, and he keeps me company, keeps me motivated to get out and exercise and walk. So I mean, that's a big part of my life with him now. Yeah, it's been great having him around. It's had lots of opportunity to take him, different training classes, and we do a lot of camping in the summertime. So it's just a really good opportunity to get out there and see the country and have fun with him.
Could you ever imagine your life without a dog now after you've had one?
No. It's one of those things that, even if the one time, he was in to be neutered, and, that day where he was in, it was, the house was just completely different feeling in the house when you get home and there's no dog there.
Yeah. It's nice having somebody to greet you at the door every time you come home.
You never have a bad day coming home from work when you have a dog.
Can I throw now? Hello. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh,
Okay.
He's a pretty big
Yes.
dog. I was just running away. Hello. Oh boy,
Stop.
so heavy.
He does think he's a lap dog, so
Yeah.
just to warn you.
Okay. So we're going to go to the gift shop now. We've already interviewed Becky, who's in there, but we're just going to kind of show you around what's in there. So thanks.
So after you do the adoption, the counselors will bring you into the gift shop, and then you'll buy everything you can possibly need. All the proceeds, 100% of them, go right back into the shelter. It's nonprofit, but it goes back to all the animals in our care. Science Diet is what we carry for cat and dog food. This is what the cats and dogs are fed here at the shelter. So this is what we recommend when they go home. Harnesses that you would need for in the car, we have the travel bowls. So if you're heading out for a walk or hike, you can take a travel bowl with you. We have all the cleaning supplies that you would need and grooming. Leashes, collars, dog treats. They're obviously a big hit. We have a massive selection of that as well. We just started carrying these large ones this year. They're brand new to us. So far they've been doing well. So this is just dog toys. People really like the Kong. We also use this here in the shelter as well. So yeah, very popular. If you have you're looking for a Father's Day or Mother's Day gift for from the dog or from the cat, we have tons of products as well. We also have our own variety of brandwear that we carry here as well in the gift shop. I'm wearing the newest sweater that we have. We do still have the old style left. Again, the money goes back to the animals, right? So it's another way for us to raise money to go back into the care of the animals. And again, a lot of these products you can get at other locations, at other pet stores, but you come here and while you're here, you can buy stuff and then you can go see the animals. So it's a win-win.
My name is Michelle. I work in the foster department. I want to thank very much our sponsors, Liberty Tax, for helping us support animals. This is Sparkle. She's very active. She's very excited. One of our fosters that has gone out, who needed our help, and oh, really? And of course, now is coming back to hopefully be in her adoption pod to be able to be adopted out. Please feel free to call us to donate. It helps animals like Sparkle. Our phone number is 204-927-1001. And again, a heartfelt thank you from us in the foster department and everybody here, and Sparkle too.
Thanks for watching 1001 Donations here at the Humane Society. I am here with Carmela and her dog, Yasmin. Yasmin is actually an alumni from last year. We brought you a story from Yasmin. Maybe I could get you, Carmela, to tell me a little bit about her story. How did the Humane Society help Yasmin?
Sure. So Yasmin was living as a stray. She came from Garden Hill Reserve, and she had broken her front paw. And so a resident up there, she called Save
It's her sibling over there that she's trying to get at over there. Her brother.
You're okay. You're okay. I know you hear your brother. So she called Save a Dog Network, and they fundraised to get her brought down to Winnipeg. And then the Humane Society got her in and looked at her leg, realized there was no way to kind of fix the bone, and they had to amputate it.
So that's actually not uncommon for dogs to come from up north with injuries, and luckily the Humane Society was able to help. $100, a donation of $100 goes to 2 x-rays for broken bones. So that's somewhere that your money would go. Yasmin is quite excited here. There's lots going on. Can you tell me a little bit about why you love dogs? Why did you get the dog?
I've grown up with dogs my whole life, and we've always had really big dogs. And I got my other dog, Charlie, first, and he's actually quite timid and shy. And so I wanted to get another dog to help socialize him. And I saw her, and I just fell in love, and I thought, what a beautiful dog, and I thought she would be a great partner for him. And they have a really good relationship. He likes to spend more time alone, but she loves to cuddle and play with everyone. So they're lovely together.
Awesome. And how does she do with 3 legs? I know a lot of people sort of, when they see a three-legged dog, they'll be like, oh, poor dog.
Yeah.
But they're actually quite happy. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, she does really, really well. She jumps and plays just like any dog with 4 legs. When she loves when we go to the off-leash dog park, and she'll play around with the other big dogs. And it almost helps her having the lack of the front leg, because she can roll out from underneath other dogs as they're playing and kind of get away. And she's really speedy, and yeah, she gets lots of extra attention because of it too.
Awesome. We are going to thank you very much for your time, and we're going to go to Noelle in the phone room, who is with Sharon, the manager of donor relations. The phone sponsor today is Pet Plan Pet Insurance. Thanks for watching.
Hi guys, thanks for joining us. I'm here with Sharon, who's the manager of donor relations here at the Humane Society. Thanks for, I guess, being here today.
Wonderful to be here.
You have some sponsors that you would like to thank for, I guess, 1,001 donations.
Yes, I would. As the donor manager of donor relations, a lot of my job is, of course, attracting donors to help support the shelter. But my favorite job of that is thanking them all. We have some wonderful people in Winnipeg and Manitoba who literally sustain the shelter, and I'm so grateful to all of you. So thank you to all those who come forward and give of themselves. There are 6 matching gift donors who have come forward of themselves today with significant funds. They will match every dollar for dollar raised today. Our goal is 40. We're already at 25. So I know with the help of warm-hearted Winnipeggers with big furry hearts that we can get there. So thank you all in advance for I know you're going to step up and do the right thing. I have to pay special attention and thanks to Mary Lou Albrechtson, Jean Britton and Ransom Slack and their grandson Jackson Smith, Dr. Mervyn and Mrs. Darlene Billinghurst, the estate of Dusty Van Summer and Beverin, and Naomi Levine, and one anonymous donor who have all stepped forward. They are going to match every dollar. So at the end of the day, if we hit 40 folks, we're going to be at 80. So thank you all, and please do the right thing. Thanks again.
That's a lot of money. I didn't even realize, like $40,000, and double that is 80. That's great. Absolutely. We would also like to thank one of our corporate compassion sponsors as well. So Ron's Custom Upholstery. Thank you so much for, I guess, helping out 1,001 donations. So next, we're going to go to a story about Max the rat and Link the dog. All right. Thanks, Sharon.
My pleasure. Thanks for coming out.
So the look is Max. Max is a rat. He got himself into a bit of a predicament where he found himself homeless. Rats are mammals, so just like the cats, they're susceptible to the cold as well. So the tip of his tail had some cold frostbite damage and as well a toe. So he did have to have surgery to amputate the dead tip of his tail as well as to amputate the dead toe. So they can be taught to do tricks, they can be taught to do all sorts of things, and they're very smart and inquisitive and just kind of a cool pet to have around. But he's a very friendly, very social rat. He's actually, they make really great pets, so he'll be a really good pet for somebody once he's all healed and ready for adoption.
Hi, my name's Lisa and I work in the Donor Relations Department at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching our 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. Your donations help animals like Aries get the care they need while waiting for their second chance at life that they deserve. Please donate now by calling 204-927-1001 and help us reach our goal.
Link was adopted out from the shelter as a small puppy, and then he ended up coming back to the shelter, and I'm not really sure what the reason was. So he was in a stage of his life that he missed out on some of the socialization that puppies need. And he came in and was tested, and he had object aggression. So we've been spending a lot of time working on him with that. I believe it's been updated to 129 days that Link's been in the shelter, so he's becoming one of the longer term dogs. So I've been regularly taking him on home visits right inside the house just to see his behavior there, and he's been really good. He was just a crazy teenager. So now he's 8 months old. He's worked on a lot of skills. Loose leash walking has come along. He does U-turns. He sits, does all the basic commands. He just has to go to a home with children that are over 12 years of age simply because of the fact that he did, nip. But he's been really good. Ready? Let's do another down. Come on over here. Okay. Sit. Good boy. Ready? Down. Wait. He loves car rides. Absolutely loves car rides. If I'm here for a while through lunch, I'll grab him and put him in the back seat of my car, and he just sits there and just enjoys the ride, as a lot of them would, because they just need to get out of this environment.
Donating to the Winnipeg Humane Society's 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax, is as easy as texting the word RESCUE to 41010.
Thank you for tuning in to 1001 Donations. We're still here at the Humane Society, and we are asking for your donations. We want to thank our presenting sponsor, Liberty Tax Service, and we want to remind you that your donations are so valuable. $400 is the average cost of care for one dog here at the Humane Society. I'm here with Melissa Rogers.
Hello.
She is the Director of Donor Relations here at the Humane Society, and she's going to tell us a little bit about monthly donations and monthly donors. Tell us a little bit about the program.
Yeah, so we have just over 2,500 monthly donors, and that makes up about $700,000 worth of our donations for the year, which is super critical to us because that is money that we know we can budget each year. We have a $6 million operating budget, so that actually goes a really long way. And most of our monthly donors are $10 donors. So, we've been saying this all day. Every little bit counts. Every donation amount counts. There's no donation too small. So we really count on the monthly donations in order to be able to keep the place going and do what we do for the animals.
For sure. So they can call in today. Viewers at home can call in today and ask to be a monthly donor, not just a one-time donor today?
Yep, absolutely. So you can donate by credit card, or you can also donate by your bank account, and our phone lines, they know what to ask for. So absolutely. Or you can do it online. So if you go to our webpage, you can also sign up for a monthly donor online.
$10 makes a difference. And just think about it. That's what? A couple of coffees? Something like that? Absolutely. And your money is going to such a worthwhile cause. Thank you very much for joining me, Melissa.
Thank you.
So we're going to throw to Hannah, and she is with Maggie the dog, and they're talking about volunteering. Also, I want to remind you that the dogs here still need to be adopted. You're going to see Maggie, and she needs a home today. So maybe come on down and visit us at Hearst Way here and adopt Maggie. Here's Hannah.
Hey, thanks for joining us. We're just back at the Winnipeg Humane Society telethon presented by Liberty Tax Services, and just a great shout out to Pet Plan Pet Health Insurance. They've been an amazing sponsor for us this hour. So I'm here actually with Margaret, who's a volunteer at the Humane Society, and Maggie. So Margaret, tell us a little bit about Maggie.
Maggie's a 2-year-old shepherd. She came in with 7 puppies, and the puppies have all gone home. So now she wants a home. She wants somewhere nice to settle down in. She's really sweet. Little shy, although you wouldn't know it at the moment, but she is. They use her for children's birthday parties. So, yeah, she likes kids. She's good with kids. She likes people. She was at Petland last week, and so I'm told just loved everybody that came in, rolled over for belly rubs, the whole thing. She knows how to play it. So, but she's a super, super sweet dog. Really is.
So how long ago did her last puppy leave?
That I'm not 100% sure. Usually when the puppies come up the front, they're gone pretty quick. So, yeah, it probably would have been 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah.
So do we know anything about, Maggie's, I guess we don't really know much about Maggie's background before that. We just know. Yeah. So, sorry?
No, sorry, I was going to say she was a transfer in. As a volunteer, I wouldn't know her background particularly, but whatever they have in the computer, if somebody's really interested, they'll go through all that with them. Whatever they know, they would tell them, but we don't get to know that.
So what does that term mean, transfer in? Like what, for people at home?
She could be another rescue, another organisation, Central Vet's Office. There's various places where we would take a dog in from. Yeah.
I see. Oh, she's very sweet.
Oh, she is. And she can do shake a paw and high five, but we're not good with the high five. It's not her fault, it's mine. I keep missing, but she's very good at it.
You're leaving her hanging.
Yeah.
So Maggie's been with us for how long now?
She's been here 40 days. She would have been in the back initially with the puppies, obviously.
And is she okay on the floor, or is she has to, is it okay being out in the adoption area, or does she have to be kept in the back?
No, she's out the front. She's pretty calm, pretty laid back. Today maybe a little bit more excited because there's a lot of noise, and she's the very first room when you come in. So yeah, it's a bit noisy for her, but on the whole, she's doing really good. Hey, come here, sunshine.
Yeah, she's very friendly. So she's been here for 40 days, and today we're raising $40,000. So if we can do that, we can find Maggie a home. What do you say? So right away, we're going to be speaking to some volunteers who are going to tell us a little bit about the process of assessing cats, to find out what their behavior is like, and match them up with the perfect home. We're going to see that right away.
Are no public, just cats.
Yeah.
Meow, meow, meow. I think this means they haven't had breakfast yet.
Getting hungry, eh?
Getting hungry. Alrighty. So, we are looking for G3. That would be you, Miss No Name. Usually they have a name. For some reason, she doesn't. See, usually when they come in here, they check their, how well they're eating and pooping, and she's eating and she's pooping, so that means she can get assessed, and then she'll get, hopefully, out for adoption. I know. Okay. The list. We got the cat. We need a toy. So we have 11 things that we score them on. So one of them is how she came out of the cage. The choices are exited in 25 seconds or less with tall body posture, which she did, right? She just came out. And then also if they explore with tall body posture, which she's doing. So she's not really happy, but I don't think she's really scared. Like the really scared ones won't come out, or they run right into the corner. So she's kind of in between. I think she's thinking, what is this? But she's okay to come out and look. This is all about how adoptable they are. I mean, this is the whole purpose of this, is to try to assess what kind of personality they have and who they'd be suited for. And usually the cats that they're going to assess, they're not going to be growling at you, like they've sort of moved those in another different direction. They're not going to assess them right away. Well, there's 3 levels they end up, and they're by color. So there's purple, green, and orange. The purple ones are the shyest, so they aren't likely to come as quickly. The orange ones are sort of your typical cat. They like some people, they play a little bit. And then the green ones are the little bit really extroverted. They'll leap on you and purr. So what they do at the front desk when somebody's coming in to adopt, they get them to fill out a little form. And the whole idea is to match them, right? So somebody who, like me, for example. I like my house to be quiet. I don't like a whole lot of noise. So I would match up better with the purple cat. My hunch is she'll be kind of in the middle. We'll see, I guess.
Go to winnipeghumane.ca to donate to the 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax, and check out the behind-the-scenes stories and videos while you're there.
She's watching in Texas on Facebook. Former Winnipegger, thank you, Christine, for your $25 donation. And we want to thank our hourly sponsor as well, Dr. Mervyn and Miss Darlene Billinghurst. Thank you for your support throughout the day. I'm joined here by James Turner. He's with his dog, Finn. What we're going to do first, we're going to zone in on a picture of Finn when he was a baby. And James, you were talking earlier, he was pretty big when he was young when you got him.
Yeah, if there was a challenge with Finn, it was how to keep the weight off of him. And I know many Labrador owners kind of experience this. They're very food-motivated dogs, so what they want to do, or how you get them to do stuff, is by giving them food all the time. And my wife and I, we got to the point where he was just getting very, very, very big. And we learned some hard lessons with Finn along the way about how to keep weight off of him. The other thing about him that made that tough is that most labs, they love to swim and go outside and stuff like that. He's just not into it. He doesn't retrieve all that much. He's a bit of an anomaly when it comes to Labradors.
So most labs are pretty energetic. They like being outside.
Yeah.
That's just not the case with them. Right? And did you know that when you got them, or did it kind of take you a while to learn that?
Yeah, we've had labs all our life. When I was a kid, we had one kind of thing and all that stuff. And in terms of when I was younger, I didn't really pay much attention. It wasn't until I owned my own that I came to realize that, boy, they're going to eat you out of house and home unless you're careful about it.
You talked a little bit about the treats. You try to stay disciplined as an owner to try to keep them to a minimum, or is he pretty spoiled?
He's pretty spoiled. I mean, he's a classic, suburban purebred lab, right? Like they're very cute, very loving animals. He has a younger brother at home named Baker as well, who's a black lab from the same breeder. Just they're lovely dogs. You can't really say no to them, but you have to learn to say no to them.
You have another dog at home. James, just a thought on the day as a dog owner, what this telethon means. It's been going on for a few years now.
Oh, it's amazing what this accomplishes, I think, for the Humane Society and for the animals at the end of the day. It's absolutely amazing. And it's super awesome to see all the students coming together to get all the work done. And, it's not easy. I mean, people at home, they probably watch it all happen and think, oh, it's pretty slick and looks like a normal TV broadcast, so they don't see what goes on behind the scenes kind of thing. So kudos to you guys.
Well, kudos to you. Thanks for joining us, James. The day is all about donations here at the Humane Society. You can text RESCUE in all caps to 41010, or you can come down and donate in person. Our goal is $40,000. We're already up over $25,000, so we're more than halfway toward our goal. We're going to go to Will now, who's standing by with a group of kittens who are in foster care here at the Humane Society. Will?
Thanks, Nolan. I'm here with Kathy and Catherine with a bouquet of kitties, and we'd like to say a big thank you to Noah, who just made the biggest donation of the day, $1,000, which will be doubled thanks to our sponsors here at 1001 Donations. So, Catherine, can you tell me a little bit about what we're doing here with these beautiful little kitties?
Well, most definitely. I'm here with Kathy. She is one of our long-term foster parents. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about our foster program. Any animal that requires longer-term care, whether it's through they have medical concerns, if they're too young or they're stressed in the shelter, we send out to to our foster parents. And we don't ask our foster parents to provide anything except for love. We will provide the medical care, we will provide the food, the litter, the kennels if it's a dog, anything. We don't ask you to spend any money, but we do ask that you give lots of love and snuggles, especially to kittens like this, of course. And now there's many benefits to sending animals out to foster. It takes them out of the shelter environment. Hang on, I'm sorry. We want cuddles. We have to have cuddles. It takes the animal out of the shelter environment because young, naive animals are susceptible to potentially picking up a disease in the shelter. And so it helps them go to an environment that's less stressful. And it actually opens up kennels for us, because of course space is a premium, and we have these wonderful foster parents that do such a great job at socializing, because not only them going to a home to grow, socialization is a key component of fostering animals, because then they come back as well-adjusted animals like these little kittens here.
Awesome. Totally. And Kathy, you just brought these kittens in for a checkup today, right?
Yeah, they're due for their first set of booster shots, or first set of vaccinations. They'll get their boosters about 2 weeks from today. So they're 4 weeks old right now. They came to me with their mom at 2 weeks. And so they're just in today for their first set of vaccinations.
Awesome. And those vaccinations are $10 each, folks. So every $10 you send in and donate, you're helping vaccinate a kitten to get ready for adoption. So how has the Winnipeg Humane Society been helping support you as a foster parent?
Pretty much with everything. They've given all the supplies that I need in terms of like litter boxes and litter and all the food that's required, blankets, the whole 9 yards, kenneling. And also, like, this was the first time I've actually had a mum and litter of kittens that young.
Wow.
So I was like, what do I expect? What do I do? Do they feed? How does it work with litter? And the foster people were fantastic. They just told me everything I need to know. They sent me information, so I was completely prepared. And then you can kind of know what you're going to expect, right?
Totally. So what keeps you coming back as a foster parent? What keeps you obviously the kittens, but
kittens. It's important. Like everyone always thinks, oh, it's so hard to let them go, and it is. But you're being a really important step in their little lives, right? So you can help give them a really great start, and then they can go on to be their best selves and have like wonderful little forever homes.
that's fantastic.
We have actually expanded our foster program lately. We are actually sending out more upper respiratory cats. So if you're looking and you're thinking that you are considering fostering, now is the perfect time. We're also putting FIV cats into adoption. That's a new thing for the shelter this year. And we often have FIV cats that need fostering along with other cats. So if you are thinking about becoming a foster parent, please do consider it.
Yeah, and I also heard you guys have a barn cat program.
Yes,
Could you talk to me about that?
So excited to tell you about that. We often get cats in that maybe are not adoption candidates. And of course, we want to give these animals a chance. And so we have what we call a barn buddy program. Now, this program is a perfect program for anybody who has a barn or an outdoor shop or a wood shop that perhaps they want company in that shop, or if they have a mouse problem. If we have cats that are not adoption candidates that are social, will be placed in these barn buddy programs as long as they've had experience being outside. So if they came as a stray or if they were picked up from a farm, we will put these cats in that program. Now, I just give you a little example. We sent out in 3 months 16 cats. So that's over a cat a week to this program, and so that means that these animals have had a chance at living in our program.
That's wonderful. It's great to see that the Winnipeg Humane Society is providing all these opportunities for cats to be adopted. And folks, we need your help to get those donations in so that the Winnipeg Humane Society and the foster families have the resources to keep these cats healthy and get them into their forever homes. Right now, we're going to learn more about how your donations can help cats like Gizmo. And
He came to us because somebody had fallen or stepped on him, and he broke his leg. They weren't very good owners. You can see the way his mouth sort of hangs open here. He had not received any veterinary care in the whole time that they'd had him, and all his teeth have rotted out, and to the extent that even his jaw is missing, his lower jaw, which is why his lip hangs like that. So we fixed the fracture. It was his back leg. This is the femur here. These bright white lines are the metal pins that are in his leg that have fixed the fracture. The fracture was right about this location right here. So we did surgery on him about 6 weeks ago and put these pins up there to reduce the fracture, and it's all healed now. Pins don't need to come out, they're fine the way they are, and he's walking around and using it great. He's still a real dog, even though he sure doesn't look like much of a dog. But he's ready for adoption now. His leg's all healed, he's been neutered. There's no teeth to brush, which is good. But he's a senior and he's very special, so he needs a very special little home. These little doggies, a lot of times people want to carry them around a lot, and he is quite cuddly, but he does need his exercise, so he does need to be put down, get some exercise. He can even walk on a leash, just like a real dog. So we're figuring he's around 10, but Chihuahuas and other toy breeds live longer than, like, say, a giant breed or even a large breed like a Dane or a Labrador. So with good care, he's got many potential years left. And senior dogs are often more attractive to some adopters because they don't want a 15-year commitment. They also know what you're getting with an adult dog. So we know all his quirks. He's been out in foster, so we know what he's like in a home. And we're not expecting any of that to change. So like when a puppy grows up, you go through all the puppy stages. You go through all that adolescent stage, like the terrible teenager stage where you start to see behavior issues. And in Gizmo's case, he's just a little old man. You're just a little old man, and you know what you're gonna get.
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hi, my name is Alessandra and I work at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching the 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. Your donations help animals like Charlie get the love and care to find their forever homes. Please donate now by calling 204-927-1001 and donate now.
So we're back here in the lobby with Elizabeth and Rhino. And Rhino is actually a foster dog here with the Winnipeg Humane Society. Elizabeth fostered him, and he's actually what we call a foster fail because Elizabeth loved him so much that she decided to adopt him. So do you want to tell me a little bit about, tell the viewers at home why you fell in love with Rhino so much?
Well, Rhino fit in so well with our household. We currently have one other dog and two other cats. He did so well with them, and he actually ended up going to visit one of my old clients with me at the Riverview Health Center, so he likes to visit the elderly as well. Couldn't give him away.
Yeah, you were telling me before that you take them to visit the elderly sometimes, and we were actually just in the other room there, and he had about 10 people surrounding him, just petting him. He's so calm, hey?
Absolutely. He's a very calm dog. He does really well with other dogs. I bring him to daycare with me every Monday. I work at a canine daycare. So he loves people. He lives for attention and treats. So outstretched hand is definitely an invitation for pets. He will make a beeline for you.
And you said you had other animals at home too. So
I do, yes.
As an older dog, he's 8 years old. How has he changed the dynamic of your family there?
Well, when we started fostering him, the reason for his foster was he was so overweight. So he's actually lost about 20 pounds over the last year and a bit. We started fostering him last February. Our other dog, Phoebe, who's turning 5 in the summer, it has a lot of energy. So he actually settled her down a little bit, and she motivated him to move so he was able to lose all that weight.
So would you tell the people at home kind of the benefits of adopting an older dog, like a mature dog?
Absolutely. They still have a lot of energy to give. After he lost all his weight, it was like he lost 10 years off of his life. So he's been very spunky. We take him to the dog park and he runs around just like every other dog. He loves it.
And you were saying too that the other animals you have at home, your cats, they were also foster fails, hey?
Yes, they were. Our 2 cats are foster fails. They're from the same litter. We've had them since they were 3 weeks old.
Oh, wow. So what would you say to people who are thinking of fostering animals?
Oh, so many benefits. Even if you're not planning on adopting, you are really helping out the Humane Society by taking an animal off their hands. They provide everything to you, toys, litter for cats, food for anything. Whatever you need, they're going to give to you. Health care is all provided. And you're doing them a solid by making sure that those animals have a place to go and they're able to take new animals in their place.
That's amazing. So we just want to give a shout out right now to our matching gift donors, Dr. Mervyn and Mrs. Darlene Billinghurst. Thank you so much for matching these donations. Just wanted to let you guys know that $400 is the average cost of care for one dog. So all your donations count. And we're going to actually throw it to John, who's in the phone room with a bunch of bunnies. So that's going to be pretty cute.
Hey, I'm joined now by Rebecca, and we have a little furry friend with us here. It's a Daegu, I think that's right,
Yeah,
Rebecca?
that's right.
And like, what is a Daegu? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
They're related to chinchillas and guinea pigs. You can kind of see their long tails. They look kind of like a rat, and she's a little nervous right now. There's a lot of people around. This is Olive, and she has a sister Piper, but she was a little too shy to come out today, so I just brought the one.
And are Daegus a typical animal to come in here to the Winnipeg Humane Society?
No, they're not very common. I've only seen them in here the one time. I've been volunteering here for 3 years. They're a less common pet, but they are definitely a lot of fun. They're very rewarding to have.
And this Daegu, Olive, you said, right? She lives in Critter Corner. Can you tell us about Critter Corner?
She lives in the Critter Corner. She lives in the bird room, I call it. I don't know if that's its official name, but it's the closed door. It's for the smaller rodents and the birds who need to be in cages. It's a little less busy and quieter for them. Our rabbits live in the glass behind the glass sliding door, and they each have like nice big hutches that they can run around in.
So typically you think Winnipeg Humane Society, you think dogs and cats, but I was surprised to hear that we have Daegus here and rabbits and all kinds of stuff. Is this Daegu, those are up for adoption as well?
Yeah, her and her sister, they have to go together, but they are up for adoption. They're fantastic pets to have. They're very social. They love to run around, they love to interact with things, they love chewing on everything. So you definitely need to make sure that they have safe things to chew on like cardboard, and they love to eat just different kinds of veggies and fruits.
Yeah, we've got a bowl of food here right now. This is like a typical Daegu diet.
Yeah. Less with the apples. You see I have some apples and fruit in there. They have trouble digesting sugar, so they need more vegetables than fruit, but as a treat every now and then it's all right.
And do you got to feed Olive by hand? How does this work?
No, she'll usually eat out of her bowl. I brought some in case she wanted a treat, maybe keep her a little bit more distracted, but they'll eat out of the bowl.
Do you just like leave the bowl there? How do you know when a Daegu is hungry?
They'll chew on everything. They'll chew their bowl. They'll let you know. Some of them will throw it. Rabbits are good for that too. They'll throw their bowl if they want it filled. They're like, no, you need to give me food right now. Yeah, they'll let you know. Okay, miss. You wanna...
So Olive here has a sister, and like Rebecca was saying, they're looking to have them adopted together. So if you're not able to adopt a Daegu today, make sure you're sending in your donations to text 41010, the word rescue. And your donations are being matched today, dollar for dollar. So if you're even donating $10, it's actually $20. So make sure you guys are sending in those donations so that Daegus like Olive can find a home. And now we got a story to send you guys about a dog named Miley. She's here right now, ready for adoption. So for those of you looking to adopt a dog, meet Miley.
Yeah, most of the time, reaction is a nervous thing. It's not an aggressive issue. They're just kind of almost like an introvert, if you will. They don't do well in new situations, and therefore, if they see another dog, their thing is, oh, that's frightening. I'm going to let them know before I get to them that, you know, I can take care of them. And people tend to think it's aggressive, and it isn't. It's something that can be worked with, can be trained. They're always going to be reactive, but you learn how to deal with it so that you can certainly go out for walks and enjoy the walks without any major concerns. And in Miley's case, she has been put with some other dogs while she's here, and she's doing really well with some dogs. She's probably going to be better in being the only dog in a home, but introduced to other dogs, she could very well end up going for walks with friends with their dogs. So it's not something where she's never going to be around other dogs.
Miley.
Find it. Come on, let's go. Find it. Good girl. Find it. Good job. She's a venture dog, so that means she's kind of a trial dog. You can take her home for 2 weeks to see how it goes. Behavior staff are always available for any questions. And she also will come with free reactive rover classes so that anybody that adopts can do that bonding with her and learn how to handle the reaction. She's not aggressive at all, but she is nervous of people that come up on her quickly and other dogs. Miley, sit, shake. Good job, well done, what a good girl.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society, live on Shaw TV.
During the school year, during citywide in-service days, we offer a one-day camp for children to come to, and that generally, we cap that at about 35 kids. We also have spring break day camp that people can register for individual days, and then during the summer, we run 8 weeks of a day camp with 60 kids in our bigger facility, so it's a lot nicer. There's a lot more people to be around. So basically, when kids come to camp, they get to have a lot of animal interaction. They get to, learn about animals. They get to do crafts and all of that stuff. But our main goal is to just educate them about how much responsibility it is to have an animal, how much time it takes to take care of an animal, and of course, how to look after an animal and just touch them and interact with them and stuff.
The pillow, except it's really compact. Pills are.
Yeah, so based on what we have in the shelter at that current time, we'll bring in different kinds of animals. We normally try and do as many dogs as possible, as many cats as possible, and then if we have rabbits or critters or anything like that, we'll bring them in too. The kids who come to these camps, they normally have pets at home, or they're on their parents to have pets too. So they're always very, very happy to see these animals and to learn about them. And I think that educating children is a really, really, really important part of working here, because they're the ones who are going to grow up and have pets in the future, and we want to try and keep the feral cat community and all the cats and all the dogs spayed and neutered. So when we educate them about that when they're younger, they're going to grow up and know that. So that's my favorite part. On the Winnipeg Humane Society website, there is a tab for day camp and for children's programs, and so they can go there and register online, and then our office will call them with a little bit more information after that.
Donate in person today. Come down and say hello to our telethon crew, volunteers, and special guests between 11 and 5. We're at 45 Hearst Way, behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm here with Javier, the CEO of the Winnipeg Humane Society, and we are going to be talking about the Paws in Motion, which has been happening yearly for over a decade now. Can you tell the people at home a little bit about what Paws in Motion is?
Absolutely, you can mark it in your calendars. It's June 25th this year. It's a Sunday. It's at the Assiniboine Park, and between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. And outside, looking outside, the weather doesn't look great, but it's going to be summer. It's going to be beautiful. And it's the largest celebration of pet ownership in the province of Manitoba. So what we do, we celebrate pets, and we have a spa for them, and we have lots of activities and freebies, and we have essentially the entire animal welfare community out. And you can celebrate with us. You don't have a pet, no problem. You can come too. You can create teams, and you can fundraise, and all the proceeds go to the Winnipeg Humane Society.
So what kind of pets goes to Paws in Motion?
Usually we have dogs, and then we have the cat on leash that are used to walking. We have more of them every year, and that's basically the ones that we usually get. And then we have individuals that come with pictures of their pets, or they come on their own. They used to have a pet and they don't have it anymore, but they want to still celebrate the fact that pets are great, and we just walk around the park or just have a great time.
And all proceeds go to the Winnipeg Humane Society. If you want to register that for the Paws in Motion, you can at winnipeghumanesociety.ca. I just would like to thank ANS for being our donations tracker sponsor. We are on the way to being at our goal of $40,000. And just a reminder, all donations up to $40,000 are matched today. And a donation of $10 will get you one vaccine for a pet here at the Humane Society. And now we're going to be going to Steph in the phone room with a vet here at the Humane Society, Dr. Bowen.
Thanks, Alicia. I'm here with Dr. Gina Bowen. She's one of the part-time vets that works in the clinic here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. I had the opportunity to be in the clinic earlier this year. I just wondered if you could take me through a day in the life of a vet here.
Well, it's a busy, busy clinic. We've got, I think, 6 to 8 animal health technologists, 3 receptionists, 4 animal care helpers, and 3 full-time vets, and then also 2 part-time vets. So in any given day, the morning usually consists of 30 to 40 surgeries, which are mostly spays and neuters. We deal with in-house patients, and then we also deal with people who are low income who want to have their animals spayed and neutered. We also do dentals. We do a large number of surgeries, fracture repairs, wound management, amputations, eye problems, everything. And then the afternoon consists of going around the clinic and the holding area and dealing with anything that is having problems there. Vomiting, diarrhea, ear problems, not eating, skin issues. It's a full day. The day goes by very quickly.
I bet. You did mention you do a large number of surgeries here. Can you just talk to me a bit about those surgeries? What do they entail? How much work do these surgeries have with them?
The surgeries take a lot of staff. The staff is very well trained here, so it's an efficient process. In private practice, where I work as well, you can maybe get 6 surgeries done in a morning, whereas here, honestly, 30 to 40 surgeries happen every day. So it's highly trained staff that are highly efficient, and the majority of our surgeries that we do are spays and neuters because we're trying to get the animal population sterilized to reduce the numbers. But we also deal with everything else that comes in, and a lot of that is trauma cases. We have a dog coming in this afternoon that's been flown in that was caught in a snare, for instance. So it's had its leg caught in a snare for several days and will be coming in this afternoon and dealt with. We had, about 2 weeks ago, I dealt with a Chihuahua that had severe dental disease. We removed all of his teeth to make him feel better. He has no teeth, but he's happier without them. Fracture repairs, we probably do 1 to 2 a week. Lots and lots of stuff.
So you do deal with a lot of sad cases of animals coming in with big injuries. Can you just tell me why this work is so important to you?
I always became a vet to make a difference, and when you're dealing with animals that are either surrendered or not wanted or found as stray animals, you're dealing with the ones who probably need it the most. Owned animals deserve excellent care as well. We have excellent owners out there, but these ones that don't have a person attached to them are probably in need more. Yeah.
For sure. And like Dr. Bowen mentioned, they do many spay and neuters here, between 5,000 and 6,000 each year, and that's with 3 full-time vets only. So they do a lot of spay and neuters, and those spays and neuters cost money. That's why we need you to donate. A spay and neuter for a cat will be $50. For a dog, it'll be up to $85. And I do want to take a chance here to mention our matching gift donors for this hour. For every donation you make, it'll be doubled by Dr. Mervyn and Mrs. Darlene Billinghurst. I'm going to throw it now to Colin. He's standing by in the lobby. Colin?
Hello, I'm here with Megan and Rufus. Can you tell me a little bit about Rufus? What's his story?
He came in as a stray into our lost and found intake department. He's a 7-year-old male Labrador. Come here, handsome. Come here, buddy.
Sorry, you were saying he's a 16...
He's a 7-year-old, lab, and he came in as a stray into our intake department, and we've had that's our kind of our main area in the shelter where everybody comes into the intake department. Okay. Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about what the procedure is for like lost dogs here at the Humane Society?
For our strays, so when you lose your dog, you give us a call or cat, and you make a loss report with us. And then the second thing we encourage is to call 311 and make a loss report if it's a dog. Other things is go social media. Winnipeg Lost Cat Alert, Winnipeg Lost Dog Alert, and Lost and Found Cats Winnipeg are all social media pages that we monitor and that we encourage to put pictures on. And then other things to do is kind of go to old school and go door to door. Where are you going, handsome? I'm trying to get a shot. Go to door to door, talk to your neighbors, put up posters in your lawns, kind of get his picture out and see where they've been. And then check out Kijiji and other places online for them as well. And we do encourage to give us a call every 2 to 3 days, and then come for shelter and walkthroughs too. So.
Cool. Can you talk a little bit more about Rufus? What kind of personality is he? Why would he be a good dog to adopt?
Rufus is great. He's a typical happy lab, as you can see. He loves people. He's just a fun guy. He's kind of easygoing. Yeah.
Yeah. So why would it be important to like adopt older dogs, and who might that be a better fit for?
For older dogs, I mean, he's still pretty peppy. They're good because they have they're sometimes a little bit calmer, but older dogs are just as great as younger dogs. There's no issues with them. You get to see their personality when they're older, a little bit more stable. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You can always check out our website. There's lots of information about all of our dogs there. You can take a look at kind of what we have in the shelter and the Lost and Found department as well. We got lots of information on what to do when you lose your dog, what to do when you find your dog. And we also have this new program there where we have pictures of all the animals that have been lost and have been found. So you can kind of take a look and see if your animal is on our website already. And it's got lots of resources for that. So.
Awesome. So you can check the website. If you've lost your dog, there's also lots of information on adoptable dogs on the website. It's $10. It will give 1 rabies vaccine. And our matching gift donors right now are Dr. Mervyn and Mrs. Darlene Billinghurst. who are matching all donations. So your donation will be doubled. And I just got news that we just reached $30,000, which is amazing. So you can text RESCUE to 41010, and all your donations are very appreciated. Cool. So.
We can talk about, we've had 60,000 cats come in since we've opened the shelter, and 6,000 last year. So we definitely get lots of animals into intake each year. And those donations go towards all of those animals. So really good. Come here, handsome, please.
Sorry, so you were saying, where that money goes, you can donate it to, you can text RESCUE to 41010, or you can also go to the website, winnipeghumaneSociety.ca. Thank you very much. We are going to Lexi in the phone room, who is with Denny and Ashley, who are council owners, to make sure the pet is right.
I'm here with Ashley and Denny, who are from the Adoptions Counseling. So could you just kind of tell us about the process of adoption?
So the first process would be the clients would come in to the Humane Society. They would meet with Sadie up at the front desk, and they would have to fill out a form, and then they meet with one of us to talk more about the animal that they want to meet.
Okay, so it's kind of like a very meticulous kind of, oh my God, I'm missing the word, process. Could you kind of just explain like what you go through to find the right person to adopt the animal?
Yeah, so basically we want to sit you down and tell you everything we know about the animal, like where they came from, how they've been doing here, what we've been working on behaviorally, and all of their health issues or background, basically. So we want to make sure that everything you're hearing from us about the animal is compatible with your life at home when you take your best friend home.
So what are some of the things that you kind of have to make sure are okay with the person adopting before you can let them take an animal home?
We usually ask if they have any other pets at home. If they have another dog, we'd have to do a dog intro and then do like a meet and greet with both of the dogs, or however many dogs they have at home, and just make sure that the initial greeting is good. And if that doesn't go well, we usually, find other options, basically.
And so through this process, like how many animals are adopted each year?
I think last year we had 4,000 adoptions.
4,000?
And this year we're up to about 895 in 2017.
Okay, so that's pretty cool. So I would like to throw out a shout out to our corporate compassion sponsor, Transcona Veterinary Hospital. And just a reminder to everyone that every donation is doubled. So if you donate $20, it's actually $40, and so on. What can I throw? Was there like anything else that you'd like to say before, if anyone's wanting to adopt, just to make sure?
Yeah, you can always keep an eye on our website. So any animal that comes up for adoption will pop up on our website. So if you see someone that you're interested in, you can always give us a call, find out a little bit more about them over the phone, and then come down to meet them here.
Perfect, thanks. Okay, so we're going to go to Catherine with a Winnipeg Blue Bomber, Matthias Goosen, in the lobby. Thanks.
Well, he came to us through Animal Services. They picked him up running at large, no tags or ID or anything, and they brought him to us because he had some medical issues. So we've had him for a few months dealing with some skin problems that he's had. He's got some allergies. He's got a lot of scar tissue in his ears to suggest that he's had skin issues for quite a while. Unfortunately, he had quite a lead pipe of a tail, and it had an injury on it, and just because he's such a happy-go-lucky guy, he kept whipping that tail around and whacking on things and re-injuring it, and they wouldn't let it heal, so we had to take his tail off, unfortunately. So it was a full general anesthetic procedure, shaved all up around his bum there to have a sterile surgical field. Did a regional block, so that desensitized the area in addition to the anesthesia, and then cut the tail off. But he's quite a happy, friendly guy, never slowed him down at all. So even small donors can make a difference in Rob's care. The medication for the ears, about $25. So a donation of $25 will treat his ears. Bigger things like his tail surgery and maintaining him on the special food. And the tail surgery, probably a few $100s worth into that. So lots of people contribute together with their donations to care for Rob and our other animals.
Hey everyone, I'm Benjamin.
And I'm Kara.
Thank you so much for watching 1001 Donations presented by Liberty Tax Service.
Your donations can help animals like Howard Johnson. To donate now, please call 204-927-1001.
Oh, big stretch. Kitty Cat Way is, we have two sections for Kitty Cat Way. We have A, B, and C, and D, E, and F. And in A, B, and C are our cats, like this one here, who has the upper respiratory virus. So their URI is what we call it, upper respiratory infection. And what it is, it's a cat cold. So like we get a cold, they get a cold, and the virus will be in them for life. It is highly contagious, so that's why we keep them separate from our other cats in the shelter. They each have their own kennel in here. They're great cats. They're happy. They play. They do everything else that every other cat would. They just come with that little bit of virus in them. We do recommend they go to homes with no other cats or cats that already have the upper respiratory virus. Our upper respiratory cats, like this one here, any cats over 6 months, they're actually free. But they're free with a monetary donation of your choice. So you can donate $5, $10, $20, $100. The biggest thing is, like I said, contamination in areas. We're all about disease control here at the shelter, and again, that's why I'm wearing this beautiful yellow apron. It's a good thing to keep in mind that if you do want to visit with the upper respiratory cats, if you do have cats at home, just keep that in mind before you handle them. But feel free to come in any of the rooms to visit with them and see them through their cages. They love visitors, like this one, who's very playful today.
Go to winnipeghumanesociety.ca to donate to the 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax, and check out the behind-the-scenes stories and videos while you're there.
Welcome back to 1001 Donations. I'm not this tall. I'm standing on a stool, but this is Matthias Gozin from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, a new dog owner. Tell me a little bit about that.
So in January, me and my wife got a German Shepherd Golden Retriever puppy, and her name's Bear. She's about 4 months old now, and she is a great addition to the family, and she is a great training partner for me in the off season. Somebody that keeps me busy, and she keeps me, keeps me very busy when I'm at home. So
For sure, for sure. So tell me about raising a new puppy. Oh, we have some dogs barking behind you. Tell me about raising a new puppy, and what's that like?
it's actually been very easy. I mean, a lot easier than I thought it would be. I was first told that you have to wake up every 2 hours when you first got the puppy, and that scared me a little bit because I love my sleep. So thankfully she's been really good in that way. She sleeps right beside us in a big kennel, and no, she's been awesome, and she loves the backyard, she loves playing around, and she loves sitting on the couch. So she's definitely made herself at home, and it didn't take very long. So
For sure. Do you miss her right now with all these dogs all around?
Sometimes not. If I'm gone for more than a day, I'll miss her, but for an hour or two, that's not the worst thing in the world. So
You'll probably go home and she'll be saying, "What other dogs have you been around today, hey?"
I'll probably be a bit jealous, but that's okay.
So tell me, why do you feel these events are important in supporting the local humane societies in Winnipeg?
I think it's very important as athletes to be involved in the community you play for, and especially as a dog owner, I love my dog, and it's great to be at a place like the Humane Society that does so much for the dogs in Winnipeg and other animals.
For sure, for sure. We want to remind you viewers that, yes, I am on a stool right now. We'll get that on camera over here. I want to remind viewers at home that we are still reaching our $40,000 goal. We currently just surpassed $30,000. $1,000 is one complete heartworm treatment. So that's a lot of money. So every bit helps. No matter what you can donate, $10, $20, become a monthly donor. Every bit helps. You can always text. Our phone lines are still opened. We want to thank our presenting sponsor, Liberty Tax Services. Also, lots of dogs still available for adoption. 2 puppies were adopted this morning, and lots of dogs in their kennel here. Please come down to Hearst Way. Say hello to us. We are here till 5 o'clock, and once again, we are trying to reach our $40,000 goal. Also, we want to talk about our phone sponsor, the Pet Plan Pet Insurance. Really important to have pet insurance, guys. Those vet bills get very expensive, so we want to thank them. So we're going to throw to Noelle right now, who is in the phone room, and she is with Carly, the Special Events and Volunteer Coordinator. Here we go to Noelle.
coordinator here at the Humane Society. So Carly, the Humane Society has a lot of volunteers, you were saying. How many volunteers do you have exactly?
So we have approximately 700 active volunteers in our system. That ranges from people that are here once a week, twice a week. We have people that just do special events. So there's really a broad range of volunteers that
That's
we
like
have.
more volunteers than staff, you were saying,
It's
which
a
is crazy. I
lot.
wish you could employ 700 people, but that would just be ridiculous.
Yeah,
Don't know if the
exactly.
Humane Society has that much money to give to people, not
Well, and
animals.
that's it. And, you know, and the volunteers are such a huge part of our organization, especially because we are, you know, non-for-profit, and all of the money needs to go where it counts, and that's directly to the animals' care. Yeah. Absolutely.
You were also saying there are, like, if maybe like cat cuddling isn't your thing, if you want to help out with special events, like there's a lot of like different positions that people can help out at the Humane Society.
There are, yeah. We have over 100 volunteer positions that are available. We have things that people wouldn't even necessarily think about. You know, we have our regular dog walkers, cat cuddlers, which is more common, but we also have special events that we do every year. We have people that we need to stuff treats or to stuff Kongs with treats for the dogs. So there's even office positions, admin positions. So there's really a very broad range of positions available.
Yeah, and like all the I guess all the volunteers behind us are all part of. I guess they're all answering the phones for us today.
They are, yeah. So all the volunteers or people that you see here are all volunteers with their blue volunteer T-shirts, and they all donate so much of their time, and we're just very, very grateful and thankful for all the help that we get from our volunteers.
Great, and I just want to do a quick shout out to our phone sponsor, Pet Plan Pet Insurance. And then we have another shout out actually. So volunteers Krista and Karen, who are, I guess, volunteering at the telethon today, they want to challenge 17 Wing Winnipeg, everyone there to donate. So all you have to do is just text rescue to 41010, and all donations are matched by Liberty Tax Service here. So it's the first time I think all donations have been matched, so everyone try and donate. Okay, so next we're going to throw to a story on the Project Dog Yard that was shot. All right, great. Thanks, Carly.
Thank you.
Oh, hi, Biscuit.
Oh, Biscuit.
Now then, ladies, be nice.
Hey. Project Dog Yards was sort of the idea of, first of all, 4 volunteers, then we added on 2 ad hoc members afterwards, but most of us work in kennel buddy positions in the backyards. And what that involves is taking out the dogs that are in the holding area, i.e. before they can move up to adoption, and getting them outside for some exercise and play, and so they can do their business. Also doing some work with them, like doing some preliminary things like seeing, you know, how good they are in terms of sit and down and anything, you know, any tricks that they can do. The yards, when we first opened in 2007 here, the yards were actually really nice grassy areas with rock all the way around the grass area. Over the years, we've probably had something like 14,000 dogs go through the back area, and of course the yards have deteriorated during that time. And particularly in bad weather, what was happening, like in the spring melt, we would have yards filled with mud. The fences, because the dogs, you know, they're running up and down the fences. Some of them start chewing on the fences, so there were holes that needed to be repaired. We would have dogs that were able to escape from the yards, which is not a good thing, because then as you're bringing out another dog, if you have one dog running around and they encounter each other, that might not be a pleasant meeting sometimes. And so we were concerned about the deteriorating condition of the yards, and in the spring, in late spring last year, we actually approached the CEO here to ask if there was any way that our group could help to raise money to get the yards repaired and get them back to the point where they were a safe, secure place for the dogs, for the staff, and for the volunteers that work with the dogs in the yards.
It was hard on the dogs. They came in filthy. I mean, we don't care about ourselves, but so you'd have dogs that just wouldn't run around and others that were just jumping in it just like kids do. So for all the fun of it, it just wasn't good.
We have 6 yards that we can use, so we can have 6 dogs out at a time. We generally work with one partner, so there's 2 people on at every time. So we're always sort of moving dogs in and out, but trying to give them at least half an hour outside.
It's easy to donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society's 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax. Call right now 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001. All donations matched.
And we are back at the Winnipeg Humane Society Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax Services. Thank you so much for joining us. We actually have had an amazing response from you guys at home. We have Patsy who donated $50, Carrie who donated $50, and Madeline who donated $50. These donations are just amazing, and they keep on rolling in. Let's definitely hit our goal today. So I am so lucky to be here with you guys. If you've been watching for a while, you might actually recognize Jake, who was formerly Barnabas and then formerly Flea. So he's gone through a lot of name changes. I'm here with Maria, who's now his owner.
Hello, nice to be here.
Yeah, great. Thank you for joining us, Maria. And so, Maria, you actually fostered Jake before you actually adopted him, right?
I did. I had him living in my house for a month and then decided to adopt him.
And what made you decide that he was home material, a foster fail material?
His character. He is one in a million. He is very happy camper. He's just a very good dog. Like, he's going to be a good dog. Right now he's, well, I call it the Dennis the Menace stage, like all the little puppies, but his whole demeanor is amazing.
That's wonderful. So when you first met him, I guess he was fairly fresh out of surgery, so he was still recovering from having his leg amputated.
From what I understand, his surgery was November 26th, and I picked him up for fostering December 3rd.
Oh,
so it was just about a week. And he was not, well, it was only about 2 days where he would sleep a lot, but then he started to recover and started walking around. I do have hardwood floors at home. I would get rugs, lay them out so he could train or walk better. And here we are. It just worked out great.
That's awesome. So what you've told me is that this is not your first go-around with fostering. You've been fostering for some time for the Humane Society.
Yes, I have. Probably around 3 years now. My first foster was a little cat, and I ended up adopting her. But since then, I don't know, I might have had 20 or 30 I was fostering, and it's a lot of fun, and for people that in time think about adopting, I recommend foster first. It's the way to go. You get to know the animal, and you know whether there is a potential to invite that animal to your family.
And and this is not the first time that you've kept one of your fosters, the cat. Yeah, that's just awesome. So 20 to 30 fosters, that's once you pop, you can't stop kind of material. I just want to take a second as well just to acknowledge our media sponsors who have been just so fantastic with covering the event today. We have QX104 here in the house. We've got Brody here. We've got 94.3 with Tom hanging out over the side there. And Shaw TV has just been doing an amazing job keeping us online and bringing our telethon to you. So right away, we're going to be talking to Nolan, who's going to actually be in the phone room with Sprinkles the bunny. And just so you guys know, before we cut to that story, your donation of just $60 to $75 covers a neuter for a bunny. And as we all know, bunnies need to be neutered because they, So we're going to be getting to Nolan right away.
Thanks so much, Hannah. You're watching the 1001 Donations Telethon here on Shaw TV. We want to give a shout out to our presenting sponsor, Liberty Tax Service. Thanks for your support throughout the day. Well, we featured a lot of dogs and cats so far. It's time to meet our first rabbit of the day. This is Mr. Sprinkles, and I'm joined by Theo and Megan. You guys adopted Mr. Sprinkles about 3 months ago. Tell me about your decision to adopt him. What prompted you to do so, Theo?
Well, we were at an event here in December, and my wife fell in love with Sprinkles, and we just couldn't not have him.
Came back the next day for him.
And you guys were telling me off camera, he really loves people. He's really friendly, loves being around people.
Yeah, he's super personable. He loves people and other animals, gets along great, so it's been a lot of fun having him in the house.
And Thea, we were talking about how much work it is to own a rabbit, and you said to direct that question to your wife because you told me she does most of the work when it comes to taking care of Mr. Sprinkle. So just for maybe somebody out there who's thinking about adopting a rabbit, how much work are they and what goes into owning one?
He's a little bit more work than your average, cat or dog, just because he has a lot of different dietary requirements and that sort of thing. But for the most part, it's not bad. As long as you clean his litter box every so often, he's pretty happy. Give him some hay.
And Theo, you were telling me that he often throws stuff around the room. Is that unusual for a rabbit?
No, rabbits like to play, and that's one of the ways that they play is by throwing things around. He'll actually throw things like 5 or 6 times the length of his body away. It's pretty entertaining to watch.
Yep.
So when you guys have people coming over to your house, do you think is he usually pretty friendly to strangers too, or is he a little bit shy around them?
He's pretty friendly to pretty much anybody who walks in the door, and he's always out. We don't really keep him in his cage too often, so he's always out, always socializing with everybody who comes in. So.
Well, thank you both for coming on today. Today is all about donations. You can come down to the Humane Society and donate in person, or you can text RESCUE, all caps, to 41010. You're watching the 1001 Donations Telethon on Shaw TV. We're going to throw now to a story about Sandy the dog, who's a shy dog. He's been a little bit stressed out lately. He needs an owner to comfort him and really offer him some support. We're going to go to that story right now.
This is Sandy. She's 5.5 years old. She came to the shelter in October, the beginning of October. She was living outside. She was an outside dog, and she came in very pregnant. She had puppies here in the shelter 4 days after she arrived. And then she went not long after that. They all went to a foster home, which is our goal, is to get mom and babies in somewhere a little more relaxing of an environment so everything goes okay. Since she's been back, all her puppies, of course, have been adopted, and we've realized that Sandy can be a little bit anxious. She, as you can see, she is a little bit anxious. She absolutely, hi sweetie, loves to run through the snow. We have actually had people take her out, good girl, take her out on a sled, pulling a sled, and she just absolutely loves it. Another thing that we noticed is how much better she seems to do as far as her anxiety level when another dog is with her. We had her paired with, when she was up in adoptions, Sandy, come here, sweetheart, with another dog named Elijah, and they did so well because Elijah was also a little bit anxious. And Elijah has since been adopted, and Sandy is still up looking, and we believe that another dog in the home would absolutely benefit her for sure. She's a little bit nervous with new people and with the camera, I think, a little bit. But yeah, she is very, very sweet. Anxiety can show in many, many different ways. We have found, like I said earlier, with Sweet Girl here, that, that having another dog really, really helps her. So it's knowing the situation. With some dogs, maybe they just do better if somebody's home more often and not working a full-time job. It's just knowing the dog that you're with. Good girl. We believe that every single dog deserves a chance at a good home and at a life, you know. Every dog has they're dogs, right? They certainly don't come out of the box trained. They all have their own special quirks. Some may be anxiety, some may be a little bit fearful, some may be overly friendly. Every single dog needs a little bit of work, and we believe that they all deserve the chance, and we absolutely love working with them. It's just absolutely wonderful. It's wonderful to see a dog improve. You know, once we get to know them, they let us know exactly what it is they need and exactly what can help them. Sandy, come here, sweetheart. And once we know that, we can help them. And it's just, for me specifically and for everybody, it is just pure joy to see a dog improve and either come out of their shell or start to trust, you know, and start to realize that they can have fun. Right, sweetheart?
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
I'm joined now by Catherine. She's the manager of intake here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. How are you doing today, Catherine?
I'm wonderful, Jonathan. I mean, just before we go anywhere, I just have to say, while we were waiting here for this segment to finish, Cynthia back here said that what a wonderful backdrop we have for our interview. So I think Cynthia has too much time on her hands. The phones aren't ringing. So Cynthia's family, friends, and neighbors, if you are watching this, she needs something to do. So please donate.
Remember, your donations are matched dollar for dollar today. Our matching gift donors for this hour are Dr. Mervyn and Mrs. Darlene Billinghurst. So please call in, donate, because they're matched dollar for dollar. But right now with Catherine, we're going to talk about the intake process and a little bit about the Lost and Found program here, right, Catherine?
Yes. Now, I don't know if you guys out there watching are aware of some of the things, the lengths we go to get an animal back home. A stray cat comes in, or a stray dog, or a stray rabbit, for example, comes in, and the person makes a loss report, and the process doesn't end there. Our staff tirelessly look through our program, our database. We trawl through the loss reports. We look on social media. We call various homes in 311 with the last name if the animal is registered to somebody. We go to extreme lengths to try and find these animals' owners, and it's a lengthy process. It takes a lot of resources. So this is where your donations go, not just for the care of the animal, but the process of getting this animal back home. I have seen dogs who have crossed a frozen river, and perhaps people don't think to call the Winnipeg Humane Society. And eventually, these animals they go back home because the sheer hard work, dedication, and length that our intake department go through at finding this dog's home. It's very important. I can't stress how important it is to check your dog's ID, your cat's ID. Check the tattoos. If your dog has a tattoo, if your cat has a tattoo, with time it can fade with age. If your cat has been outside for a long period of time, it could lose its ear. So that is a form of identification that is no longer valid for your dog or cat. If you move home, please, please, please update the information. Update it with us. Update it with your veterinary clinic. Update it with the animal services. Because the more people that are aware of your cat or your dog's identification, the easier it is for us to get this animal home. Another program we have implemented recently is our Care to Adopt program. So say, Jonathan, if you find a cat and you decide that, hey, you know what, I could really do with a cat. I really need a buddy at home, and you plan on keeping this cat. You'd make a loss report with us, a found report with us, and if within 3 to 5 days that nobody has claimed that cat, we will say to you, you know what, keep that animal in your home rather than bringing it to us and taking a cage in our care, that the cat is stress-free in your home, and when the stray period is over, you then get the opportunity to spay and neuter that animal through us for $79, or if the animal is already spayed and neutered, we'll offer it for $40, and that includes rabies vaccine, the vet check, and the City of Winnipeg license for the year, and then the animal will be yours. Another wonderful program we have is our website. It's brand new. If you can't make it down to the Humane Society, if you work long hours or you don't have transportation, you can check our Lost and Found website for animals that have been that are in our care, or for reports that people have made, found reports. And you might be lucky. You might be able to find your animal there.
And it's just winnipeghumanesociety.ca, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so you can check the website for any animals that are listed as lost right now. Right. And if you do lose your pet, that's a great place to start, right?
Correct. It's very important that you provide a photograph, because there are some discrepancies. Somebody might say that the animal is a brown-black tabby, and in reality it's a black-gray tabby, for example. So it's very important. I can't stress enough that you check for tattoos, you check for ID, and you check the description of the cat, and please send us a photo. It's very important.
So really, owners, know your animals, know what they look like. It makes the job here at Winnipeg Humane Society much easier, especially if you lose your pet, because then they can help locate it. And the Care to Adopt program, that was the name of the program we were just talking about, where if you do find a cat and you intend on adopting it or you're interested in adopting it, they have a program in place now to assist in that process, right?
Yes. We have a Care to Adopt program and a Care to Rehome. So if you, for instance, the Care to Rehome is slightly different from the Care to Adopt. If you have an animal that you have to perhaps move to a home that does not allow animals, the Care to Rehome we would say to put your animal on our wait list, and in the meantime, we encourage you to look for an alternate home on Kijiji or Friends and Family. And if you happen to find a home for your cat, we will again offer the low-cost spay and neuter program to the new owners of the family. Now, it's very important, again, I can't stress to you enough, that the new owners need to contact us to update the information for the cat's file.
And your donations today, they help mitigate the cost of those spay and neuters. They help out when it comes to the number of pets that are here brought in lost. So make sure you guys are sending in those donations. They're matched dollar for dollar today. So, call us, send in those donations. You can also text RESCUE to 41010. And all your donations help. They're matched dollar for dollar today. Thank you so much for joining us, Catherine, and talking.
You are very welcome.
And now we got a story for you from Lauren. We're going to send you over to Lauren. She's in the lobby of the Winnipeg Humane Society right now. So take it away, Lauren.
Okay, we are here in the lobby at the Winnipeg Humane Society with Randy, who is on the board of directors as well as on the Farm Animal Committee. So Randy, can you tell us a little bit about the Farm Animal Committee, part of the Humane Society?
Sure. The Farm Animal Committee has been around for about 10 to 15 years or so. And we focus on educating Manitobans about farm animal welfare and how to improve farm animal welfare. Okay. And we also advocate for farm animal welfare. We want animals to be treated better, and humanely, whether they're cats and dogs or whether they're horses or pigs or cows.
And how is the process different from, say, like a dog or a cat and bringing a farm animal into the Humane Society?
Well, we don't actually house them here, but what we do is we go out into the community and we advocate for them. For example, our Quit Stalling campaign, it's been around for about 10 years. That is a life-size replica of a female hog in a sow stall. And what we do is we take her out to different events or public places, and we talk to people about how they are kept in those stalls for their entire life, and we advocate for a change to that policy. So.
Okay, nice. So for everyone watching at home, I'm sure that when people think about the Humane Society, they at first they think about like a dog and a cat. Is there anything in particular that you would like people to know at home when they're thinking about making a donation in terms of the farm animal portion of the Humane Society?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a really great point. People think dogs and cats when they think Humane Society, but in reality, when the Humane Society first opened back in the late 1800s, a real big focus of what they did was to take care of farm animals. I was reading a clip from the Winnipeg Free Press from back in the early 1900s, and it was something that was sponsored by the Humane Society, and it was a campaign to try to get a farmer to take a little bit better care of his cattle. They were being left outside in the cold. So it's something that we've done for a long time. It's not known as well that we do this, but yeah, when you're giving money to the Winnipeg Humane Society, you're also giving money to help us with initiatives like this. We're going out, we're educating, we're advocating, we're trying to ensure that farm animals are treated humanely as well as cats and dogs.
Thank you so much. We would just like to say a big thank you to our presenting sponsor for this hour, Liberty Tax Service. And right now we are going to throw to a story on a cat named Wallflower.
Wallflower cats are cats like Raven here. They're cats that come in, they're a little bit more sensitive than your outgoing rough and tumble kitten. As you can see, she's quite nervous in this environment. One good thing about her is that she absolutely loves human contact, and she purrs and she rubs and kneads on your lap. It's just that this environment is just too much for her. And so we named them wallflower cats because we often find that once they're out of this environment, they actually blossom, and even though they're shy, and they tend to be on the shy, they tend to remain on the shy personality. Once they get to know their family, they really start to come out of their shell. So she came in. She was an outdoor cat that somebody was feeding, so you can tell that she is used to people, but just not this environment. Often with this type of cat, we recommend setting them up in a room, because you think about it, they go from this small environment here in a small condo to a home, it's almost like going from an apartment to a mansion. So we recommend set them up in a room with the toys and the litter box and the food so the cat can become accustomed to his environment. She has been around cats, so she might be more willing to interact with people when there are other cats around instead of the focus being on her entirely. Well, the benefits of having a wallflower cat is you're not going to have a cat that necessarily is extremely active. They're not going to be extremely demanding. Yes, you have to give them more time to become accustomed. And they might make some changes in the home to make her feel more comfortable. But in terms of being very needy, constantly wanting attention, this wouldn't be that type of cat.
If you're looking for a quieter cat, Raven might be your special friend. She is a wallflower cat, and she is so snuggly, and she's just a little bit on the quiet side, but it might be just what you're looking for.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society, live on Shaw TV.
So the Trial to Adopt program we introduced when I first started here back in the summertime. I started here at late May. And it was something that we had talked about doing to try and get some of the dogs homes quicker. And it gives people the opportunity to take the dog home and see how they are in the setting. Because a lot of times the dogs, they're hard to show here in the shelter, but once you get them out of the shelter, they're completely different dogs. So we decided we'd come up with a program where it allows people to give these dogs a home, like Tinker, and it gives them a peace of mind, knowing that if it doesn't work out in those first 2 weeks, that we'll give you full money back, refund, guaranteed. We'll take the dog back, no questions asked, and we'll find the right dog for you that fits your family. We do a follow-up after the first week and then at the second week mark. If there's any concerns, we address them at that time. They also have full access, as does everybody, to the Yelp line, which is our behavior department. And they have tons of information that they can provide to help you, coach you, and get that dog settled into your home environment. It was something that was brought to me by another department. She had felt that it's something we could look into here, and I just explored with it. And being new to the shelter, I wanted to come up with a new program that I know that could benefit these dogs. And we've had 6 successful Trial to Adopt dogs since last summer, last August. So it's really, we know it works. We have proof that it works. The dogs are thriving in their homes, and they found their perfect match. So all you need to do is come down, meet the dog, meet the adoption counselor. As long as you meet the right criteria for that dog, we'll get you approved and you can take the dog home.
Donating to the Winnipeg Humane Society's 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax, is as easy as texting the word RESCUE to 41010.
The animal adoption events are held almost every Saturday at different satellite locations. The Winnipeg Humane Society really relies on them to get the animals out there, to get the cats, the puppies, the dogs, the kittens, the bunnies out, get them some exposure. It also frees up a lot of space at the shelter, which periodically they desperately need. So it's a fantastic partnership, and the events allow us to take out a dog, take out a puppy, get them showcased, give them a break from the shelter, and give people that are out doing their pet supply shopping maybe a chance to see an animal that they didn't think they needed. This is Callie. She's a 4-year-old boxer mastiff cross. She's a pretty sweet girl. She's really, really enjoying her time out of the shelter. She's been just fantastic. She's very, very affectionate. Little hesitant when she sees other animals. She needs to kind of take a break and go for a bit of a walk, but all around she's just been a wonderful dog to take out of the shelter and have her out here. Hey? Hey? Yeah. It's hugely beneficial for a lot of the animals to get out, get those smells, the sounds of being out of the shelter. Not to mention the shelter is a really stressful environment for them to be in, so they do showcase a lot better when they're outside the shelter. It gives people a chance to see what they can really be like, come out of their shell, and just all around helps them mentally. That's our goal. Every time we come to these events, the aim is to get the animals into their forever home. It always is. It does nothing but boost everything about our partnerships with these organizations, And it gets people to know the shelter, even if they just come in and ask questions about the shelter, our partnerships with the pet supply stores that do our satellite adoptions for us. Not only do people collect donations for food supplies, they can collect monetary donations. And as I said, it frees up space in the shelter to bring animals out here. And it helps boost the morale with the store too, having the pets to care for. And it's been fantastic since a lot of these stores, they don't sell the larger animals themselves, to partner with shelters to get the animals adopted. So it's a win-win for everybody. The animal gets to go home, and lots of times they get to go shopping with their new pet family to buy all of their own stuff.
Donate in person today. Come on down and say hello to our telethon crew, volunteers, and special guests between 11 and 5. We're at 45 Hearst Way, behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
Hi, my name is Marcy, and I'm a volunteer here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching 1001 Donations, presented by Liberty Tax Service. Please donate to help our animals like Samson by calling 204-927-1001.
Hi. So I'm with Matt, who has brought his dog Trish with him. She is a six-year-old, and you were saying that you adopted her from a different shelter around 3 years ago. Can you tell me a bit about that experience?
Sure. So when I rescued Trish, she was about 35 pounds overweight, which is very bad for a smaller dog. And apparently her previous owner hadn't exercised her, had overfed her. So rescued her and then found out she had diabetes. And that led to a number of health complications, including cataracts. So took her to Saskatoon for a $4,000 surgery, and it didn't work. And one thing led to another, and now she is blind. But she gets around tremendously. She has a great nose, and she has a great sense of hearing. But it was a real lesson to me that you have to be the right person to adopt a dog. Like it's something that you have to be screened for. It's something to know you have the right lifestyle for, which is something that the Humane Society is really good about, because they'll sit you down and interview you before you get to adopt someone as great as Trish.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's kind of a lesson that care doesn't stop when you adopt the animal. It's all about trying to keep the animals healthy after you've adopted them.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really lucky that I have a workplace where I go at the Winnipeg Chamber that lets me bring her in. So she's become the office dog and gets walks all throughout her day. She doesn't get left at home. And that's really lovely. That I know not everyone can do that, but they need exercise. They need good, healthy diet and not too much food, and just to be on the go all the time because they want to hang out with you.
Absolutely. How would you say Trish has influenced your life? How has she impacted it?
She's my most stable relationship. I've had a rough year personally, and I think a lot of people are in this boat. That when times get hard with people, we have our pets. And they're members of the family, and they're just loving, and if you give them that amount of care, they're just sweet, and they wanna love you back.
Absolutely. Everyone I've heard from who has a pet says after a hard day, nothing's better than coming home, seeing the pet there. It's just unlike anything else. Would you?
Yeah, exactly. She just wants kisses and pets and hugs, and I'm so glad. It was expensive with the surgery, but I wouldn't change it at all. She's just tremendous.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Matt, for being here. I just want to mention that, of course, any donation you make will be matched. This hour, our matching gift donors are Naomi Z. Levine and Arthur V. Morrow. So that's very important that you know that you give $10, $20. It's matched. Now, I want to throw to Rogan in the phone room, and he's with Charlie and Paul.
Live? Let me know. Thanks a lot, Trent. We're here with Paul and little Charlie. How are you guys doing?
We're doing quite well, thank you.
Yeah?
Yeah, we've had him since August.
You've had Charlie since August. You were telling me before that Charlie's name used to be Abbott. How come the change?
We didn't warm up to Abbott as a name too well, so I used to have an uncle named Charlie, and I thought it would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie suits him.
I think it suits him well, yeah.
So Charlie is part of the Trial Adopt program. Can you talk a little bit about what that is?
Well, we didn't know about the program till we got here. Our cat passed in July, and we were looking for another cat. And my daughter says, "Pops, why don't you get another dog?" So my wife spotted him in his room through the window, and he had been here for 8 months and nobody else took him, so we thought we'd check him out. Yeah.
Yeah, he's hyper, eh? He's a cutie.
Yeah, he is a cutie. Yeah. Yeah, he's a foodie too.
Oh yeah, he likes to eat.
Oh, he likes to cook with me.
Oh really?
He's up on the counter, his paws are on the counter, and he's got to look at everything, you know.
Oh yeah. What's his favorite?
His favorite? He doesn't have a favorite.
It's just all.
Everything.
All food. Yeah. All food. And so what kind of dog is Charlie?
Charlie's he's a large beagle. I think he's about 17 inches at the hinds, and that's a little bit too high for the American Kennel Association criteria. So he might be a bit of a cross, but he's certainly 99% beagle.
Right, right. Okay, and is Charlie your only dog? How old is Charlie?
Charlie was 6 when he got him, so he'll be 7 in August.
Okay, okay. That's awesome. He's a cutie. He gets excited, hey?
He does get excited. You see, he's got away from me 3 times.
Oh, here?
No, at home in the neighborhood.
Oh, really?
Because
okay.
once he grabs a scent, he's gone. There's no way you're getting.
Yeah,
back.
he's heading out.
That's how he got found in the first place.
And I would like to thank our presenting sponsor, Liberty Tax Service. They've been helping us out so much. For every $1 that you donate to us, it's doubling. So you donate $40, it's going to $80. Also, $25 helps pay for animal food, and I guess, you know, according to Charlie's appetite here, that's a good thing. We're going to throw to a story about Petland, where dogs can go out and kind of get out of here and socialize. Let's go to that.
Kiddo, are you ready? Are you ready, sweetie? Okay. This little kitty came into us as a stray, and you know, you can obviously see that there's something that has gone horribly wrong with her front leg. As awful as this looks, lucky for her, she actually isn't feeling too much pain or discomfort because of it. So we don't know whether something happened to injure the foot and damage the nerves at the same time, or if something happened to damage the nerves and then because she was dragging the foot, she got this really horrible injury. But in any regard, you can see that she's been, you know, getting around with a horrible injury that has resulted in the bones being exposed in her foot, and you know, the whole tip of her foot here being really quite mangled. So the only option for her to cure her of this is to do a full front leg amputation, and so we will take this leg off. She can't use it and she can't feel it anyways, so it's of no consequence to her to keep it, and then she'll just be able to get around quite comfortably on 3 legs. So she's going to be having her surgery right away today. She just came in yesterday, but certainly we need to deal with this promptly because of the risk of infection. So she's on pain meds and antibiotics, and she's already been sedated, so she's ready now for the girls to get her ready for surgery.
Hi, I'm Bonnie and this is Megan, and we work in the Winnipeg Humane Society Clinic. Thank you for watching our 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax. Your donations help animals like Gizmo get the medical care they need to be healthy for his future family. Please call 204-927-1001 and donate today.
All right, so this is Barnabas. Barnabas is a little 3-month-old puppy that got himself into some trouble up in northern Manitoba. He wandered off into the bush and got himself caught in a leg trap.
do see it. This isn't the first case that we've ever had of a dog being trapped in a snare. So certainly, you know, when people are laying traps, it is possible for people's pets or for dogs that are strays that are living in these areas to go and take the meat and get themselves caught up. So, you know, traps don't discriminate, unfortunately. You can't just be hoping that you're going to catch what you intended to catch. So it certainly is very important for good trap management and people to be checking them regularly so that if other animals get into trouble, they can get help. But unfortunately, you know, there are lots of places in Manitoba that don't have a vet that's in that area. And so there isn't anybody to help these guys, but we're here. And so animals can come down and they can get the help that they need here and then find, you know, good loving homes and get a good happy ending. But we certainly need to have the resources to be able to continue to do that. So doing these surgeries, providing the emergency care, the nursing care afterwards definitely takes a lot of time and a lot of money. And so the only way that we can continue to help these animals is with the very generous support of, you know, our donors.
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
We're here with the 1001 donations going on as usual. We've been here all day. We're going to be here all day trying to show you guys what your donations contribute to. We have a lot of pets coming in, a lot of people who are feeling better, but the Winnipeg Humane Society helps not just pets too. I'm here with Jason Hannon now, who is part of the Farm Animal Compassion Committee, and he started the initiative for the first ever Veg Fest in Winnipeg. Can you tell us a little bit just about what the Veg Fest is?
Sure. So the Veg Fest is a two-day event that's going to be held in September, the 16th and the 17th. It's a weekend, and it'll be 2 days of panels, workshops. We're going to have 4 superstar keynote speakers that we'll be announcing in a few weeks. There will be yoga, meditation, art. There will be children's activities. It'll be 2 days of basically promoting a lifestyle and an ethic of compassion for animals.
Okay, cool. So how did you get the ball rolling on this project?
Well, primarily through the Farm Animal Compassion Committee. I mean, their mission is to help animals other than simply cats and dogs, right? This whole area of animal life that's generally neglected. And so within the capacity of the Farm Animal Compassion Committee, we decided that we wanted to start this event, which is being held in almost every major city in North America. Winnipeg is one of the last major cities that doesn't have one of these, right? So we thought, why not? And so we're going to be organizing the first ever Veg Fest for Winnipeg this September.
Cool. So all day we've been talking about different pets and the kind of struggles that they have to go through, surgeries, amputations, living in really tough conditions. But obviously these aren't the only animals in our lives. Do you want to talk a little bit about why maybe other animals' health are important too, or why it's important to consider where they're at, not just our pets?
Sure. What we do is we extend the logic of compassion and care from the pets that we keep in our homes to the animals that are a huge part of our society, but that don't get very much attention and coverage. So the animals in farms, cows, pigs, chickens, and so forth, who unfortunately suffer from extremely harsh and brutal conditions. And our mission is to shed some light on their condition with the hope of alleviating their suffering.
Okay, well, and that sounds like all good things. I mean, that's what we want to do here. So today, so far, we've raised a good amount of money, but we're still going. And I want to let you guys know that that money goes a long way. If you donate $100, that can contribute to a dental cleaning and 2 x-rays. So that goes a long way. And today, for the first time, all of your donations will be matched. So if you donate that $100, that becomes $200, and that's 2 dental cleanings and 4 x-rays. And before we go to the next clip, I just want to give a shout out to our matching gift donors. They're helping match our donations, Naomi Levine and Arthur V. Morrow. And our next story is going to be with Christiana, and she's talking with Wanda and Barnabas. There are 2 animals who have had amputations, so you can see how far your dollar goes with helping these animals. So here's Christiana.
Hi, you're watching the 1001 Donations Telethon here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And before I talk to Laura and her adorable dog, Timber, I have some super big, awesome, exciting news. So, our new total for donations right now, currently, we just checked, $35,009.85. Yeah, that's awesome, right? So we're super, super close to our goal. We want you to keep phoning in, keep texting, keep coming down and dropping off donations. Just because we reach our goal doesn't mean you can't keep donating. We want to keep this going, all right? Okay, so like I said, I'm here with Laura and her dog Timber. So Laura is what we call a foster fail, where she started to foster a dog and just loved it too much to give it back. So Laura, tell me a bit about the experience of fostering a dog.
Well, it was a very different experience than what I expected. I thought I knew what to expect when they said he was a timid dog, and didn't even know the half of it. He was so scared of everyone and everything. He confined himself to one little corner of the house, and that was where he wanted to stay. He was too scared to go for a walk. He was too scared to go in the yard. Like, he was too scared to do anything. He really was like unadoptable at that time because he was just too afraid, and they were afraid that if he just got adopted that he would end up being returned because he was so timid. So it was such a good experience for him to get into a foster home and to be able to have someone who would just be really patient with him so that he could learn that life isn't so scary, life is good. And then in the end, we couldn't give him up to anyone else. We just loved him too much.
So what did that process look like? Was it a lot of time trying to train him? Was it a lot of time just trying to coax him out of the room? And obviously, as you can see now, he loves people and he's very, very calm and well behaved. So what kind of work were you doing with him?
Yeah, it was just a lot of interacting with him, just trying to draw him out of his shell, trying to encourage him to go outside, to push him out the door. Like, he did need some basic training, but he had pretty good manners, so there wasn't a ton of focus on training in the beginning. It was just focus on getting him socialized, getting him used to interacting with people, because yeah, like I said, he was just so scared. He was too scared for training, really. He was too scared for treats. He didn't trust you. If you tried to give him a treat, he thought you were trying to trick him. If you were trying to teach him to come with a treat, no way, he wasn't going to come to you. So it was just a lot of patience, a lot of love, a lot of just interacting with him and showing him that people are nice and people are going to be nice to him.
Yeah, so you got Timber he's a northern dog, yes. And when you first got him, he had some medical problems. So why don't you tell me a bit about that?
Well, actually, his medical problems were cleared up before we got him, but he was in the shelter for a very long time because he was heartworm positive. He was very, very sick. He needed really extensive medical treatment to recover from the heartworm and then to recover from the treatment for the heartworm. So he had a very rough start to life.
For sure. So you mentioned that he was in the shelter for a long time. So just to give you an idea, 1 day of care for one dog costs $30. So that's why these donations that we're making today are so important. They're going towards keeping these dogs housed and saved while they're on the road to recovery, whether it be from heartworms, from frostbite, from any other kind of illness. So yeah, it's super important. Was this your first time fostering a dog?
Yes, first and only dog we've ever fostered. We failed.
You just loved him too much, you had to keep him.
We sure did, but there are so many dogs in need of foster homes for various reasons. Maybe like Timber, they just need to get acquainted to life in the house, or maybe they are recovering from surgery. There's so many good reasons to become a foster, and unfortunately, it's hard to keep fosters because, like me, if you foster and you fail, then you might not foster anymore. So yeah, if you can, I really encourage you to open your home and to become a foster parent for a dog. It is so rewarding, and they need it so much.
Yeah, definitely. And if you can't foster, if you don't have the room, or if you already have dogs, please consider donating to the Winnipeg Humane Society. There are other ways to help. So we're going to pass it on. We just want to thank our hourly sponsor, D7 Property Management. We're going to look at a story of both a cat and a dog who had to face amputations. And let me tell you, they're pretty adorable stories. I got to meet the dog today, and he's happy and healthy and doing awesome. So let's see how the road to recovery for Jack.
We started fostering in 2000. That was when we just became addicted to it. We usually take in puppies, a lot of little baby puppies, 4 and 5 weeks old. But once in a while we take in an adult. They kind of never leave. The adults are tougher to give up. Bruno had like a lot of injuries that he had to recover from. Sonny had allergies, and Achilles had a broken leg. So he came in with his own fractures, and he had to take it easy as well. But for the most part, if they're not puppies, they're usually dogs that require some kind of medical care. He chases his tail when he's excited. We thought he was going to be a little smaller. Relax. And when they brought him out of the clinic, he had a big cone on his head, and he's like, oh my God, he's huge. I don't think we would take him. But we took him anyways. My husband convinced us, give him a try. And he just turned out to be this big baby that was really fairly low maintenance. He's got a big head and a skinny body. But yeah, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. But you know what? We've never really had any problems. It's hard to see a lot of them leave, but they're going to a good place. And when you foster, they get adopted quicker. It's been quite the ride, and we actually have like a spreadsheet of all the dogs and their names, just because you forget. It's been a really long journey, but it's been a lot of fun, and when you tend to remember a lot of them, because some of them just had so many weird things going on, and so many weird traits. But there's not really nothing like it, if you love dogs. I mean, when I think 70 dogs, it's like, oh, it doesn't seem like it, unless I actually go through all of the photos that I have online, and you go, yeah, we had like 70 dogs, and you wonder, whatever happened to him? It's fun that way, but you're ready for the next ones. It's a wonderful experience, If you love dogs, you will never get tired of fostering.
Donate in person today. Come down and say hello to our telethon crew, volunteers, and special guests between 11 and 5 p.m. We're at 45 Hearst Way, behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
Hi, my name is Ashley, and I'm an animal care attendant at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching our 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. Your donations help animals like Tintin here get the love and care they deserve to find their forever homes. Please donate by calling 204-927-1001 and help us reach our goal.
I am here with Claire Gregoire, the shelter manager here at Winnipeg Humane Society. Now, Claire manages 28 staff members here at the shelter. Many of those are animal care attendants. Now, Claire, can you tell me a little bit about the animal care attendants here and what they do?
Sure. We have 26 animal care attendants. Of those, we have 7 full-time, 12 part-time, and 7 casual staff, with length of service ranging from 8 months up to a whopping 23 years. We actually have 7 staff members with a length of service over 13 years, so it's a pretty impressive testament to their dedication.
Absolutely, and that relates to something we were talking about off camera with the dedication involved in doing a job like this. These animal care attendants will come in at 7:30 in the morning and stay till 11 p.m. at night, 365 days a year, including holidays. Can you tell me a little bit about the dedication required to do this job?
Yeah, well, they come in, as you said, 365 days a year. That includes Christmas and New Year's and Easter and every holiday. They're here. They start from 7:30 in the morning on the day shift, and the last shift ends at 11 o'clock at night. They are sort of the unsung heroes of the shelter because they're usually behind the scenes. They start out in the adoption areas first thing in the morning, and they get finished up there and move out before the doors even open. They work in the back, and then the second shift comes up and does a rotation in the evening again to do the second feedings and the maintenances on the animals.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the importance of these donations and how they help animal care attendants do their job. Now I have a list here because these are some amazing numbers. In 1 year, over the course of 1 year, they can go through over 5 tons of kitty litter here at the shelter, 180 liters of laundry soap, and that's using it just a tablespoon at a time. So can you tell us a little bit about why these donations are so crucial to let the animal care attendants do their job here at the shelter?
Yep. As you said, we go through a whopping amount of supplies. And what we're doing on a day-to-day basis is looking after an average of about 230 animals a day. So these are some of the products that are required to take care of all these animals. The laundry soap, the food, we go through about 7 tons of dog and cat food in a year, and that's just dry food, not tinned food. So the donations go a long way towards supplying us with absolute essentials in taking care of the animals. And just to as a side note, it doesn't have to be a ton of kitty litter because we use litter scoops and litter boxes, and any kind of a little donation is just wonderful to have. It's just so helpful.
So it's an amazing amount of work that goes into running this shelter. These animal care attendants can look after over 230 animals a day sometimes. But can you tell me a little bit about their favorite part of the job? Why do they do what they do?
Yeah, I think if you were to ask any animal care attendant why they do what they do and what they find most satisfying, I think to a person they would say that it's taking care of a sick or a scared animal on a daily basis and watching it come around and become healthy and become confident, moving it into adoption and watching it go into its forever home.
Thank you so much, Claire. Okay, now we're going to throw it to Alana in the phone room with a stray rabbit and her handler, Lori. But keep those donations rolling in. All you have to do is text RESCUE to 41010. Again, RESCUE to 41010. So now let's hear it from Alana.
Hi, I'm Alana, and I'm here now with Lori, who's a volunteer with the Winnipeg Humane Society, and she volunteers specifically with rabbits. Could you tell us a little bit about why rabbits?
Well, I didn't actually know anything about them when I first started, and I thought, why not? Because they're kind of cute and cuddly, and I've since learned a lot about them.
And you were saying there's a lot of misconceptions about rabbits as pets.
You know, there are, and one of the things could be, can I get a rabbit for Easter? But the answer is really they are not low maintenance. They require a very large cage, special food, lots of exercise time, and they're very social creatures, so they need cuddling, but they also need time to run around. But you have to watch them because they're going to chew everything in sight. So, they have teeth that continually grow, so they always need to gnaw on something to keep it at a good level.
So here with us, this is Lechuga, and Lechuga is a Jersey woolly rabbit, and he has an interesting story. Could you tell us a little about that?
Yeah, he was brought in, somebody found him actually. He was a stray, and the thing is if you look out your window and you go, oh, look there's a little white fluffy bunny. That is a domestic rabbit. That is not a wild rabbit. A wild rabbit is always that kind of brown-gray color. Domestic rabbit, if you decide that you don't want your rabbit anymore, bring it to the Humane Society. It cannot survive outside. It is a prey animal, so anything from dogs to anything will attack. And the anxiety alone from being lost, and the elements. We have really harsh elements. It probably wouldn't survive a day or two. So just really different from a wild rabbit. They are not the same at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier that a typical rabbit, once it's stray, only lasts about a day in the wild.
It just does not. It was raised as a domestic. It does not have the ability to survive. But however, if you do have a rabbit as a pet, you're probably looking at about 8 to 12, even into the teen years. So it will last a long time. And they love to run around. They play. You can litter box train the rabbits, which is really nice. And yeah, you can make supper, leave the rabbit on the couch, and turn around every now and then because it'll be chewing on something.
And just to give you some perspective on the good work that the Winnipeg Humane Society does, to spay and neuter a rabbit costs about $60 to $75. And how many would you say that you take in?
You know, I actually don't know the answer in total, but usually when I'm there volunteering, there could be anywhere from 4 to 6, sometimes 8 rabbits. It's been really good the last few weeks. There actually have been no rabbits. So, you know, that is a good thing. But yeah, there's always a rabbit, and they're so sweet and cuddly. Look at this little guy. He's cuddling right now. So yeah, they're beautiful, and the kids get lots of pleasure out of having visits with the rabbits as well.
Nice. Now, before I feed this beautiful rabbit a piece of apple, I'd like to thank our matching gift donors, Naomi Z. Levine and Arthur V. Morrow. So now, if you'd like to get a shot of me feeding LeChuga, or attempting to feed LeChuga. Okay, he doesn't want to be fed. Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Lots of fruit and vegetables, leafy greens, hay.
Oh.
That's adorable.
It's so tentative. Are we still on? Okay. Okay, good.
Done.
Okay, sweet.
You're done there, buddy.
Okay, and now we're going to go to Hemi and Rosie.
Hemi is just one of several cats that have come into us this winter with frostbite damage. Frostbite damage is a really common problem that we see here in Winnipeg and you know, all across Manitoba. So it's a recurring problem for the Humane Society every single winter. What we see in our pets is it's usually just confined to the extremities. So the ears, the tail, we can see that she's already lost one of her ear tips here. Her entire tail was affected, so all of her tail ended up dying because of the cold damage. So she did have to have a big surgery to have that entire tail removed. So now she's got a really cute little stump. In this really cold weather, when we can't be outside without all of our winter gear on, and even then we can only be out for a short period of time, these guys can't be out in that weather either. So it's a very common thing that we see this time of year. This is a good example of, you know, how at different times of year we have different needs and, you know, different requirements for our care. And so certainly any amount that anybody can donate, you know, even the smallest amount can provide pain medication for one of these cats. She's going to be a really cute little cat for somebody when she's all ready to go.
Watch the telethon live on your phone or computer. We're streaming on the Winnipeg Humane Society's Facebook page and on winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
This is Rosie. She's actually a lab mix. She's about 3 years, 3 months old. She's been with us since the end of November of 2016. And she was actually surrendered by her former owners when they moved to a different location that wasn't pet friendly. So Rosie had a very difficult time sort of initially adjusting when she came in. She was pretty reactive to almost everything. Like, we put her in a holding kennel in the back, and anytime somebody would come close, she would start, you know, barking and displaying quite frantic behavior. And I mean, it seems that she probably wasn't very well socialized even when she was in a home, so she wasn't used to meeting new people, and everybody knew that came up to the kennel got the, you know, rah, 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 rah. So we started out by actually just tossing treats into the kennel as we'd go by, you know, just to get her used to the notion that, you know, people can be bearers of good things, and it can mean good things if somebody approaches the kennel. So it's sort of a progression of small, slow steps, and that really works with her. She's going to probably always need a slow introduction to new people being in her life. But, you know, once a potential owner understands that, that's something that they can work on and build on. But yes, you know, it takes her a while to get used to people. I mean, once she knows somebody, she's very good. I can take her outside and she'll be very playful, and I mean, she's good with allowing me to pet her. But, you know, as you can see, even in this situation, it's a new person holding a camera, and I'm sure you don't know what a camera is, no. So she is displaying some signs of being a little bit anxious and stressed right now. So, you know, that's something that we've been working on with her here at the shelter during the time that she's been here. And again, we've certainly seen progress in her case. But, you know, she again is going to need an owner who's sort of patient, understanding of her issues. Good girl. Good girl. Come here, Rosie. Sit. Good girl. Yeah, you're such a good girl. Hey, watch me. Good girl. Hey. Yes. Come on. There you go. Find it. Rosie, come on. Come. Okay. Can you do a sit, Rosie? Come on. Oh, who's that? Sit. Good girl. Hey, can you do a shake ball? Oh, yes, you can. What a good girl. You're such a smart girl.
It's easy to donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society's 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax. Call right now, 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001. All donations matched.
Hi everybody, thanks for watching on Facebook Live and on Shaw TV. We're at the 1001 Donations Telethon at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you to everybody for all the donations coming in. We have $50 from Lauren Wyckoff, $200 from Donna, $250 from Christina, $200 from Ron, and $500 from Karen. Thank you so much for all of that.
And I know that Karen was like calling to donate 100 and then was like, no, 500, and she went up. So thank you, Karen. And Donna, I know you wanted your name. So Donna, hello, Donna. Yes.
Thanks, Donna. And I'm here with Joanne Kelly, who is my instructor and actually the backbone behind this telethon just a little bit, and her adorable pup, Jackson. He's very excited to be here today. Very excited. Joanne, can you tell us, Jackson is almost 6 years old, and when you got him from the Humane Society, he had a little bit of an anxiety problem. Can you tell us about what it was like bringing him home and how he's gotten better since being home with you?
Yes, as you can see, he's so relaxed. We're in the middle of the telethon, and well, he's very relaxed. But yes, we adopted our first dog, Mia, from the Humane Society. Had her for about a year and a half, and thought she needs a friend. So we worked with Catherine, the behaviorist at the Humane Society. She kept introducing us to dogs to see if Mia would get along with them. And then one day Catherine said to us, I have the perfect dog for you. But the issue is he's very stressed. Oh, there's dogs walking in. He's very stressed in the shelter, so he's in foster care. So Catherine brought Jackson in, and he was very stressed. He was skinny, skinny, skinny. His previous owners had to give him up because they had him on anxiety medication. He chewed everything. But Mia and Jackson got along so well, we thought, we'll bring him home. And sure enough, the first month, I would say, he chewed every shoe we owned, every headphone. He would pull drawers out of the chest of drawers and like scatter the clothing. He chewed through an entire door once when we accidentally left him in the bedroom. So it was heartbreaking because he was so anxious. But honestly, after a month, he wasn't on any medication, and he and Mia became best friends. And he's a totally different dog. And I know it's entirely because we had 2 dogs. So I say to anybody who's watching right now who thinks, I already have a dog, that's too much work. Having 2 dogs is actually less work than having one, because your guilt is gone. When I go to work and I'm at work all day and I don't have time to come home and walk them at lunch, which, I try to do, but if I don't, they're together, right? So they barely even notice I'm gone, right? So yes, and I would say that having a dog with even Catherine here loves Jackson. She's got a special relationship with him. Yes. So Jackson has blossomed into the sweetest, chill dog ever. And honestly, someone gave him up. He was a stray puppy that was adopted, and the owners had to give him up because he was so stressed. So I say having 2 dogs helps both of them. They become best friends.
Right, and I think that maybe sometimes when people are looking to donate a dog, they might be a little bit hesitant to adopt. When they're looking to adopt a dog, they might be hesitant to adopt a dog that has a problem like anxiety or something like that. So why is it so important for people to help these dogs that might be a little bit extra work when they take them home?
Ashley, that is a fabulous question. I think it's the heart of what everybody does. So the Humane Society works really hard on the behavior issues. And yes, did Jackson take a little more work? Did I have to remember to put my shoes up high so he couldn't get them? Yes. Did we make sure we didn't leave him alone a lot at first? Yes. But I can't even put into words how worth it is. A little extra work, but it's not work, because really all it meant was spending time with him. Work meant when I came home from work, instead of going on my phone or the computer, I would play with Jackson. That made him less anxious, made me less anxious. So yeah, you may call it that you have to work with him a bit more, but really it's the best for you and the dog. Yeah.
Right. Me too, already. Okay, well, thanks everybody for donating. Keep the donations coming in. You can text RESCUE to 41010. And I am now going to throw to Danny in the phone room with a dog named Sadie and Sadie's owner, Kayla.
Hi, everybody. I just want to start out by thanking our presenting sponsor today, Liberty Tax Service. I'm here with Kayla and Sadie. Kayla got Sadie from the Winnipeg Humane Society 2 years ago. Tell us a little bit how you got Sadie.
Well, it was actually a complete surprise to me. I had been begging my boyfriend for years and years to get a dog when we moved in together. And he just told me one Friday afternoon, he's like, we're going to go for a drive. And he didn't tell me, and we ended up here, and we found the perfect pet, and it's been love ever since.
How has she changed since you brought her home?
Well, when we first got her, she was, of course, very nervous, and she wasn't 100% sure about us because she had been, left by her previous family. So she was a little bit skeptical about who we were and who she was, and she was super nervous just walking around her own house. But it quickly changed. She became the sweetest dog, and she's such a goofball, and she really just loves everybody and anything who's going to give her any kind of attention. But she's just sweetest dog.
She is the sweetest dog. She's been sitting here like a little angel. Oh, you're so cute. What's your favorite thing to do with Sadie?
Well, she is a ball hound, so if you will throw the ball for her, she will retrieve it as many times as you want. She's also a big swimmer, even when we don't want her to be. So if there's a puddle, if there's a pool, she is going in and exploring it.
Kayla actually just donated $80 in person to Winnipeg Humane Society. You can come down. We're here till 5. Why do you think it's so important to donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society?
I think it's just because it's the smallest difference that you can make. The staff who's here is just really fantastic. They do regular checkups, and even once you've adopted the pet, like we had some of the staff just calling us and making sure how Sadie was adapting, if they could do anything to provide any kind of service for us and just really make it a super easy transition for all of us. And when they heard that she was doing great, they were just genuinely excited. So all of those resources are going right back to the pets and just making sure that they're getting great forever homes.
That's so awesome. And you've been on the other side of things too. You volunteered here. Do you want to tell me a little bit about that?
I did. I started as soon as I turned 16, and I made sure that I was right on that list and went through orientation, and I was lucky enough to be a dog walker. So I got to see firsthand experience on the different kinds of dogs and how you can really nurture them every day. And even though you're not taking them home, you can still show them, kindness, and you can still show them that, just genuine happiness that a dog can bring into your life.
How has Sadie changed your life?
Oh man, well, we're a lot more active, and when we first got her, she was a little overweight, and now she's just super slim and trim, and we call her Skinny Minnie. Other than that, it's just happiness. Like, I've been sick a lot the past month, and she's just so gentle and just making sure that, checking up on me, giving me those nice little wet nose kisses, and just overall just being fantastic.
That's so awesome. You guys can all come down to the Winnipeg Humane Society until 5 o'clock to come see some dogs and some cats. You can also come donate in person, or you can text RESCUE to 410-410. Now we're going to go to a video about Octavian the cat and his dental surgery.
All right, so Octavian's gonna have some of his teeth removed today that are bugging him. So first we're going to do a nerve block, just very similar to what human dentists do. Octavian originally had all of his incisors taken out because he had really severe stomatitis, so inflammation of the gums. So it's a lot. It's a lot of work for us. It's a lot of surgical time. Fun thing about using the nerve blocks is that he's not feeling anything. So it's hard for me to know exactly where his anesthetic depth is. And so I've been turning him down and he's just swallowing right now, but not reacting to anything that's happening in his mouth because he can't feel it. So what he needs is not to be in pain anymore. And this will accomplish that. You need to be healthy and happy and pain-free. And so that is what we always try to make sure that we address those issues. And that's it. He did it.
Watch the telethon live on your phone or computer. We're streaming on the Winnipeg Humane Society's Facebook page and on winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hi, my name is Alessandra and I work at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching the 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. Your donations help animals like Charlie get the love and care to find their forever homes. Please donate now by calling 204-927-1001 and donate now.
Hey, it's Cassie in the lobby. We're here with Dean Cooper and his dog, Roxy. Roxy's actually a rescue. So, Dean, could you tell us about how Roxy came into your life and what her story is?
You know what? She lived most of her life in a cage, not much bigger than her. And she was left outside almost all day long. And when I got her, her back was almost completely covered in open sores from mosquito bites and other insect bites because she was left outside all day. So a wonderful woman rescued her, and she was put up for adoption. And I was lucky enough to get her.
How long after you got her till she was all better, would you say, recovered?
You know what? Probably about between 4 to 6 months. I mean, her skin was really, really awful. But now it's all cleared up, and she's back to normal health, and she's a happy, healthy dog now.
That's great to hear. How has Roxy added to your life?
Oh, I mean, first and foremost, being a bulldog, she's very, very goofy and funny and so friendly with everybody. And I mean, they're just such a joy. I mean, they bring so much pleasure to your life, and they don't want anything from you except a lot of kisses and butt rubs and playing with some tug toys and things. And it's just unconditional love.
Some purebred breeds, they have some medical conditions. Can you talk about, as a bulldog, what Roxy has with those conditions, if she has any?
Yeah, you know, they're prone to a lot of ear and eye infections and things like that. So her ears, I give her ear drops on a fairly regular basis. And actually, bulldogs, because of the shape of their tail and the way their anal cavity is shaped, they tend to get infections as well. So I've sort of dealt with that as well. But you know what? She's close to 7 years old now, and for a bulldog, she's very happy and very healthy, and she's doing really, really well. She wants to meet everybody. See, that's the problem. See, here, it's hard to keep her steady because she just wants to go and say hello to everybody. So it's...
And Roxy's a really chill dog. She's been here for about 30 minutes, and she hasn't barked at any dog, and she just wants to meet people. What would you say to people who are wanting to rescue a dog?
You know what? Dogs are so wonderful in that they will, like I said, love you unconditionally. They are always there for you when you come home at the end of the day. And they bring you so much joy. And like I said, she makes me laugh. You know, that's one of the best things about having a dog, I think, is that they make you laugh. And it's always a lot of fun.
Okay, well, thanks for coming in today, Dean. We're gonna
You're welcome.
We're going to throw it to Kyla. She's on the phone with Javier, and they're going to talk about the Million Cat Challenge. And it has a special surprise for one of the biggest sponsors.
Hey, thanks, Cassie. I'm Kyla, and I'm here with Javier, and we're going to talk about some cats right away. But first, I'm going to say thank you to our phone sponsor, Pet Plan Pet Insurance. And actually, I have an interesting donation challenge between two pets, I would assume, based on the names. Thule from Winnipeg wants Earmuff from Burlington, who's watching, to match her $50 donation. So, Earmuff, I would assume challenge accepted. Thanks in advance. So anyways, I'm here with Javier, the CEO of Winnipeg Humane Society, and we're here to talk about the Million Cat Challenge. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, the Million Cat Challenge, it's an initiative by the UC Davis School of Medicine, and essentially it involves every shelter in North America that signs up. And our goal is to save, in 5 years, 1 million cat lives. So that's the goal, and we do that through a variety of programs that we're trying to essentially reduce the euthanasia rates of cats. And last year, since we joined the challenge, our euthanasia rates have gone down by 25%.
Wow, that's very impressive. Do you have any goals as far as the next year, as far as percentages?
Well, we want to continue to drive that as much as we can, and for that we need the community. We need the people out there that are helping us. When you find a cat that is stray, to try to find a safe place for it, to keep it there for a while, to try to find the owner. Cats don't travel that far. And also to help our intake department. We have roughly 200 spaces for cats, so as we adopt them out, new cats can come in. So if you can hold for a few days or sometimes a week, instead of bringing the cat right away, then we can match the incoming cats with the outgoing cats, and we can make sure that we take the best possible care for each of the cats coming to the Humane Society.
So on average, a week, let's say, how many calls about cats wanting to be brought in do you think you would get here?
Well, it depends on the seasonality, but we get anywhere between 10 and 30 cats every day, depending on the season. And as you can imagine, we first of all we have to hold them for 3 days for a stray period. Then they are vetted. Then we analyze their behavior. Then if they are not fixed, we fix them. And after all that is completed, it goes to the adoptions floor. And that takes time, that takes money, and that's why we're having 1,001 donations today, because we rely exclusively on the support of the community to be able to save all these cats in Winnipeg.
So do you have any tips for people in the community that might find cats, maybe what they should do before calling or bringing them in right away? Anything they can do from home?
Ideally, if you could keep the cat in a safe location with water and food, of course, and then take a picture, call the Winnipeg Humane Society to file a report, contact the Facebook pages that are about missing and found cats, and also put some posters up around, it's roughly 3 blocks radius, and wait a few days and see if the owner comes forward. And you will be surprised, in many occasions, that's what happens. And once you call us, and if you don't want to keep that animal, if we don't find the owner, then you schedule an appointment to surrender the cat to us.
Perfect. So that's on you guys. This is all about adoption and taking the proper procedure when you find a stray cat. And I would just want you to know that your donation of $20 today that will be matched, so $40, will equal two $20 donations, so equaling $40, and that's 2 days for a cat to be in care. So it's huge. Everything matters. And I would also like to thank our hourly hero sponsor, D7 Property Management. So thanks very much to you guys. And actually, Javier has a special surprise for us today. If you wanted to talk a little bit about the award that you have.
Yes. Well, pretty much most of you are watching this through Shaw TV, and Shaw has been a wonderful partner. And this is the 10th year in which we have 1,001 donations being broadcasted through the partnership between Red River College and Shaw Television. So we would like to recognize Shaw for helping save, in 10 years, over 60,000 animals. That's the volume of animals that we receive, and because of their support and assisting us with 1,001 donations, we're able to do this amazing work. So we have a little award for Shaw, and we'd like to just to hand it over to them maybe in the next segment, or I'll show it. It's very nice. And it's a recognition of the amazing work that we're so grateful for the partnership. Local television is important, and the work that Shaw Television does is great. So we're very grateful for it.
Perfect. Well, thanks very much, Javier. Now we're going to throw back to Octavian with a story about critters.
Hopefully Nigel will come over and show his face, but he's being a little camera shy right now. Usually Critter Corner is fairly full. Normally it's just rabbits and birds. Mice as well, or rodents as we call them, hamsters. Those are your popular ones. We have degus right now and chinchillas. I don't think a lot of people know how many critters we actually have here available at the shelter. Some are strays. Rabbits typically are strays. They're found on the street and we bring them in. Typically it's people surrendering them, unable to care for, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. People move to new addresses and they can no longer have pets in that house. That's good. We just bring them to us and we'll find them good homes.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society, produced and hosted by the Creative Communication students from Red River College.
Hey, buddy. Come here. Want to lay down? Yes. He basically never stops trying to play and headbutt, and he's just so full of love. He's just such a wonderful, wonderful cat. All we know about Octavian is that he was a stray when he came in, so anything could have happened at some time in the past with him. But what we did notice right off the bat is that he was walking funny on a back leg, and you could see visibly that it was abnormal. So knew that he had had an old fracture that had happened at some point while he was out on the streets, and as well that had involved his tail. So it was really, really high up, just behind the pelvis where the tail was broken, so he actually couldn't use his tail at all. It was just hanging limp. And so the amount of pain that he would have been in, but yet he still had to get around and get food and survive and live, which he managed to do, even though he would have been in that horrible pain. And then for him to still have such an affectionate and lively demeanor and be such a cool cat. Like anybody who meets him, he just strikes them right away by how friendly he is, how much he just needs and wants to be with people. So, it really doesn't slow them down that much when they have a leg amputation. And the good thing now is that he doesn't have the remnants of those broken bones causing him pain.
He doesn't feel it. It's just cutting the stitches, but he wants to be busy. He doesn't want to lay still, so.
His hind end is going to look a little bit more unique compared to even cats that have had a leg amputation, because he also lost his tail and he's lost it up really high, so he doesn't even have a stump. So I think he's going to look quite cute when the hair grows back. It's kind of hard to picture what he might look like because his bum is still shaved after having the surgery. But certainly, he's going to have a nice round little back end there. So I think a lot of people are going to find that pretty cute, kind of like a little bobcat.
There you go. All done. All done. You mad? You mad?
Go to winnipeghumane.ca to donate to the 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax. And check out behind-the-scenes stories and videos while you're there.
Thanks for coming back to the Winnipeg Humane Society Telethon. We just saw a story about Octavian, a cat who's been through a lot, and we actually have Octavian here right now with owners Cassie and Paul. So, Cassie, just tell us a little bit about what drew you to Octavian in the first place.
I'm actually allergic to cats, and Paul likes cats, so I had to get one that looked the saddest. And that's why we got him. But he's a love bug, so he's worth it.
Now, Paul, how hard was it to convince Cassie to actually bring a cat back?
She did all the convincing, so it was quite easy.
Now, Octavian's been through a lot. Tell us about what that's been like for you guys, having to deal with all the issues that Octavian's been through.
It's actually been easy. He just wants attention. He wants to be loved, so it was very easy for him to accommodate. Still just getting used to the dog.
Oh, so he has a playmate at home?
Somewhat. They can be together but separate. He hates his face.
Well, I'm sure he'll grow accustomed to you, just like you guys have grown accustomed to having Octavian here.
Yeah, my dog tries to get to know him, but yeah, they're getting better.
Now, how old is Octavian?
He's about 2.
About 2 years old, and he's, like I said, he's been through quite a battle, but he's in a loving home now, and I'm sure he's very thankful to be with you guys. So coming up next, we have Lauren. She's with one of our major sponsors, Liberty Tax, and let's take a look at Lauren's story now. Okay, we're going to come back to Lauren in a little bit. So let's just talk about what kind of diet Octavian needs. Does he have any special dietary restrictions?
Not really, just a can a day.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously missing a leg, that's probably tough for him. How does he cope with not having an extra leg?
Very well. He jumps on everything. As I like to call him Gimpy, he gimps around the house.
So regardless of whether he has an extra leg or not, he still manages to hop around and do all the normal things that cats do, right?
Yeah, terrorize the dog.
Awesome. And he's very affectionate too, which is nice to see, especially after having been through a bit of trauma in his life. He's still very friendly and very warm and open to people.
Mm-hmm. He very much is. He's a bit of a love biter.
Now, do you have any plans to get any other cats, or is this it for you guys?
Yeah, no, this will be the only one.
Oh, goodness. Well, like I said, he's very playful. So, Lauren, we're going to talk about our corporate compassionate sponsor, which is Cora's Breakfast and Lunch, and they do such a fantastic job. They're actually just down the street from the Humane Society, and they love to support all the good things that the Humane Society does, especially because they kind of are in the same vein in terms of sustainability and being animal friendly and those kind of things. So let's take a look at Lauren. She's in the lobby with Liberty Tax, our main sponsor.
Okay. All right, we're back here in the front area of the Winnipeg Humane Society with our corporate sponsor, Liberty Tax Service. We're here with the CEO of the Winnipeg Humane Society, Javier, and then we have David and Donna. And David, you just got off an airplane from Vancouver to be here today.
Yes.
All right, can you guys tell us a little bit about why Liberty Tax Service chose to sponsor the Winnipeg Humane Society?
Well, the Humane Society is such a great cause, and we've always been supporters for years, always had pets, so who better to help out the animals in need.
And David, do you have anything to say about why Liberty Tax decided to sponsor the Winnipeg Humane Society?
It's all about the same. Our pets, and we've had pets from here, and others that don't come here because we took them.
So do you have any animals right now, like that you've donated, that you've adopted?
Right now.
Sorry?
We have one dog right now.
And what kind of programs, what kind of programs within the Winnipeg Humane Society does the money go towards?
Whatever they put it to.
Yeah, it goes to our general operations. So essentially every single program, from spay and neuter to special cases where we work on behavior, operating the shelter, providing food for the animals. Everything that we do is supported through the wonderful support of Liberty Tax Service, and we're extremely grateful for their ongoing support. And now it's tax season, so it's, I keep thinking, well, I need to probably go there and, provide my T-Force and get everything organized. So it's very busy for them, and we're very grateful they're taking the time to be here with us as well.
Can you just remind everyone at home why it's so important to donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society and what kind of things people's money will go towards today?
Absolutely. Well, it's important because we do not receive government money to save the animals. So once the animals arrive here, we depend exclusively on corporate support and your donation in order to run this shelter. We care for 8,000 animals every year because of you. So with your support, your financial support, is that we can do it. And for every dollar that you give us, 90 cents go directly to the care of the animals. So we're a very lean organization, and we try to essentially save every animal that comes to our care, and we can only do that with your support.
Well, thank you so much, Liberty Tax Service, for being here today. We are going to throw to the phone room, where we have another animal coming up with a story.
That's a good boy. She's just going to film you. Yeah. Okay. You're a good boy. He's actually a dog that needs a really special owner. Good boy, buddy. Good boy. Yeah. Hey, you're doing really good. I mean, you could take him on a walk and you'd be walking for half an hour and you wouldn't really see him settling very much. As you can see now, I mean, I basically brought him in here, I asked him to lie on his mat, and he's been happily chewing his bone the whole time. So this is relaxing for him. He's also, we found out he's super, super affectionate. But of course, before, because of some of the potential mouthing behavior, he wasn't getting handled a lot. Now we work with him on handling issues, so I mean, he loves being petted, and it's so rewarding. I mean, 6 months ago, I don't think we could be doing this, you know, like your camera would already be in his mouth and he'd be jumping, and he's a changed dog. And I guess the great thing is, when we're doing this, we really, I guess some of the, you know, the positive things that come out of this is to sort of realize that so many of these dogs have potential that hasn't been accessed because their previous owners haven't done the work with them, or they were strays, or, you know, they were abused. So it's just so nice to see that, you know, the dogs that we work with, they have this potential that's just waiting to be released.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society, produced and hosted by the Creative Communication students from Red River College.
Basically, I interact with the cats, I spend time with them. That basically involves just interacting with them, petting them, talking to them. I talk to them all the time. I sing to them, just even, you know, just basically holding them. And many times you can't do that, so it even just involves giving them many hugs and kisses. And they certainly respond back by putting their paws around me. That's their hugs, and I definitely get sandpaper kisses. It's awesome. I had one person say, "Is she okay?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, she's just with the cats," because I was on the floor, sprawled out with them. Like I said, I can't take all the credit because there's a lot of other volunteers, and we're all here. Our goal is to be here for the animals. But really, you know, we're all doing the same thing. And, you know, sometimes you have good luck. Yeah, you're either in my arms. Are you going to stay in my arms? There are most of the time it's more good than bad. But I do have times where it's like, leave me alone. I don't want to be petted. They're just kind of in a mood. But most of the time, they're really, really good. And what that means is that when I'm interacting, like for example, I'll just open this one where Socks is, okay? Again, they're wonderful cats. But the thing is, the cats in the cages, they can be very freaked out by just even another cat. But it doesn't mean that they're not a great pet. So many times I have to open the cage and just interact with them and pet them like this. When we were younger, my mom let us have a cat, but then my mom got upset, I guess, because there were too many plants knocked over, so we were forced to give it to the Humane Society. And let's just say I still have horrid memories of that. They want to help the volunteers be happy. You know, they want things to work out for everyone, so they really try their best to put you where you want to be. But I know for me, I had to actually write down 3 choices. And so what I had was cat cuddling, a cat cuddler, and cat care assistant, where basically I guess I would have helped more with the cleaning. And then I also put rabbit wrangler, which means you're with the rabbits. I don't have children of my own, and so to me they're like my kids. They're my babies. I love them very much, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I have here. And you know, they just provide so much unconditional love, and we can learn so much from them. And I just feel that we really need to be their voice, and we need to protect and love them.
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hey, I'm here with some great girls, but before I get into that, I just want to shout out Anna Silverman. She's in Holidays in Phoenix. She saw her Facebook notification pop up about the 1,000 donations, and she called to make a $300 donation. Thank you, Anna. Now, why don't you guys just introduce yourself?
Hannah. Jade. I'm Mia.
Now, I heard that you guys were doing some work to donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society. You did some, you did like a bake sale, and they also are doing like a Pause in Motion thing in May. Why do you think it's important to help out the Humane Society?
Because We just really care about animals and we want them to have a really good home. We want to give the animals a better future. The money that we raise for the Winnipeg Humane Society helps keep the animals healthy and more people will want to adopt them, and it's another thing for me and my friends to do that's fun.
Fantastic. So I heard you guys had a craft and bake sale just before Christmas. Now, can you tell me a little about that? Like, what'd you make?
We baked lots of cookies and we brought toys there and stuff. We made some clay charms and sold them. We made some gingerbread mans and a gingerbread house.
Fantastic. I heard you guys raised $235. How do you feel about that?
Really, really awesome. Like we did well. Good.
Awesome. And I also heard you're doing I think at your Provenche school where you go, you're all in grade 3 there. I heard you're doing like a pause in motion thing. I hear you're going to try to get pledges, and it's a whole walk all to raise money for WHS. How do you feel about that?
Pretty good. Excited. I'm super excited.
Pretty good to excited to super. It's just getting better and better. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate everything you've done for Winnipeg Humane Society. I just want to, of course, congratulate everyone for the donations they're sending in. So thank you so much. I just want to throw to Cam in the lobby. He's talking about a pet loss hotline. Cam?
Hey, thanks, Trent. I'm Cam, and I'm here with Rona. She's a 4-year volunteer, and she's currently working with the Pet Loss and Grief Support Line that is Winnipeg Humane Society's line, and it's run by volunteers.
It is.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
It's a really wonderful thing, and we're very, very proud of it. For people who lose their pets due to illness or, they just die,
Right.
but they actually have a place they can phone now, and they can actually talk to people about the fact that this animal's gone, and they can vent their feelings just like they would if they were talking on a grief hotline about a family member.
Yeah, this is something that I wouldn't have considered even existing. But, I mean, it's a very real thing. If you lose a pet, it's like losing a family member.
It really is these days. I mean, the attitude towards animals and ownership has changed so much the last 20, 30 years that our pets, our cats and dogs and rats, are considered to be part of the family. A lot of people don't have children, some people are single or divorced, and the animal represents, it really is a family member. And when the animal dies, the person has the same level of grief as when they lose a family member. And I think that's something that I didn't even know until fairly recently, when I experienced it myself. So,
Right. So how long has this line been a thing? How long has it been?
well, this official format we've had for 2 years now, and you can call 988-8804, by the way. And you can leave a message. We don't have someone sitting there, for like all day. If you leave a message, somebody will call you back within 24 hours, and they will talk to you.
So they just, do you have any touching stories? Maybe people that have...
Oh, there's lots of them. I mean, there's people, there's sad stories. I mean, one fellow lost a pet and a wife the same week. You get those kinds of really sad stories.
Yeah.
So for them, it's a real bonus to be able to phone our line because they're dealing with two different kinds of grief.
Yeah.
They went, geez, a family member died, and then I lost my pet as well, and it's just very, very traumatic for them.
Was this the idea of a couple volunteers that decided, hey, there's nothing like this that exists?
I think just society as a whole has been talking about it, and I know the Humane Society used to do things before I came on board. I think they were more casual workshops, and then what happened is that the volunteer service manager, she picked up the portfolio. And so we got everybody together, and she got us some training with Clinic, which is a really great group. They deal with all kinds of crisis and loss situations.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, it was just the volunteers who attended that seminar who would be interested in actually manning the line.
I think it's a really great thing that you're doing together.
You know what, we think so too. And actually all you need is a little bit of empathy and a little bit of training. You don't have to be a psychologist. It's not quite the same as talking to somebody who's lost a family member, but it's just a very rewarding thing, just to be able to sit and say to somebody, listen to them and say, thank you for having that pet and thank you for doing that, and I hope it gets easier for you.
Right on. Well, I appreciate everything that you do for them. What's that number again?
988-8804. And if you have lost a pet recently or need to talk to somebody about it, please feel free.
Excellent. Well, thanks you very much, Roman. I'm going to throw you guys over to a little video about the gift shop and where your money goes to support the shelter. Thanks very much.
So after you do the adoption, the counselors will bring you into the gift shop, and then you'll buy everything you can possibly need. All the proceeds, 100% of them, go right back into the shelter. It's nonprofit, but it goes back to all the animals in our care. Science Diet is what we carry for cat and dog food. This is what the cats and dogs are fed here at the shelter. So this is what we recommend when they go home. Harnesses that you would need for in the car, we have the travel bowls. So if you're heading out for a walk or hike, you can take a travel bowl with you. We have all the cleaning supplies that you would need and grooming. Leashes, collars, dog treats. They're obviously a big hit. We have a massive selection of that as well. We just started carrying these large ones this year. They're brand new to us. So far they've been doing well. So this is just dog toys. People really like the Kong. We also use this here in the shelter as well. So yeah, very popular. If you have you're looking for a Father's Day or Mother's Day gift for from the dog or from the cat, we have tons of products as well. We also have our own variety of brandwear that we carry here as well in the gift shop. I'm wearing the newest sweater that we have. We do still have the old style left. Again, the money goes back to the animals, right? So it's another way for us to raise money to go back into the care of the animals. And again, a lot of these products you can get at other locations, at other pet stores, but you come here and while you're here, you can buy stuff and then you can go see the animals. So it's a win-win.
My name is Michelle. I work in the foster department. I want to thank very much our sponsors, Liberty Tax, for helping us support animals. This is Sparkle. She's very active. She's very excited. One of our fosters that has gone out, who needed our help, and oh, really? And of course, now is coming back to hopefully be in her adoption pod to be able to be adopted out. Please feel free to call us to donate. It helps animals like Sparkle. Our phone number is 204-927-1001. And again, a heartfelt thank you from us in the foster department and everybody here, and Sparkle too.
Hi guys, thanks for watching the 1001 Donations. I'm here with Michelle, the full-time foster clerk at the Winnipeg Humane Society, and little Susie. So Michelle, why don't you tell me a little bit about fostering? Because I know when I was talking to you earlier, you mentioned that Susie isn't available for adoption, but people can foster her. So why don't you tell viewers what fostering is?
For sure. Fostering is basically any animal that can't go into adoption. So if the animal, for example, like Susie, is too young, she needs to go into a home. We don't want her sitting in the back. It's not, it's better for them to get socialized in a home and so on and so forth. Oftentimes we have medical cases. Animals come in maybe not in the best of shape, unfortunately, and so they have to have some time to heal after their surgery or so on.
And so how much longer until someone will be able to adopt Susie here?
Well, she's about 4 weeks right now, so we're looking at about maybe another 4 weeks. So at least until she's a couple months old. Yeah.
And why is it important that people donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society?
Absolutely. If we didn't have people helping us help them, we just wouldn't be here, and unfortunately animals wouldn't be helped. I have to be honest, I worked here for many, many years, and I see your hard-earned dollars go to work, and nothing is ever wasted. We recycle everything. We have people who help us, sew and knit and just everything. It's just wonderful people. And I have to say, my foster parents that I deal with are amazing people as well. They take into their homes animals that otherwise would not be able to, be adopted, and just care for them. And when they come back, they're just so happy, and the animals are so well-rounded and, healthy. So.
And just to jump in with a quick update, a couple minutes ago, last time I checked, we are at $38,000, so we're $2,000 away from reaching our goal. And I just wanted to remind everyone at home that $20 a day equals 1 day of cat care. And oh, she's getting so comfy. Equals 1 day of cat care. And don't forget that today donations are matched. So if you make one $20 donation, that will be matched, which would equal 2 days of cat care for someone like Susie.
Every animal that goes into foster care goes with supplies. So, you know, even if they're not here, we still need, the public's help to help us, send them out so that they have everything that they need in their homes. She's really sweet. Last year we had over 700 little guys like this go into foster care. So, I mean, that's a lot of animals, being saved.
A little caught on me here. Awesome. And I just wanted to thank our phone sponsor, Pet Plan Pet Insurance. And thank you guys at home for watching. And right now we're going to go to Rogan, who is in the lobby, who's going to talk about the See Spot Read program.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Sam. Right now, I'm here with Catherine from the Humane Society, and we're talking about See Spot Read, which is a program where children have the chance to come in and read to dogs and learn how to read, but also the dogs get to be a little more calm. Can you tell us a little bit more about this program?
Yeah, so we team up with St. John's Ambulance and we take dogs to different schools and they get to sit with kids while they read to them. And sometimes, it's when they have issues with dogs, with being comfortable around dogs, and that helps that as well. But sometimes it's just that they don't like reading. And when they get the chance to read to dogs, they want to read more and more and more, which really, really helps the kids, but it also helps the dogs too, because they get to socialize and be in different atmospheres.
Right, so it's kind of like a win-win situation, good for the kids and good for the dogs.
Yeah, of course. And it's also really nice for us to see because it's, seeing our animals out in the community, seeing children learning about dogs too.
Right. And so are you part of any other programs that kind of help children, learn and develop their skills, but also like help animals kind of learn to do everyday animal things?
So I do school visits for the Winnipeg Humane Society, and we go out to different schools, different classes, and we have different age groups, and we have different presentations for each age group. Say for grade ones, we talk about the needs of a living animal. So we'll talk about not just dogs, but we'll talk about guinea pigs, and we'll talk about rabbits, and we'll talk about cats, and what each one of them needs to live, and basically what they can do for the animals in their community as well.
Awesome, that's really cool. And so do you guys bring the animals over to the schools?
We generally try and bring one or two to each presentation. We have some guinea pigs in our department that we like to bring over.
Awesome, I bet the kids just blow up, get super excited.
Oh yeah, all the time. They always like to pet some animals.
Yeah, that's really awesome. That's really cool. This is Catherine from the Humane Society. Right now, we're thrown to Christiana, who's got a dog named Bosco. What are you up to, Christiana?
A friend of mine tagged me in the Humane Society post and decided that it was something I needed to do, and I just looked at her and I just phoned right away and filled out the application just so I could bring her home. When we picked her up, they told us that she was blind and possibly deaf, but that evening I opened a bottle of carbonated water, and the noise made her jump, so I knew she could hear. So we've been working, and I think there is some vision, either peripheral or just around the bottom area. Her depth perception is off, and all we were told is that she had a skull fracture, and I'm not quite sure how that occurred. But since then, she's eating and she's drinking. She can find her food, she can find her water and everything. So whether she's gotten better or she's just had more practice now with getting accustomed to her visual disability, I'm not sure. But she's certainly adapting really well. And we're working on clicker training so that we're using more auditory things. And that's coming along really good too.
One of the first Snuffles learned how to play with tug of war.
She came in as a stray.
But she was awfully young to be on her own, and sometimes mother dogs will bite the puppies, and it looked like it was a bite. Good girl. And you can see that there's a fracture in the skull on the top of her head, and the swelling on top was bleeding and like a large bruise. And the seizuring was related to the inflammation that's on the brain. So whether the trauma directly affected the brain or more likely just the swelling in the area was causing the problem. So we put a catheter in her, and because she was so small, we had to put it in her neck. So she had this big neck brace on and the catheter in so we could give the medication to stop the seizures whenever she seizured. So because of the trauma, what she's left with for brain damage is that she's blind. She relies on other senses more, and I was a little bit worried that she might also be deaf, because sometimes we'd go into her kennel and she'd not hear you coming. But she's been out in foster, and the foster parents report that she does hear, and they think that she might have some vision, which is encouraging. And because she's really young, there is a potential for that tissue to heal. So there's the potential for her to get some vision back. In addition to the seizures, she would circle and have these episodes of screaming frustration, and I didn't know if that was just a lack of sensation or if she was in a lot of pain. So I actually took her home for the first few days just because she was needing such intensive care, and we wanted to make sure we could stop any seizure that happened. So we had a bell on her and kept her by the bed, and fortunately though, she medication worked well and she stopped seizuring. So yeah, so I'm quite attached to her too, and I'm very happy that the fosters want to adopt her, because it's a lot of challenge to find an adopter that's willing to take on a disabled dog. And if they just see how awesome they are, they'll figure it out. But the fosters had that opportunity to have her for the past month.
She was at home, and I kind of, monitored her like as a nurse from a distance, and I didn't get too attached. But, when after a while they just, she plays with you, and then she sits by your feet, and they just give you that look. It's kind of hard to then, just kind of think of her going somewhere else. And especially with her, they get so accustomed to your voice and to the way that you treat them. I couldn't see her going anywhere else. That just little face just sold me, her staring at me, and then every once in a while when she can't quite see me, she slaps me in the face, and it's just, after that I was sold.
People worry like, oh, I couldn't afford to help, but really it's a lot of people pitching in a small amount together is important as well. So IV catheter, $5, somebody paid for that. Our donors paid for that. The food, her formula, it's about $15 a can. She was on that for the first week or two. So every little bit helps. And our x-ray machine, we were very fortunate. We just upgraded our film x-ray to digital. That was a donor who gave us a lot of money to buy that. So everybody's involved. It's a whole village to raise a child. It's a whole village to rescue a puppy.
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumane.ca.
Hi, I'm here with Maggie and Bosco. So Maggie is here representing Dusty Van Sumeren Bevan, which is our sponsor for the hour. And so I want, Maggie, if you could tell us a little bit about Bosco.
Bosco is a 11-year-old American Cocker Spaniel who loves to visit at local hospitals and care homes.
So what do you do when you're at the hospital or care home with him?
Most of the time he goes room to room to visit. A lot of the time he does go off leash, but he has his favorite people there, and he just goes and he crawls into their laps or lays on their beds, hops into their wheelchair, gives them lots of hugs and kisses and attention, and he just loves it.
That's so sweet. So you're here representing Dusty Van Sumeren Bevan, and so she donated a great deal to the Winnipeg Humane Society, and she has a great story about her dog. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Absolutely, yeah. Dusty passed away a year ago, and she left part of her estate to the Humane Society. She has grown up around dogs all of her life and trained King Charles Cocker Spaniels and English Cocker Spaniels, and bred them as well. And in the 70s, she actually suffered a severe stroke. She was out in her backyard playing with her dogs, and had a stroke. Her husband was a doctor here in the city and did not come home for a few hours. And so she always would tell us that it was the dogs that actually saved her life. They laid down beside her, they laid on top of her, they licked her, they were kissing her, they were trying to keep her from, I guess, losing consciousness. And the dogs were right beside her all the time.
So that's obviously an incredibly sweet story. Absolutely. And that's wonderful. And it really does show how dogs can be such a great thing in our lives and more than just companions, right?
Yes.
So what has Bosco done for you in that way?
Oh, Bosco actually, Bosco is our family pet. Dusty came into our lives about 10 years ago, and Bosco became her kind of companion and spent most of the last part of her life with Bosco. But he would go and visit her at her home or at a care site. They would go for long walks. He would go in the wheelchair with her. And actually made several trips to the hospital where he stayed overnight to be with her. So Bosco has actually, he's very gentle and very sweet, and he knows when somebody is in distress, and he just has this calming effect on her, right? So whenever there was something going on in her life, if not Bosco, it was another dog that came to her rescue and kind of just loved on her and kept her calm and made her happy.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's such a beautiful story. Thank you so much for coming down and sharing that with us. We're going to go to Alana now in the lobby. She's with Roger Buchanan, and he is part of the foster program.
Hi, Alana here, and I'm here with a very special man. His name is Roger Buchanan, and he has been volunteering as a foster parent for about 7 years now. And he has a very funny story about how it all began with a family member's cat.
Well, Warren, a brother-in-law, was going into Riverview, and he can't have a pet in the hospital situation there, so we took the cat in, and he got regular visits to his master, and till the end of Warren's life, we kept the cat and decided afterwards, why not continue the process with other cats that need care and start fostering through the Humane Society.
And how many cats has it been now?
We've got our 28th right now. It's a really crazy calico. She's going to be up for adoption soon, and she's wonderful.
And what have you learned about the socialization process through 28 different cats that you've fostered?
Well, we get them one at a time, and they get a lot of constant attention. I'm fortunate in that I have a home office, so I'm able to play with them and roughhouse them and learn their personalities and help them get used to people. And it's an ongoing process, but the trick is just paying regular attention to them. It's easy to do.
And why do you think it's so important to foster?
Well, these animals need homes, and the more they're prepared for dealing with people, and the more they understand, humans they're okay to be around, the better they're going to do when they get into adoptions and get out into their forever homes.
What are some things that you think potential foster parents should know before they sign up?
Oh, for foster parents, they need to understand the Humane Society takes wonderful care of you. Email communications with Humane Society is quick and responsive. Any questions are taken care of. All your needs are provided for. The food's provided. The litter's provided. They even provide the toys. There's a profile that you fill out at the end of fostering on how well the animal's been doing. They make it as easy as falling out of bed. It's really an easy process.
And can you tell us a little bit about some of your favorite animals that you've fostered?
Well, I had one kitten that took 3 days to come out from underneath the couch, and it was 3 in the morning, and I was asleep on the floor, worried crazy, when I opened my eyes, and I saw a little kitten about a foot away from my nose. And right now, we've got one that'll just be looking at you and suddenly just take off and run around all over the place and then come and lay down at your feet.
Nice. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge our phone sponsor, which is Pet Plan Pet Insurance. And now we're also going to throw to a bit of an unusual story about a rat named Max.
So the little is Max. Max is a rat. Obviously. He got himself into a bit of a predicament where he found himself homeless. Rats are mammals, so just like the cats, they're susceptible to the cold as well. So the tip of his tail had some cold frostbite damage and as well a toe. So he did have to have surgery to amputate the dead tip of his tail as well as to amputate the dead toe. So they can be taught to do tricks, they can be taught to do all sorts of things. And They're very smart and inquisitive and just kind of a cool pet to have around. But he's a very friendly, very social rat. They make really great pets, so he'll be a really good pet for somebody once he's all healed and ready for adoption.
Hi, my name's Lisa and I work in the Donor Relations Department at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching our 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. Your donations help animals like Aries get the care they need while waiting for their second chance at life that they deserve. Please donate now by calling 204-927-1001 and help us reach our goal.
Link was adopted out from the shelter as a small puppy, and then he ended up coming back to the shelter, and I'm not really sure what the reason was. So he was in a stage of his life that he missed out on some of the socialization that puppies need. And he came in and was tested, and he had object aggression. So we've been spending a lot of time working on him with that. I believe it's been updated to 129 days that Link's been in the shelter, so he's becoming one of the longer term dogs. So I've been regularly taking him on home visits right inside the house just to see his behavior there, and he's been really good. He was just a crazy teenager. So now he's 8 months old. He's worked on a lot of skills. Loose leash walking has come along. He does U-turns, he sits, does all the basic commands. He just has to go to a home with children that are over 12 years of age simply because of the fact that he did, nip. But he's been really good.
Ready? Let's do another down. Come on over here. Okay. Sit. Good boy. Ready? Down. Wait.
He loves car rides. Absolutely loves car rides. If I'm here for a while through lunch, I'll grab him and put him in the back seat of my car, and he just sits there and just enjoys the ride, as a lot of them would, because they just need to get out of this environment.
Donating to the Winnipeg Humane Society's 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax, is as easy as texting the word RESCUE to 41010.
Hi, welcome back to the phone room. We're here with Amelia and Stephen and Max the Rat. So Max the Rat was actually a rescue here. And Amelia, can you tell us a little bit about his story and how he came to the Winnipeg Humane Society?
So he was found outside and somebody trapped him and then brought him into the Humane Society. And when he came in, he had frostbite on his tail and on his feet. So part of his tail had to be amputated and one of his toes.
And can you talk a little bit about you being a volunteer and how you were around him and you chose to adopt him in the end?
Well, I played with him almost every shift for about 2 hours. And so after a month, I finally got my dad to let me adopt him.
So he has frostbite on his feet and on his tail, right? So bringing him home, what are does he take extra work? What are the conditions at home with him?
Well, I just have to watch his balance because whenever he tries to step on smaller, like on a narrower surface, he might slip and fall. But he's not afraid of heights. He tries to jump off everything, even if it's 4 feet off the ground.
And you have another rat at home, right?
Yep.
So was it hard to convince your dad to let you get another rat?
Not really. When you say to adopt a rat, here is $7, it's not too hard.
So one rat, it costs $30 per week for the veggies for these animals, and it's important to adopt both dogs and cats as well as these rats and mice and all other critters. So what do you have to say about people who want to adopt a rodent?
All the critters at the Humane Society are really great, and sometimes they're a little underrated because, they think that you can't play with a rat the same way you could play with a dog or a cat, but you can, and you can teach rats little tricks and stuff like that. So they're super fun.
Yeah. And you were talking earlier about how smart these animals are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you can it didn't take me very long to litter train him at home, and maybe a week or so, and they can learn a whole bunch of tricks and stuff like that. So it's super fun.
What do you have to say about Max?
Well, Max is, I guess, an interesting
addition to what goes on in our house. So we actually, because we had one, I ended up making a house out of an old kitchen cupboard. And so they live in 2 floors of a kitchen cupboard now. So it works out pretty well. But it's, something else fun. And the dog likes to sit there and watch for quite a while and see what they're doing. But yeah.
And how is the commitment for rats? They're pretty chill?
Yeah, they're pretty easy animals to take care of, and really all they want is your attention. So if you just play with them whenever you're at home and let them out of the cage, yeah, it's fun.
So this hour, actually all day, we're sponsored by Liberty Tax Service, and we're gonna throw it to Steph in the lobby. She's with Master Chef's runner-up Jeremy Senaris, and you can text rescue to 41010, and that's rescue to 41010.
Thanks, Cassie. I'm here with Jeremy Senaris, the second place finisher in MasterChef Canada last season. Jeremy, you have 2 dogs, and I wanted to know a bit more about their breeds and what they bring to your life.
So this is Lloyd Banks, and this is Inglewood, and they are half French Bulldog and half Boston Terrier. I didn't rescue them. They actually rescued me. I was going through a lot of stuff when I first got them. We actually went through a house fire. I lost everything in that house fire. I was able to save these guys. They mean a lot to me, and I mean they've brought me through some dark times. So they mean the world to me for sure.
Can you tell me how you were able to save them in the fire?
As the fire was ongoing, I was trying to put out the fire, and as I was starting to feel the effects of the smoke, and I could tell that I wasn't going to be able to put out the fire, I just ran to the room and I grabbed them and I threw them out the front door, and they took off running, obviously, because they were scared of the fire or whatever. But luckily, I was able to find them. As the firefighters were fighting the fire, I was roaming the streets looking for them, and I found them. They were running around together, and so they actually saved me. I didn't save them.
That's an incredible story. And you say that they saved you. Is it their energy? Is it how cuddly they are? What is it exactly about them that you love so much?
I mean, the companionship, for sure. These are my boys right here, and I just wouldn't feel the same without them. They become part of my family, and that's definitely what they mean to me. They're family now, so.
For sure. Yeah. And a lot of people have 1 dog. Not many people have 2. Can you talk a bit about the benefits of having 2 dogs for the dogs and for you?
Well, actually, we have a cat too, and I just feel like it's. I don't like leaving. I used to have another dog, and he passed away, and I had him already, and then I actually lucked out in finding him. So having 2 dogs, it's a lot of work, but it's better for them, I feel, because they have each other, and they also have their little cat brother that also acts like a dog now. So he's the 3 of them together are super funny.
Wonderful. And I have to ask, do you cook for them?
I will give them leftovers. These guys love pizza. Whenever they see pizza, people with pizza, they will try to get that pizza.
And I bet your pizza is pretty darn good. I want to take a second to thank our media sponsors, QX104, 94.3 The Drive, and Shaw TV. It's been a great day here at the Winnipeg Humane Society 1001 Donations Telethon. I'm going to throw it to Danny now in the phone room, and she's with A&S Homes, and some of the representatives are major sponsors.
Hey guys, so we have seen this thermometer from A&S Homes grow all day super quickly. I have sales manager Matthew here from A&S Homes to show us where we're at, and I have Javier here from Winnipeg Humane Society. Matthew, do you want to do us the honors of showing us where we're at? Drum roll. Can I get a drum roll, please? All you. This is amazing. We could not have done this without everybody at home. Thank you so much. We've hit our goal, but it doesn't stop here. This is only like a sliver of what we need to help these animals. It is so important that we keep the momentum going for the last hour that we have. We're going till 5, so please text to rescue to 41010. Come in to drop off some donations, go online. Matthew, do you want to say anything about how important this is?
Yes, I do. Well, A&S Homes has been a proud sponsor for the Winnipeg Humane Society for several years now. So what we're going to do now is we are going to raise the roof. And what I'm going to do from 4 till 5 p.m. for every dollar that gets pledged, A&S Homes is going to match it. So let's raise the roof. Let's keep it going. This is a great cause. These pets have so much energy. It's so exciting. This is a great cause. I just want to thank everyone for being here.
Thank you so much. All right, let's raise this roof. Thank you to everybody at home, and keep donating. Oh, and we're going to Savannah in the lobby. She's going to be talking about the Winnipeg Humane Society summer camp.
Hi there, I am here with Amy and Richard. Now, Amy and Richard, they run a summer camp for kids every summer here at the Winnipeg Humane Society called Kids Camp. We have the coordinator and assistant coordinator here. Can you guys tell me a little bit about Kids Camp and kind of what the purpose is?
So the Kids Camp runs through summer, starting this year, 3rd of July to the 25th of August. Thank you. It's a fun summer camp. So the kids come, they do arts and crafts, there's lots of games, but obviously being at the Humane Society, one of the big selling points is they get to spend a lot of time with animals, and they get to do some one-on-one with the dogs, the cats, the guinea pigs that we have here, as well as some animals coming from outside agencies. So things like the police canine unit have been in before. We've had Border Patrol come in before with sniffer dogs. So they get a lot of kind of unique interactions with various types of animals and animal agencies. Yeah.
Just to quickly touch upon these cute little guys here, I don't know if we can get a tight shot in. We have Pinky and the Brain. They are siblings, and Pinky has some pink eyes. Oh yeah, that looks beautiful. And now part of the kids camp is teaching kids responsible pet ownership. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of that and what sort of skills you're teaching these kids? I'll ask you, Amy.
Okay, so really we talk about how we want them to be safe with our animals, especially because they're in a shelter environment, they're a little more stressed, so how to be really respectful with them. And they are going to be the future pet owners, so we want them to be able to take care of their own animals when they grow up, and yeah.
And what sort of skills are you teaching them? I know I saw a sign in the room where the camp happens, kind of what to do if a dog is giving you unwanted attention and things like that. Can you kind of elaborate on a little bit of those?
Okay, so one of the games we actually have is a mingle game. So the kids will show us what we want to see if you see a scared dog, a nervous mad dog, or a happy dog. So if you see a happy dog, of course, you're going to want to go and pet it. A mad dog, you're going to back away. You don't want to go near that dog. And with a scared dog, you can actually show them the signs that they're giving you. So you can lick your lips, and you can just look around as well, and they'll feel a little more calm because they're like, oh, it's okay to feel scared. So that's only touching a little bit on what we do.
And a few of those signs that dogs show when they're anxious and stuff might even seem to a person like they're panting, they're licking their lips, they're happy, but those are actually signs that a dog might be in distress, right? So it's important to teach these kids to know those signs when they become pet owners themselves. Now, Richard, we were talking, and there's 2 different class age groups for these camps. We've got the 6 to 12 and the 12 to, what was it?
So it's 6 to 12 is the general age range. This year we have 1 week which is 10 to 13-year-olds. And on the 10 to 13-year-old camps, we go into a bit more detail about ethical issues surrounding animals and animal ownership. So we look at things like livestock farming and some of the issues surrounding where food comes from. We look at animals in entertainment. So animals who are kept by a circus or SeaWorld, that kind of thing. So we're also teaching, not only are we teaching the children how to be good pet owners, but we're also teaching them some wider issues about kind of general animal welfare.
That's amazing. Now, for any kids or families that are interested in getting their kids into these kind of programs, can you describe a little bit about the costs associated and the length of the programs?
It's $175 to participate in the camp, so that is for a whole week, Monday through Friday from 9 till 4. And yeah, they sign up on the website, winnipeghumanesociety.ca, and there's a whole bunch of information about what they need to bring, what they need to wear. So they do go outside sometimes. They get wet, they get mucky. We play some games outside. We take some of the dogs outside. And generally, lots of the kids have a really good time. We have lots of repeat campers, and we've had some really good feedback from parents and campers who've been here before. So it's definitely something good to do over the summer for sure.
Absolutely. So again, if you guys are interested in getting your kids signed up for this program, check their website, sign up online. The camps run from July till August during the summer for about 8 weeks. So you have some wiggle room there. Pick which week works best for you. So now we're going to throw it to James in the phone room. He's with Taylor. Oh, no, we're actually, scratch that. We're throwing to Joanne and Shaw TV talking about the award Shaw has recently received. So let's hit it to you, Joanne.
When you're watching the 1001 Donations Telethon for the Winnipeg Humane Society, you get to see all these incredible stories. You get to see the hosts, the camera people, and for people who don't know much about TV production, that seems to be what TV is, right? The hosts and the stories. But there's no way on earth, and I'm going to cry right now, but there's no way on earth this telethon would have happened for the last 10 years without Shaw TV. And I don't just mean the fact that you're watching it on the channel. Yes, they give us airtime. You have no idea what Shaw TV has done for us in terms of mentorship for the students, in terms of the equipment, in terms of the setup, the teardown. They are the iceberg behind the tip of the iceberg that you see for what actually gets to air. From when I first, as a Shaw TV employee, host, producer, started the telethon, Jeff Bromley and I, two-man show, along with Jim McGregor here doing the technical on the back end, and it's grown to now I have got all these students involved as well, now that I'm an instructor. So the Winnipeg Humane Society wants, I'm getting all choked up, James, wants to thank Shaw TV. I don't work there anymore. It's still part of who I am, but especially over the last 5 years, well, the entire telethon. But James, what you guys have done with our students, the mentorship you've given them, everything from showing them how to put cable down and put the cameras up to the technical crew. You guys have turned this into an artistry for the students. You've helped me teach this course, but more importantly, you've helped get it on air and helped save a lot of animals. So this is from the Winnipeg Humane Society. I asked them if I could present to James because I just feel so strongly about all that Shaw does for the Humane Society and for Red River College. So James, thank you.
Thank you, Joanne, and thank you, Javier, and thank you to all the staff working at and volunteers working at the Winnipeg Humane Society, and also thanks to Red River College Creative Communications Program for working with us. It's such a privilege to work with you guys. When I came in today after the 10th year at 7 a.m. and your crew came in with bells on and just hitting the ground running in terms of wanting to just nail it in terms of a great broadcast. Joanne, it's all I ever would have expected with you as an instructor working with these students. And throughout the day, going back and forth between the mobile truck and the two production centers here, I have been so impressed with the professionalism and the care that each and every member of your crew has given to this broadcast again and again and again. That was just today, but we're going back 10 years with this, and it's such a privilege to work on behalf of Shaw and helping the Winnipeg Humane Society get the word out. I'm a cat lover myself, I'm a cat owner, and I think we're all animal lovers to a certain extent. It just means so much for us as part of Shaw to be involved with you.
And that mentorship, when the students come in with bells on at 7 a.m., is because they're getting that, they're taking the lead from you guys, and Graham and Kevin, who are here as well, who've been working their butts off on this. But it's not just the technical, it's the community spirit that Shaw gives. That's the reason I wanted to start this course for my students. Yes, they're learning all the technical skills, they're learning how to host, shoot, edit, produce, direct, but what they're really learning from Shaw and from the connection you have with the Humane Society is that community spirit and how important it is to use your skills to give back. So Javier, I know that Shaw has been a big community partner for you guys as well.
Well, you know, absolutely, and we're so grateful to both Shaw and to yourself. And I do have also want to take the opportunity to thank you, Joanne, for the amazing work that you've done. In 10 years, you have helped us raise, with today, $500,000. And
wow.
You know, not only you're helping the students, but you're also helping animals. And I was thinking about, you know, we have a few conversations, the passion that you have both to teach your students the right way and to help the Winnipeg Humane Society. And just yesterday, we got 2 messages, one from Norway House, one I got a terrible picture from a dog that is severely injured in Virden. They're both coming here. And we can say, yes, our clinic will help them. Yes, these animals are in pain, and they will not be in pain because we're going to do what is right, get them ready for adoptions, and that is because of the work and the help that you give us every year for 1001 donations, and all of you that are donating today. And I need to plug it that in this hour, ANS Homes is matching your donation dollar for dollar. Yeah. So please call, please donate online. It is really a great cause, and I'm humbled to have partners like you. So I have a little recognition for you for these 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could put the name of every single one of my students on here, I would as well. They're all surrounding me right now with cameras and cue cards and cable pulling, and Hannah, who's executive producer right now. And you, the donors. I mean, we do all this work so that you can see what the Humane Society does, so you can see behind the scenes. I had no idea before I started working with the Humane Society the amount of volunteers, the operating rooms, the spay and neuters, the amputations, the behavioral work, the foster work. It's insane. And it all takes money. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to Shaw TV. Thank you, Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you, guys. And actually, one of the things that they do is they assess cats as they come in for their personality to make sure that when you adopt a cat, you get a cat that suits you best, so the cat doesn't end up coming back here, that you're happy, the cat's happy. It's pretty cool how they do it. Take a look.
No public, just cats.
Yeah.
Meow, meow, meow. I think this means they haven't had breakfast yet.
Getting hungry, eh?
Getting hungry. All righty. So, we are looking for G3. That would be you, Miss No Name. Usually they have a name. For some reason, she doesn't. See, usually when they come in here, they check their, how well they're eating and pooping, and she's eating and she's pooping, so that means she can get assessed, and then she'll get, hopefully, out for adoption. I know. Okay. The list. We got the cat. We need a toy. So we have 11 things that we score them on. So one of them is how she came out of the cage. The choices are exited in 25 seconds or less with tall body posture, which she did, right? She just came up. And then also if they explore with tall body posture, which she's doing. So she's not really happy, but I don't think she's really scared. Like the really scared ones won't come out, or they run right into the corner. So she's kind of in between. I think she's thinking, what is this? But she's okay to come out and look. This is all about how adoptable they are. I mean, this is the whole purpose of this, is to try to assess what kind of personality they have and who they'd be suited for. And usually the cats that they're going to assess, they're not going to be growling at you, like they've sort of moved those in another different direction. They're not going to assess them right away. Well, there's 3 levels. They end up, and they're by color. So there's purple, green, and orange. The purple ones are the shyest, so they aren't likely to come as quickly. The orange ones are sort of your typical cat. They like some people, they play a little bit. And then the green ones are the little bit really extroverted. They'll leap on you and purr. So what they do at the front desk when somebody's coming in to adopt, they get them to fill out a little form. And the whole idea is to match them, right? So somebody who You know, like me, for example. I like my house to be quiet. I don't like a whole lot of noise. So I would match up better with the purple cat. My hunch is she'll be kind of in the middle. We'll see, I guess.
Go to winnipeghumane.ca to donate to the 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax, and check out the behind-the-scenes stories and videos while you're there.
All right, so we're here at the 1001 Donations. As you guys know, we've been watching, and if you saw, we've just recently hit our donation goal, which is great, but that, you know, we could always use a little bit more. Animals, care for animals goes on forever. Though we've reached the goal, people are our sponsors. The A&S group is still matching donations for the next hour, so you can keep donating and keep matching. And I want to start with a couple thank yous. First to Tony for donating $200. That's now $400. Thanks to Howard for donating $100. That's also $200. That was matched. And Geraldine for donating $100. And I'm here with Josh now. He works in intake at the Winnipeg Humane Society. And I just want to ask you a little bit about what's it like working at the Humane Society?
It is an absolute thrill working here. Working in the animal receiving intake department specifically, we deal with the animals when they first come into the shelter, before they've hit the adoption floor, dealing with surrenders, people that have to surrender their animals, people who have lost their animals, people who have found animals. It's just an absolute thrill working here.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you started recently. Have you felt kind of at home coming into the work, or you really love working with animals, or what brought you to the job?
Yeah, for sure. I've only been here for about 4.5 months, but I've worked with animals for about 8 years in rescue as well. I have animals of my own, of course. Yeah, I mean, working here, like I said, it's an absolute thrill, especially working for an organization like the Winnipeg Humane Society, who does so much for so many animals.
What animals do you have at home?
I have 2 dogs and 4 cats at my old house, and my new house now I have my 1 cat Bailey and a bird Yoda.
And did you get any of them from here, or are they from other?
Yeah, I got Bailey from the Winnipeg Humane Society. Bailey was actually an owner surrender through the Winnipeg Humane Society, and the owner and I actually had made a connection, and he had made a request during his owner surrender that he would like, once Bailey passes away, he'd like the ashes back. And unfortunately, those kind of situations we sometimes can't accommodate, but for some reason me and his previous owner, George McBride, we really had a connection, and I adopted his cat, and I'm fulfilling his wish. And once Bailey passes away, he'll receive the ashes.
That's awesome. That's a great story. So can you tell me a little bit about just what these donations will do for you guys today? Like, how far will this go? What difference does it make?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, all of your donations are greatly appreciated and do go a long way. When talking about intake, I mean, we have animals coming in all the time that need vaccinations, deworming. We have animals that come in, unfortunately, injured, sometimes that need veterinary care, so the money will definitely go to that. Just your money can go a long way. It's greatly appreciated.
Well, thanks, Josh. So again, yeah, we're still matching donations for the next hour. So keep calling in. You can call, you can text, you can come down, come visit some animals and say hi to us here at the studio. And we're going to throw now to Trent, and he is with Sharon Rubel, who does the donor relations work for the Winnipeg Humane Society. Trent?
Hey, I'm with Sharon. She's manager of donor relations. But before I talk to her, I just want to point out, thank you so much to Linda, who donated $25. I would also thank Jeff for donating $50. And of course, Miriam from Toronto donated $25. Thank you so much. So Sharon, we've met our goal of $40,000. The day's not even over yet. There's room for so many more donations. How do you feel about that?
We are ecstatic, and as a donor relations manager, I do a lot of job stewarding, so I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all of you Winnipeggers, Manitobans, and people across Canada. I know we're on Facebook Live and Beyond Shaw Channel 9 and YouTube. Clearly you've seen what we've done today. You've seen our beautiful dog and cat stories and animals in general. We do a lot here to help sustain the shelter, and funds are much needed. Yes, to hit $40,000 an hour before cutoff time is outstanding. We are delighted. Thank you very much for stepping up to do the right thing. We have an hour left. Remember, we've had 6 wonderful Winnipeggers step forward agreeing to match every dollar. So whatever we hit at 5 o'clock is what gets matched. So please step forward, folks. 1 more hour. I know we can do this. The funds here are always much needed and very well used. We take in 8,000 animals every year. The help never can stop. So thanks sincerely. Very grateful to all of you.
Yes, absolutely. Keep those donations rolling in. and just because we met our goal, like we want to keep powering forward. I also want to thank the donations tracker sponsor, A&S Homes. Thank you so much. I want to throw to just the cutest dog you've ever seen. Let's take a look at Gizmo.
So Gizmo came to us because somebody had fallen or stepped on him, and he broke his leg. They weren't very good owners. You can see the way his mouth sort of hangs open here. He had not received any veterinary care in the whole time that they'd had him, and all his teeth have rotted out, and to the extent that even his jaw is missing, his lower jaw, which is why his lip hangs like that. So we fixed the fracture. It was his back leg. This is the femur here. These bright white lines are the metal pins that are in his leg that have fixed the fracture. The fracture was right about this location right here. So we did surgery on him about 6 weeks ago and put these pins up there to reduce the fracture, and it's all healed now. Pins don't need to come out, they're fine the way they are. And he's walking around and using it great. He's still a real dog, even though he sure doesn't look like much of a dog. But he's ready for adoption now. His leg's all healed. He's been neutered. There's no teeth to brush, which is good. But he's a senior and he's very special, so he needs a very special little home. These little doggies, a lot of times people want to carry them around a lot, and he is quite cuddly, but he does need his exercise, so he does need to be put down, get some exercise. He can even walk on a leash, just like a real dog. So we're figuring he's around 10, but Chihuahuas and other toy breeds live longer than, like, say, a giant breed or even a large breed like a Dane or a Labrador. So with good care, he's got many potential years left. And senior dogs are often more attractive to some adopters because they don't want a 15-year commitment. They also know what you're getting with an adult dog. So we know all his quirks. He's been out in foster, so we know what he's like in a home. And we're not expecting any of that to change. So like when a puppy grows up, you go through all the puppy stages, you go through all that adolescent stage, like the terrible teenager stage where you start to see behavior issues. And in Gizmo's case, he's just a little old man. You're just a little old man, and you know what you're gonna get.
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Hi, my name is Alessandra and I work at the Winnipeg Humane Society. Thank you for watching the 1001 Donations Telethon presented by Liberty Tax Service. Your donations help animals like Charlie get the love and care to find their forever homes. Please donate now by calling 204-927-1001 and donate now.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Christy. I'm here with Catherine and Chad. Just a big reminder that we've got 45 minutes left, and A&S Homes is matching dollar for dollar all of your donations for the next 45 minutes. So what I would like to talk with you, Catherine, about is behavior for cats. Yes. So talk to me a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, there's a couple things I want to mention. First of all, this is Chad. He is not available for adoption, so don't even think about it. Chad belongs, he works for the behavior department. He is an honorary behavior person. Behavior cat, I'm sorry. He works with us. He helps us determine how the dogs are going to respond to cats in the home. So he hangs out with us. So he has two jobs. First of all, is a stress relief for us ladies in behavior, and to assess dogs with cats. So that's the first thing I want to talk about. Okay. The second thing, we started a new program recently called the Behavior Wellness Specialist. Now, that is a staff person who comes in specially just to ensure the mental welfare of cats in our care. Dogs also, but mostly cats. Now, own cats tend to have the most difficult time transitioning from a home into the shelter life, and so we actually have somebody who comes in, and all they do is they help reduce the stress of those cats in our care. We also started a wonderful enrichment program with our volunteers. Some of the ladies back here have joined our volunteer program, ensuring that the cat's mental needs are met throughout the day. Now, we have wonderful clinic staff, we have wonderful behavior staff, and volunteers that come in and clean and feed these animals, but it's also just as important that we take care of the animals' mental needs while they're here. Now, we are looking to start a program in the back where we install TVs for all of our cats. And these TVs, they have birds and fish and sort of kiddie entertainment during the day, because what else are they going to do while they wait for their forever home to come? So your donations today is going to go towards various programs like that. It is very, very important. I can't stress to you enough how much not just the physical needs, but the mental needs are really important for these guys too.
Of course. And that means a lot to me because I am a cat person. Very much a cat person. So $20, keep this in mind, $20 equals 1 day of care for a cat. So your donations mean a lot. Yeah, it's just incredible what they do here at the Winnipeg Humane Society. We are going to throw now to Rogan in the lobby. Thank you.
Good job.
Most of the time, reaction is a nervous thing. It's not an aggressive issue. They're just kind of almost like an introvert, if you will. They don't do well in new situations, and therefore, if they see another dog, their thing is, oh, that's frightening. I'm going to let them know before I get to them that, you know, I can take care of them. And people tend to think it's aggressive. And it isn't. It's something that can be worked with, can be trained. They're always going to be reactive, but you learn how to deal with it so that you can certainly go out for walks and enjoy the walks without any major concerns. And in Miley's case, she has been put with some other dogs while she's here, and she's doing really well with some dogs. She's probably going to be better in being the only dog in a home. But introduced to other dogs, she could very well end up going for walks with friends, with their dogs. So it's not something where she's never going to be around other dogs. Riley, find it. Come on, let's go. Find it. Good girl. Find it. Good job. She's a venture dog, so that means she's kind of a trial dog. You can take her home for 2 weeks to see how it goes. Behaviour staff are always available for any questions. And she also will come with free reactive rover classes so that anybody that adopts can do that bonding with her and learn how to handle the reaction. She's not aggressive at all, but she is nervous of people that come up on her quickly and other dogs. Miley, sit, shake. Good job. Well done. What a good girl.
You're watching the Liberty Tax 1001 Donations Telethon in support of the Winnipeg Humane Society, live on Shaw TV.
During the school year, during citywide in-service days, we offer a one-day camp for children to come to, and that generally we cap that at about 35 kids. We also have spring break day camp that people can register for individual days, and then during the summer we run 8 weeks of a day camp with 60 kids in our bigger facilities, so it's a lot nicer. There's a lot more people to be around. So basically, when kids come to camp, they get to have a lot of animal interaction. They get to, learn about animals. They get to do crafts and all of that stuff. But our main goal is to just educate them about how much responsibility it is to have an animal, how much time it takes to take care of an animal, and of course, how to look after an animal and just touch them and interact with them and stuff.
The dogs are just really compact. Tails are.
Yeah, so based on what we have in the shelter at that current time, we'll bring in different kinds of animals. We normally try and do as many dogs as possible, as many cats as possible, and then if we have rabbits or critters or anything like that, we'll bring them in too. The kids who come to these camps, they normally have pets at home, or they're on their parents to have pets too. So they're always very, very happy to see these animals and to learn about them. And I think that educating children is a really, really, really important part of working here, because they're the ones who are going to grow up and have pets in the future. And we want to try and keep the feral cat community and all the cats and all the dogs spayed and neutered. So when we educate them about that when they're younger, they're going to grow up and know that. So that's my favorite part. On the Winnipeg Humane Society website, there is a tab for day camp and for children's programs, and so they can go there and register online, and then our office will call them with a little bit more information after that.
Donate in person today. Come down and say hello to our telethon crew, volunteers, and special guests between 11 and 5. We're at 45 Hearst Way, behind the Tim Hortons at Waverly and Wilkes.
Welcome back to the 1001 Donations Telethon. I've got some updates for you. Heather donated $100. We got Horst, who donated $50. We've got Arthur, who donated $50 as well. We got Sylvia with $20 and Jackie with $40. And you know what? This hour, A&S Homes are doubling the donations. So all of these, I don't know math very well. That's a lot of money, okay? And keep it coming. We got about 25 minutes left. So 35 minutes. Sorry, see, math. I'm here with Anita. How are you, Anita?
I'm great, and I'm a retired accountant.
I know. Well, I mean, then you know math a little better than I do. So you should have done that. Anita is a foster. Can you tell me a little bit about the work that you do?
I have been fostering underweight cats and kittens now for a little bit over 2 years. And I get the fun of seeing them develop, seeing them become more socialized, and seeing them they all have their own personality. And then once they are at weight and a little bit more social, they come back here to the Humane Society, they get spayed, neutered, and then they come out to you and they're available for adoption. And I refer to it as Tim and Anita's Kitty Cat Spa. We have toys for them. I am a retired accountant. I now sell Epicure full time. So I'm home in the day. And so I get to play with them and socialize them. And yes, I do talk to them all day long. And then my husband gets to see them in the evening. We have friends that come over to visit them so that they get to meet kids as well. And I know that just how enjoyable it is.
That's really awesome. You say all the cats that you've seen have their own personalities. So I'm guessing, you've seen everything.
I have had a fairly wild mother with her 6 babies. I had 2 hellions who became very nice, purring little love monsters by the time I was done. They were trapped very feral. And then I've had the ones that have started off as little cuddle bugs. And every one I have is my favorite at that moment in time. It's like kids. You cannot just have a favorite. But my friends and customers, everyone, they're like, oh, this is the best one yet. So they have sent some money in with me. So we have another $100 to add into the total, which is going to be matched by A&S Homes. And what we do at the Humane Society is so important, from the foster parents looking after the animals at home, getting them ready for adoption, to the staff here working with everybody, and to you, the sponsors. Because if you do not send your money in, they're not going to be able to keep doing what they do. We need the funding, because it's so affordable to adopt through the Humane Society, because so many of the costs are covered. And as a foster parent, the food is paid for, the litter is paid for, the vet bills are paid for. Well, somebody has to pay for it. So please, especially today, send in your donation. Let it be matched by A&S, because it really, really helps.
You heard it. You heard it here first, folks. Send in your donations up until 5 o'clock. They're going to be matched by A&S Homes. And you know what? The money helps all the animals over here. A $20 donation can help a cat for 1 day. And now that the donations are being matched, that can help a cat for 2 days, which is amazing, amazing. Anita, thank you so much. You do great work, and I hope you continue doing it. I know you love cats.
We do.
Yeah.
And I don't dare foster puppies because I wouldn't give it up.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita. And I am now throwing to a promo. Thank you for watching.
Well, he came to us through Animal Services. They picked him up running at large, no tags or ID or anything, and they brought him to us because he had some medical issues. So we've had him for a few months dealing with some skin problems that he's had. He's got some allergies. He's got a lot of scar tissue in his ears to suggest that he's had skin issues for quite a while. Unfortunately, he had quite a lead pipe of a tail, and it had an injury on it, and just because he's such a happy-go-lucky guy, he kept whipping that tail around and whacking on things and re-injuring it, and they wouldn't let it heal, so we had to take his tail off, unfortunately. So it was a full general anesthetic procedure, shaved all up around his bum there to have a sterile surgical field. Did a regional block so that desensitized the area in addition to the anesthesia, and then cut the tail off. But he's quite a happy, friendly guy, never slowed him down at all. So even small donors can make a difference in Rob's care. You know, the medication for the ears, about $25. So a donation of $25 will treat his ears. Bigger things like his tail surgery and maintaining him on the special food. And the tail surgery, probably a few $100s worth into that. So lots of people contribute together with their donations to care for Rob and our other animals.
Hey everyone, I'm Benjamin.
And I'm Kara.
Thank you so much for watching 1001 Donations presented by Liberty Tax Service.
Your donations can help animals like Howard Johnson. To donate now, please call 204-927-1001.
Big stretch. Kitty Cat Way is, we have two sections for Kitty Cat Way. We have A, B, and C, and D, E, and F. And in A, B, and C are our cats, like this one here, who has the upper respiratory virus. So their URI is what we call it, upper respiratory infection. And what it is, it's a cat cold. So like we get a cold, they get a cold, and the virus will be in them for life. It is highly contagious, so that's why we keep them separate from our other cats in the shelter. They each have their own kennel in here. They're great cats. They're happy. They play. They do everything else that every other cat would. They just come with that little bit of virus in them. We do recommend they go to homes with no other cats or cats that already have the upper respiratory virus. Our upper respiratory cats, like this one here, any cats over 6 months, they're actually free. But they're free with a monetary donation of your choice. So you can donate $5, $10, $20, $100. The biggest thing is, like I said, contamination in areas. We're all about disease control here at the shelter, and again, that's why I'm wearing this beautiful yellow apron. It's a good thing to keep in mind that if you do want to visit with the upper respiratory cats, that if you do have cats at home, just keep that in mind before you handle them. But feel free to come in any of the rooms to visit with them and see them through their cages. They love visitors, like this one, who's very playful today.
Go to winnipeghumanesociety.ca to donate to the 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax, and check out the behind-the-scenes stories and videos while you're there.
Okay, so really exciting news. Rob, the dog who you just saw, is just in the middle of getting adopted right now. Woo! They're just signing his papers right now. This is so exciting. This is what the day is all about, making sure that we have the right facilities and programs and utensils to treat these animals so they can get adopted. But right now with me, I have Carly, and she is a volunteer coordinator for special events. So tell me a little bit about what you do.
So I'm the event coordinator, special event coordinator for volunteers for the shelter. And so we recruit and we schedule volunteers for our special events. Our special events are usually volunteer driven. Without our volunteers, there's a lot of things that we wouldn't be able able to do. For example, we actually have a big book sale coming up. It's on Saturday, April 8th and Sunday, April 9th. And it is definitely one of our bigger events that's very much volunteer driven. We have volunteers leading up to the day of the event, about 5 weeks in advance, that sort through books. They label books and get everything ready for the sale. And then we also have a lot of volunteers the day of the events that come in and help us with all the duties that need to be done as well. So there's lots that come in. Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of manpower. And you said that there's about 700 volunteers within the Humane Society.
That's right. So we have about 700, and that's from special events. They help us with all of our day-to-day stuff, from dog walking to cat cuddling to intake in the back. There's all sorts of roles that our volunteers serve. So without them, it would be really hard to run the shelter, for sure.
For sure. And so how many volunteers are you thinking that you need for this book sale?
For the book sale, we'll probably need about maybe 50. There's even more than that, though, because they are doing a lot of work before the event itself. So there really is, like you said, it's all about manpower. And, our volunteers are really an amazing group, and they do so much for the shelter.
So what would you say to someone who's thinking about maybe getting involved with the Humane Society? How would they contact you? How would they and what would it bring to their lives to volunteer?
So we actually usually have 2 volunteer information sessions every month. And so we usually sign up about 30 to 40 people into our sessions. So you do need to take the session first. We go over a lot of the different positions that are offered here at the shelter. And then we do a tour of the shelter, and they can apply that way. And then we go through the process of interviewing, and then we kind of work with them to see what their interests are and getting them into a spot to volunteer.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Carly.
Thank you.
So you heard her. If you're interested in volunteering, come on down. If you're interested in donating, come on down. It's about 4:30 now. We still have half an hour to go. A&S is still matching all of the donations, so keep donating. And we really want to say a thank you to Sprott Asset Management and Bayview Construction for being awesome sponsors. And now we're going to go to Kyla with a precious little pup named Ramsey, and he was just being fostered, and now he's getting ready for adoption.
Thanks, Court. I'm Kyla, and I'm here with Michelle and Ramsey. Ramsey is a little puppy. He is 8 weeks old, and he just got back from foster care. Oh, and he just gave me a kiss. And Michelle, do you want to tell us a little bit more about the process of puppies going through foster care?
For sure. Last year we got close to 200 puppies out into foster care, and puppies like Ramsey. Ramsey just came back, and it has to get a clean bill of health, and then we're going to neuter him and put him into adoptions. But if they come to us and they're too young, we can't put them in adoptions right away. We do have to make sure that they're well before they go in.
And sorry, I know you said Ramsey was from up north, and you weren't quite sure on the breed, but you said he's a little bit of shepherd in him, it looks like.
So, educated guess, of course, but we think maybe shepherd, maybe a little border collie, something. You've got a little bit longer hair there, so hey. Yeah, he's very sweet. I always very appreciative of my foster parents, because keeping this cuteness in their house and trying to give it back to me is always hard for them, and I know it pulls on their heartstrings, but it is so worth it. Myself, I'm a foster parent too, and not for puppies, but for kittens and cats, and it is always difficult bringing them back, but it is so worth it because they come back so well-rounded, and now they're ready for their new homes.
So for families that foster, and then once the dog's ready to come back, they give them back, are they usually likely to foster again?
Oh, yes, definitely. We have some fosters that are back-to-back fosters. As soon as they drop one off, they almost have a withdrawal. They're like, okay, where's the next one? And which is wonderful for me, because then I can get them out into foster, and I don't, they don't have to sit here long. So we have some wonderful foster people. And if you are ever thinking of being a foster, it's a wonderful way of, having an animal in your home, but not having the commitment per se. Let's say you vacation, or who knows what your situation is at home. You can foster an animal and then bring them back, and then you know that you've done a good thing too.
What are some of the benefits for an animal being in foster care as opposed to just having to spend all their time here before adoption?
Absolutely huge. For example, puppies, they learn so much within the first weeks of their lives. So if they learn just cage in their lives, that's
not as healthy as being well socialized, being introduced to different things, different situations, different people, different animals, and children, and so on and so forth. I love it when the children, families take them, because they come back, they're so well-rounded and usually so tuckered out. And the parents are usually very, very grateful as well, because they've been playing with, the animals, so it's wonderful.
Awesome. Well, that's great. I would love to tell you to come down here in a week and adopt Ramsey, but I'm not going to, because I want to take him home. But I just want to thank everybody again for their donations. Just a reminder, every $10 that you donate can go towards one vaccine. And of course, up until now, until 5 o'clock, ANS is matching all those donations. So that's 2 vaccines. And I'd love to get a special shout out to our corporate compassion sponsor, Cora's Breakfast and Lunch. And thank you again to Michelle and to Ramsey. And I'm going to throw to a story now on dog yards. Thanks for watching.
Oh, hi, Biscuit.
Oh, Biscuit.
Now then, ladies, be nice.
Hey. Project Dog Yards was sort of the idea of, first of all, 4 volunteers, then we added on 2 ad hoc members afterwards, but most of us work in kennel buddy positions in the backyards, and what that involves is taking out the dogs that are in the holding area, i.e. before they can move up to adoption, and getting them outside for some exercise and play, and so they can do their business. Also doing some work with them, like doing some preliminary things like seeing, how good they are in terms of sit and down and anything, any tricks that they can do. The yards, when we first opened in 2007 here, the yards were actually really nice grassy areas with rock all the way around the grass area. Over the years, we've probably had something like 14,000 dogs go through the back area, and of course the yards have deteriorated during that time. And particularly in bad weather, what was happening, like in the spring melt, we would have yards filled with mud. The fences, because the dogs, they're running up and down the fences. Some of them start chewing on the fences, so there were holes that needed to be repaired. We would have dogs that were able to escape from the yards, which is not a good thing, because then as you're bringing out another dog, if you have one dog running around and they encounter each other, that might not be a pleasant meeting sometimes. And so we were concerned about the deteriorating condition of the yards, and in the spring, in late spring last year, we actually approached the CEO here to ask if there was any way that our group could help to raise money to get the yards repaired and get them back to the point where they were a safe, secure place for the dogs, for the staff, and for the volunteers that work with the dogs in the yards.
It was hard on the dogs. They came in filthy. I mean, we don't care about ourselves, but so you'd have dogs that just wouldn't run around and others that were just jumping in it just like kids do. So for all the fun of it, it just wasn't good.
We have 6 yards that we can use, so we can have 6 dogs out at a time. We generally work with one partner, so there's 2 people on at every time. So we're always sort of moving dogs in and out, but trying to give them at least half an hour outside.
It's easy to donate to the Winnipeg Humane Society's 1001 Donations Telethon, sponsored by Liberty Tax. Call right now 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001. All donations matched.
Hi there, I'm Christiana, and I'm here with Kim, one of the volunteers at the Winnipeg Humane Society, and I'm not sure if you can see her moving around, but we're also here with Patches. So why don't you tell us a little bit about Patches, Kim?
Patches is actually 12 years old. She's a little polydactyl, so she's got a couple extra toes. I always tell people it's extra toes with no extra charge. She's one of our upper respiratory cats, so she's free with donation if anybody's interested in getting her. So she's been around for a little while. She came in at beginning of March. So she's been here for a little while, a few weeks, and she's really looking for a new home. She looks like she's not suffering from upper respiratory, so she's had it, but yeah, she's feeling good now.
So do you see a lot of senior cats through the shelter? Because 12 years old, that's That's getting up there for a cat.
Yep. Cats now are living to 18, 20 years is not uncommon for a cat now. So she's got a long life left in her. But yeah, we've made some changes. So senior cats get a lot better chance than they used to here. So yeah, so you will see a lot more seniors up for adoption now than you ever used to. Yeah.
And so with her being polydactyl and having those adorable extra little toes, is that common in cats?
It's not super common, but it's not really rare. We do get quite a few who come in with it. So it just makes their feet look really cute. Looks like they have little hands, little thumbs going on.
Yeah, exactly. Super adorable. So for everyone who's watching in, if you have a polydactyl cat, I'm super jealous. They're super adorable. But just thank you so much for helping us reach our goal and meeting these donations. Just a reminder of how far these donations go. $20 is one bandage for a wound for an animal. So as you can imagine, it takes a lot to run an animal shelter, and your donations really do go far. And in this last hour, A&S Homes is matching every donation. So a $20 bandage becomes two $20 bandages with your donation today. So thank you so much, Kim. Thank you for showing us the adorable cat patches that I might take home. And we're going to go to Steph in the lobby with Sam and Lauren to talk about fundraising.
Welcome back to the Winnipeg Humane Society Telethon. We're trying to raise over $40,000. We met that goal already earlier today, but there's only 15 minutes left, so if you want to donate, please do so soon. We end at 5 o'clock today, and all your donations will be doubled by our lovely sponsors. Before we get to our interview here, I just wanted to mention a few things. Gail Wilson, we received an email from her. She donated $25 all the way from Abbotsford, BC. So we really want to thank her. And we want to thank two volunteers here at the Winnipeg Humane Society, Adele and Kathy. They adopted two retired assessor cats. So those are the cats you saw earlier in the show, the cats that help other cats and dogs get along with each other and get along with other animals. Those cats' names were Stormy and Milo. Now I'm here with Lauren and Samantha. They were the fundraisers for this telethon. Before we even started, they raised money through different events. Can you guys tell them about those events?
Leading up to today, we held 3 different events. We held a yoga class, a boot camp, and a bake sale to help raise awareness and get excited for the day.
And why was it important to you guys to raise money before the telethon even started?
It was important to also raise awareness about what we were doing today. So at the yoga classes and at the bake sale, we had the opportunity to mention what we were doing here today. And so those people could go tell their family and friends about it and help raise more money.
Wonderful. So it wasn't just about the funds, it was also about the awareness. And we're joined by Courtney Bannatyne here with her dog. Courtney, can you tell us about your dog?
Her name's Riley. She's almost 2 years old. And we got her from Kijiji, actually. Her other family wasn't able to take care of her because they had a premature baby. So we just had to swoop in right away and get her because it was so important because she's so cute.
And what has she brought to your lives?
Just the best time ever of my whole life. She makes me go for a walk every day. I wouldn't do any exercise if it weren't for her. And what else? The best cuddle buddy ever. Whenever I'm having a bad day, I come home and she's just so excited to see me. And it just makes my life so much better.
She seems very curious. She wants to explore here.
Yeah. Yeah, she also helps me study too, or else I wouldn't concentrate.
That's awesome. Thank you, Courtney. I want to throw it back to you guys because I know, Sam, you had a dog for 15 years. So that's the majority of your life. Yeah. What kind of value did that dog bring to your life?
He was my best friend. We actually have a picture together when I was really little. I want to say I was maybe 10 years old, and we're rollerblading side by side. And then we reenacted the picture just a couple years ago when he was 14. So that's probably my favorite picture of us, and he was definitely my best friend.
Yeah. That's wonderful. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We want to thank everyone who's donated so far. Thank you so much to our lovely sponsors. I'm going to shout out to Sprout Asset Management and Bayview Construction. We're going to send it over now to a video of Sandy. She's a dog who needs to be adopted by a loving family. She's a bit of a high-strung dog, but she is very loving and very sweet.
This is Sandy. She's 5.5 years old. She came to the shelter in October, the beginning of October. She was living outside. She was an outside dog. And she came in very pregnant. She had puppies here in the shelter 4 days after she arrived. And then she went not long after that. They all went to a foster home, which is our goal, is to get mom and babies in somewhere a little more relaxing of an environment so everything goes okay. Since she's been back, all her puppies, of course, have been adopted. And we've realized that Sandy can be a little bit anxious. She, as you can see, she is a little bit anxious. She absolutely, hi sweetie, loves to run through the snow. We have actually had people take her out, good girl, take her out on a sled, pulling a sled, and she just absolutely loves it. Another thing that we noticed is how much better she seems to do as far as her anxiety level when another dog is with her. We had her paired with, when she was up in adoptions, Sandy, come here, sweetheart, with another dog named Elijah, and they did so well because Elijah was also a little bit anxious. And Elijah has since been adopted, and Sandy is still up looking, and we believe that another dog in the home would absolutely benefit her for sure. She's a little bit nervous with new people and with the camera, I think, a little bit. But yeah, she is very, very sweet. Anxiety can show in many, many different ways. We have found, like I said earlier, with Sweet Girl here, that, that having another dog really, really helps her. So it's knowing the situation. With some dogs, maybe they just do better if somebody's home more often and not working a full-time job. It's just knowing the dog that you're with. Good girl. We believe that every single dog deserves a chance at a good home and at a life, you know. Every dog has they're dogs, right? They certainly don't come out of the box trained. They all have their own special quirks. Some may be anxiety, some may be a little bit fearful, some may be overly friendly. Every single dog needs a little bit of work, and we believe that they all deserve the chance, and we absolutely love working with them. It's just absolutely wonderful. It's wonderful to see a dog improve. You know, once we get to know them, they let us know exactly what it is they need and exactly what can help them. Sandy, come here, sweetheart. And once we know that, we can help them. And it's just, for me specifically and for everybody, it is just pure joy to see a dog improve and either come out of their shell or start to trust, you know, and start to realize that they can have fun. Right, sweetheart?
Become a monthly donor right now by calling 927-1001 or 1-866-436-1001 or online at winnipeghumanesociety.ca.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined here with Javier once again. Javier, thank you so much for having us. I know there's still more time. How much time do we have left here? 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes left. ANS Homes are still matching all of your donations, so everything helps. If you do 20, it's 40. If you do 40, it's 80. There you go. Javier, thank you so much for having us.
Oh, thank you. And first of all, thanks to the audience and the donors. It's so humbling, really, to receive this support. And everyone can have my assurances that we will put your money to use to save as many animals as we can. So thank you so much for that support. And thank you guys. You guys been fantastic since the first time that we dragged you here for a tour of the Humane Society, so you knew exactly what we did. And you really tackled this on as true professionals, and we're very, very grateful for the partnership that we have with Shaw TV, with Joanne Kelly, that she's phenomenal, and having the 10th year of doing this and reaching our goal, exceeding our goal, is such a great feeling. And the animals, the 8,000 animals that we care for, they're all going to be extremely grateful because we can actually help them.
Definitely. And you say it's very humbling, and I don't think I can come up with a better word than that. I mean, you allow us to come in here with Shaw, with all these amazing animals, and just like put this whole thing on. And it's amazing that you guys and girls at home can watch this happen and donate your money to such an amazing cause. And so I think we all want to thank you guys for that. So thank you very much, Javier.
Absolutely, and I forgot something very important, our volunteers. We have 700 volunteers and 100 staff. Without our amazing volunteers, we couldn't do what we do. So it's really a team effort, it's really a community effort, and I thank everyone for supporting the Winnipeg Humane Society.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now we're going to be throwing it to James in the lobby, who has a newly adopted dog, Rob, and his family. Let's see what Rob and his family's up to.
5 o'clock, well, this right before we hit 5, I may have to jump in because I have to end things.
Yep.
So.
Hi, welcome back to the Winnipeg Humane Society Telethon. I'm here with Susan and Brock, and we have some exciting news. We showed you a story earlier about Rob, the dog who had happy tail syndrome. That's when his tail wags so hard because he's so happy that he actually splits it. So he had to get that amputated, and we showed that to you earlier. Well, I can break the news to you that Susan and Brock have decided to adopt Rob. So that's fantastic news, right? So tell us, what exactly drew you to Rob, and why did you guys decide to adopt him?
Well, we have had dogs all of our life. We live on a farm, and I just feel better with the dog in the house. And we went online, and we were looking at pictures, and his little face, not little, but his face just spoke to me. So that's why.
Brock, what do you think of meeting Rob for the first time?
Oh, I like big dogs, and yeah, he's got such a gentle disposition and a great. He's just very friendly, and he's eager to. This looks like he's eager to please. So, yeah, we like the look of him, and like I said, we've had big dogs most of our lives, so he will fit right in.
Yeah, and as you can see from looking at his face, he might just be the happiest dog I've ever seen. And yeah, he's a big guy. You guys have lots of room out in the country for Rob to run around and play with?
We've got a quarter section, so yeah, there's enough room.
Acres.
So one question, are you guys going to stick with Rob, or have you come up with a different name for him?
Well, I kind of think Robo suits him because he's like RoboCop.
Robo's a great name. Just looking at him, he strikes me as a Robo, I think. So yet again, another success story coming from the Winnipeg Humane Society, and we want to thank Sprott Asset Management and Bayview Construction for being such great and awesome sponsors. And my instructor, Joanne Kelly, is going to jump in on here.
We have just a couple minutes left. I don't even know what time it is, but we're close to 5 o'clock. So we have 5 minutes? Okay, so this is our chance to say thank you to people like you who've adopted Rob, who've adopted all the animals, not only today but throughout the years from the Winnipeg Humane Society. A chance to thank all the donors, all the sponsors, all the volunteers. It's an incredible, and I think, James, you'd agree, it's an incredible experience. James, hosting right now, is also the executive producer, done a lot of technical work, camera work as well. James, I'm going to get you to speak on behalf of the students. Just talk a little bit about what this has meant to you as a learning experience, but with the animals as well.
Well, the funny thing is we're all animal lovers in this class, and this was such a joy for us to come do this. We didn't make it feel like a class at all. Like there was no homework involved. This was all fun, coming out and shooting stories with all the animals and getting to meet all the wonderful volunteers that come to the Humane Society every day and really make this place run. Because honestly, without the volunteers and the support of people like you at home, they couldn't do the things that they do, and all the great things that they do just shows in the success stories like Rob that we have here.
And like, take a look. I take a look at this. This is the volunteers here at the Humane Society saying goodbye to Rob. Trust me, I see this all the time. They cry when they do. Gabrielle, how does it feel to see Rob get a home?
Oh, it's just amazing to see this dog go home. He's been with us for too long, and I'm so grateful to the people who are adopting him. Thank you so much.
I could not ask for a better way to end this telethon. With Rob going home again, thank you to the couple he's going to have huge space to run around. They've got a big property. He's going to have an amazing life, and that is what this is all about. What you're watching right now, volunteers saying goodbye to a dog that they have trained, that the staff, the vets have operated on. You probably can't see this on the camera, but the little stub of tail he has left is wagging like crazy. Happy tail syndrome is probably the nicest name for any syndrome that you'll. So again, a huge thank you to everybody who's donated, who's texted in, who's called in. Your money goes a long, long way. The volunteers work hard to make sure these animals not only get adopted, but that while they're here, they have a happy, safe, fulfilled life, and they work on them so that they work on behavior issues, they work on matching you with the exact right animal. Your money goes to surgery, it goes to medicine, it goes to vaccine, it goes to bandages, it goes to fostering. Maybe you're not in a position to donate right now, but you could foster. Think about a mom with pups, right? Oh, over here. Thank you. I'm so busy staring at Rob. But when you think about all the fostering that goes on, there's so many ways to help, not just donating cash. So I want to end things by thanking again Shaw TV. We literally, and I hate using that word, except we literally would not be on air without Shaw. Not only did he give us a signal, but the equipment, the mentorship, help make that connection with the community. And I want to say a huge shout out. Hey, Steph, could I get you to stand? Steph is one of our hosts and producers who's also on camera. Can we get a look here at wave hello, everybody. This is just some of the Red River. They're ad students, PR students, media production students, journalism students. Yeah. For many of them, this is their first time on TV today, okay? So you've watched them not only learn how to do TV right in front of you, you've watched them make a connection with the animals and the volunteers here. So this is our opportunity on behalf of the students, on behalf of the volunteers, on behalf of Shaw TV, on behalf of the lovely people who have adopted Rob and all the other animals today. Thank you and goodbye. But keep donating.